Sick. We're back.
First to a league of music get any
Okay.
more terrifying? Number 7.
We're back. We're
The
back.
Cursed Musicians. Ever heard of the 27 Club? Alright, well you're about to.
Mm-hmm.
The club refers to a league of musicians who've been cursed by the number 27. That is, they've all met their untimely deaths at this ripe young age.
Why do you
Who are
think that
the
video
unwilling
screw
members of
me
this club?
over, dude?
Kurt Cobain, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison,
But yeah,
Jimi Hendrix,
I'm
and
not
Brian
trying this
Jones,
food.
just to name a few. These musicians were generational voices, cultural icons, and defined what it means to be a rock star. They were also drug addicts, each dying from drug-related deaths at the age of 27. Kurt Cobain had attempted suicide prior to his death at 27. He'd overdosed in Rome in 1994. His wife, Courtney Love, found him unconscious with a toxic mix of Rohypnol and champagne in his belly. He was revived at a local hospital and returned to Seattle. After this incident and a second one where Cobain had locked himself in a room with a gun, Love arranged an intervention with those Cobain loved in order to address his drug use. Cobain eventually agreed to enter into a detox program, but in a short time he climbed over a 6-foot fence to escape the rehab facility. He flew back to Seattle where on April 8th his body was found by an electrician. Cobain had shot himself in the face. He left a note addressing his imaginary friend Bada, declaring that he'd not felt the excitement of listening to, as well as creating music, along with really writing, for too many years now. His body was filled with diazepam and heroin, and had been there for days. The prominent list of club members continues, with Joplin overdosing on heroin, Morrison likely overdosing as well, and found dead in the bathtub, Hendrix being asphyxiated by his own vomit, and Jones drowning in a pool. But the list of curse victims doesn't end there. The club has initiated 41 members, with its first victim dating back to 1892, when Alexander Levy...
This video's gruesome. Why do they just show the deaths?
At the age of 27.
Dude, I swear I watched some fucked up shit as a kid.
Medical records show he had no prior illness. Further victims of the curse include ragtime musician Louis Chauvin, who died of neurosyphilitic sclerosis, the inventor of the blues, Robert Johnson, who is said to have sold his soul to the devil and, in return, was taken prematurely at 27, and more recently, Amy Winehouse, who died of alcohol poisoning after spending the night alone, allegedly watching YouTube videos of herself.
That one actually is tragic. Oh my god, like.
The latest member to join the club is Zambian musician Lily Timbo. She passed away in September 2009 from gastritis and anemia. So, whether the curse takes its victims through a drug overdose, a soul sold to the devil, or your everyday natural causes, the 27 Club has claimed the lives of many, and may claim many more to come. Watch your backs, musical prodigies.
Yeah.
Number 6. The Curse of Tutankhamun. Our dear old Egyptian friend Tutankhamun had a curse or two to deliver his excavators. When his final resting place was opened in 1922 by Henry Carter, the archaeologist found the ancient tomb nearly intact, which seemed to be a miracle to him and Lorne Carnarvon, the search's financial backer. That is, until the curse hit home. Lord Carnarvon was the curse's first victim.
And listen, I'm glad these people got cursed because they stole. Thank you, Pedakin, for basically falling. Fuck, it's been a long time. You caught me off guard. And welcome, by the way, to my stream. Yeah, I'm glad these people got cursed. In this century, right? Because they stole Egypt's, basically like, what's it called? Basically like a Egyptian treasure. You know what I mean? Tutankhamun's coffin, and that's kind of deserved, right? When I click on it, do you know? Dude, the only user I see in chat right now is Tinarif, but I'm not sure if they're bot or something. So I don't know who Peter can, if they're in this chat or whatever. But yeah, thank you again for following.
A few months after the tomb had been opened, he was taken to Cairo.
Because like, if y'all don't know, museums, right? What is it called? National British Museum. I don't remember. British Museum. Whatever the fucking main museum is called in Britain, where they basically steal like other nations' treasures, right? Like they have like India's it's like a diamond, right? Red eye or something like that, emerald or something. I forget what it is. The point is that that belongs to India. They stole something from Greece, right? And that's like, what the fuck, right? And they don't want to give it back
Several days
because people from India or people from Greece can't take care of it, which is such a bullshit
later, he died of
explanation.
an unknown
It's kind of
cause at the age of
racist.
57. His medical record suggests that a festering infection from an
Or
insect
Rome,
bite
right,
may be
or
the
stuff
cause
like
of
that.
death. At his time of death, legend says that a power outage
And
struck
the
all
worst
of
part is,
Cairo into darkness.
a lot of these coffins here were actually kind of like traded and shifted around by the elite and rich people, because they all wanted, and it became popular for a time to own a coffin, an Egyptian mummy, which is so fucked up because that just gets rid of history, right? Imagine you just own like a mummy, you don't take care of it, it starts rotting, or like maybe like you scratch it up, you change it up or something like that. You just got rid of like thousands of years of history, you
For
know?
a short while. Even more terrifying, thousands of miles away on
Yeah.
Carnarvon's estate in England, his dog is said to have howled in agony and then dropped dead simultaneously, as reported by Carnarvon's son.
There's a lot of grisly
Add to the
shit
curse's
going on, right?
legitimacy, when Tutankhamun's mummy was unwrapped in 1925, his remains are said to have held evidence of the curse. A wound on the ancient emperor's left cheek was strategically positioned on the same spot as Carnarvon's insect bite. The curse continued to wreak havoc on those
Strategically,
connected
okay.
with the tomb's discovery. 7 years after its excavation, 11 people had been killed prematurely by unnatural causes.
Yeah, there's a lot
The
of
curse
stuff.
continued to follow the Carnarvon family and his relations, killing off his personal secretary, Richard Bethel.
But we'll watch a
father,
video
and two of
debunking all
Carnarvon's relatives.
first
Bethel is
aspects,
said
right?
to have been in perfect health and is believed to have been smothered to death in his sleep. Lord Westbury, Bethel's father, committed suicide by jumping off a building. His suicide note read, "I really
Yeah,
cannot
that's how
stand
well
any more
preserved mummies
horrors,
can get,
and
right?
hardly see what good I am going to do
But
here,
once you unearth
so I'm
them,
making
right,
my
from their
exit."
like areas
The
of
curse is said to
preservation,
have
it
taken
just
the
like
lives of more than
they
20
rot away.
others who were somehow linked to the tomb's excavation. Also making their exits were Edgar Steele, the handler of the tomb's artifacts at the British Museum, and Sir Ernest Wallace Budge, who was also responsible for displaying the artifacts at the museum's Department of Egyptian and Assyrian Antiquities. Nothing like an Egyptian curse to take down dozens of innocents. Number 5. The Hope Diamond.
Oh,
Dating
this
back to
is isn't this the one that gives you like a dream or something? But then like you want to go to the ocean and drown yourself or something crazy like that?
1642, the Hope Diamond has spelt out misfortune
I
for many
forget.
of its owners. The 25.60mm by 21.78mm by 12mm diamond is a whopping
Okay, give us all the
45.52
dimensions, you know?
carats, remarkable for its astounding beauty,
Yeah.
clarity, color, and of course, its size. Perhaps its cursed history claims the title as its most wondrous detail. The blue-faceted ovoid diamond, set in a 16 white diamond pendant, has an infamous past. Legend has it that a stealthy thief named Tavernier stole the prominent jewel from its Indian
Yeah,
origin.
from India.
The
See,
diamond
like,
is said
see,
to be
why are
placed
we
in
doing
the eye or
this?
on the forehead
Why
of
do
the
we steal
Hindu
shit from
statue
India?
of
You know what I
goddess
mean?
Sita. After Tavernier
Like,
had
what the
sold
fuck?
diamond, he traveled to Russia, presumably to steal more cursed jewels, where he was torn to shreds by wild dogs.
Yeah.
Terrifyingly deadly
Thank
way
God.
to go. The master jewel was later passed to King Louis XVI.
And there it goes
also
to
met a
England,
horrifically
right?
violent death as he was beheaded alongside his wife, Queen Marie Antoinette, for high treason and crimes against the state. A number of other deaths have been associated with the diamond, including that of a Dutch jeweler who was tasked with recutting the diamond. The jeweler, Wilhelm Falls, was his son's victim in a murder-suicide. Greek merchant Simon
Oh my God.
Moncharides was
What the
also
fuck
a
is
previous
this
owner of
drawing?
the Hope Diamond. With his wife and child in the car, he drove over a cliff and killed them all.
This is like
These
a
are just
stock
handful
photo,
of
I bet you.
unfortunates
Not
who've
like
been
an
touched by
actual thing they
death
took.
over the years due to this wretched curse. You can visit the Smithsonian Institute.
Okay,
and
yeah, I'm
take
thinking of a
look at this
different
inexplicable
diamond.
jewel.
For sure.
Yes,
There's like
you should
there's
take
a
look at
diamond
it.
that does that to you. Start dreaming
Number
about like
4.
a person or something, and then you want to like go drown yourself in the
Tecumseh,
sea.
the curse of the dead presidents. The Tecumseh curse has led to the demise of some of the most powerful men on earth, that is, U.S. presidents, elected in a decade year. Nearly every president that has been put into the Oval Office on a year ending in 0 has had an untimely death, and often a gruesome one. The Tecumseh's curse is said to have originated from President Harrison's electoral run.
Okay.
Harrison
Yeah. Biden was elected 2020, right? Oh my God. Is this why Russia is going to war with? I'm just kidding. No, I'm not gonna say some bullshit like that. No, but like,
Harrison was victorious at the
Jesus, that is not looking good.
winning over the Native American leader Tecumseh, who allegedly delivered this curse in response, running onto the slogan Tippecanoe and Tyler too. Harrison was elected in
I've
the year
never heard of that.
1840 and served as
But I
president
remember
for a
watching the
grand
video and
total
seeing
of
the same
1
thing.
month, after
Like
which
when
he
I was
died
like
from a
younger,
cold.
like maybe like
He'd
6
given a
years ago.
speech in the rain, leading to a fatal infection. The assassinations of Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy are all associated with the curse. Lincoln was elected in 1860.
There's like
Garfield was
JFK
elected in
again being
1880,
tied to like this other
McKinley was elected in
conspiratorial
1900, and Kennedy
curse
was elected
fact.
in 1960. Additionally, Presidents Warren Harding, elected in 1920, and FDR, elected in 1940, both died in office, with Harding suffering a stroke and FDR a brain hemorrhage. The curse was broken by Reagan and George W. Bush, although Reagan just narrowly missed its vengeance as he, quite literally, dodged a bullet in the 1981 assassination attempt.
Yeah, no, he was gonna get
Number 3,
assassinated, and
The
that's
Touch of Death.
interesting.
Bruce and Brandon Lee, famed martial artists
like,
and film stars,
You
both
know,
passed away
I don't remember the
unexpectedly from a
circumstances
reported
quite
curse
well,
of
but
the
I
Dim
remember
Mak,
is that
also
the guy
known
was
as the
like
Touch
really
of
unhappy
Death.
with Reagan
In
or
martial
something.
arts, the Dim Mak relates to a sequence of touching specific body parts, which is said to result in death. According to some, Bruce Lee died from his 1973 cerebral edema after falling victim to the so-called touch of death. Even more eerily, his son, Brandon Lee, died on the set of The Crow in
You're not gonna show anything. I may not end up showing the next 2 minutes.
1993. He was accidentally shot to death by what was supposed to be a dummy cartridge from a prop gun. Unfortunately, the prop team had created their own dummy cartridges by pulling the bullets from live rounds, but one was not sorted properly, resulting in a fatal shot.
That
to
was
Lee's
not
arm.
like anything weird, right?
Number 2.
No, that was just like like petting a dog. I don't know. The image is so
2.
fucking blurry.
The Curse of the Little Bastard. James Dean
Oh,
infamously
wait.
died in his Porsche.
Yeah, I know,
Sport
because it shows like
after nicknamed
wreckages.
The
That's
Little
why.
Bastard.
I don't want to show this.
On September 30th, 1955,
That Little Bastard is a car.
5:45 p.m., the movie star and his icon became the first victim of the car's curse after suffering a broken neck in a head-on collision. The other car's driver, Donald Durnipseed, received
Why
minor
this circle
injuries,
is like a
while
heady
Dean's
circle.
passenger, Rolf Wolthrick, was thrown from the vehicle but lived. Dean was not so lucky, having been pinned inside the Porsche. This tragic event would have been deemed just that had the Porsche not become involved in several additional seemingly cursed deaths that occurred in the wreck's aftermath.
This is
George
famous.
Barris,
So this is
the
like,
master
I guess like
car
the
customer,
vehicle's
purchased
cursed, right?
the
So
wrecked
any
Porsche
vehicle
for
that gets apart from this vehicle gets
$2,500.
cursed as well.
When it was being
That's
unloaded into
basically it.
Barris's garage, the wreck fell on one of the mechanics and broke both of his legs. While this incident in itself wasn't deadly, Barris felt it was ominous, and so he followed the curse to parts sold from the vehicle. In October of 1956, 2 cars which were fitted with parts from the Little Bastard were racing at Pomona Fairgrounds. The curse came after the 2 physicians who raced these cars, William Eschrid and Troy McHenry. Eschrid's car was flipped during the race when it locked up spontaneously as he turned a corner. He survived, though he suffered serious injuries. McHenry was not so
Luckily they
fortunate.
lived, right?
The engine of the Little Bastard had been installed in his race car, and McHenry somehow lost control of the vehicle, hitting a tree and killing him. Further accidents related to the Porsche were said to have occurred until it disappeared in 1960. To this day, no one knows where the cursed bastard's remains have been laid to rest. Number 1. The Cursed Wedding. If you're a fan of Game of Thrones, you might consider cursed weddings to be the norm.
It's so low.
But as bloody as Thrones weddings can get, the real-life wedding of Maria Vittoria del Pozzo, the 6th Princess della Cisterna, may just rival those fictional weddings. King Victor Emmanuel II of Italy was against his son's engagement from the start. When Prince Amadeo of Savoy proposed to Maria, he was met with outright opposition from his father, who believed the Duchess consort was beneath him because she wasn't of royal birth. The headstrong Prince Amadeo went against his father's wishes and married Maria anyway on May 30th, 1867. The wedding day, however, did not go according to plan. To begin with, the woman who had been tasked with laying out Maria's wedding dress decided to hang herself in it instead. Thus, the princess had to rush to find another gown. Once the bridal party had taken care of that mishap, they set out for the church. On the way, the bridal procession led by the colonel was stalled as he dropped dead from sunstroke, falling off his horse.
Okay, that's like
Gates, another death delayed them.
That's not blood. That's like like movie sets, right?
Dropped dead from sunstroke, falling off his horse.
You can watch a video on it.
Palace gates, another death delayed them. The gate keeper was found in a pool of blood. The curse continued at the wedding feast, when the prince's best man promptly shot himself in the head in lieu of a toast. The couple decided to flee
These are
the
dark.
place, heading to a train station in order to leave town, but were, again, stalled by an internal brain hemorrhage that killed their marriage contractor. Shortly thereafter,
Yeah, this is
the
a cursed
station
wedding.
master was stampeded to death after being pulled under the bridal carriage. Talk about carnage. That's 6 dead
Shit,
and counting.
yeah.
King Victor, perhaps superstitious after all this death, decided to call the wedding party back to the
Yeah.
safety of the palace. Unfortunately,
He was not
another of
saved,
the wedding
yeah.
party, the Count of Castiglione, was stampeded as well after being pulled under the wedding carriage. Though the wedding was over, the curse continued. Princess Maria and Prince Amadeo didn't even make it to their 10-year anniversary, as Maria died at the ripe young age of 29 due to complications in childbirth.
Dang, that's sad. What's this? Okay, they're just showing like something like being dug up. Again, because like if it's uploaded on a YouTube video, like why would it? When it comes to like blood and stuff, so it has to be fake. In terms of contract or whatever. I don't know they're showing. I don't know what's up with this. Why does the top 15's video end? Just like that. Just so you all know, this is chills.
Coming up in this video.
See.
Number 15.
So yeah, this is like a one-off video if I remember. There were some videos, more videos, narrated by Cody Osborne, but like that's it. That's it of the videos that we're watching today of them, right? Anyhow, these guys are sure they're not gonna break the OS. If they do, well, fuck me. So top 5 scariest real life curses. Objects, haunted dolls. Where is? Yeah. Then we'll get into a little side tangent.
The dawn of
Yeah.
man, folks
Watch it.
have had.
let's
Since
start
the
this.
dawn of man, folks have
Yeah,
had.
this is a top 5 scary
Many
videos.
would say that these irrational beliefs and fears stem from survival instincts and getting lucky in the past. So when bad stuff happens consistently around a certain person, place, or thing, we find it easy to say that it's cursed and then avoid it. Is there any credence to these things? Who knows? But over the years, plenty of curses have found themselves in the spotlight, with people coming from all over to see if the hype is real.
They always use this
Wouldn't
good
take the
song. I don't
risk,
know
but
why.
hey, you do you. So today
Fucking
we're gonna count down the top
Hughes.
5 scary real life curses. Coming in at number 5, we've got the Annabelle doll. Kick
Yeah,
today's
this
list
is
off with
just
a
doll,
top
right?
5 favorite. I can't begin to count the amount of
It's
times
said to have
Annabelle
moved and
has been
shit.
brought up in our lists. From
I don't know.
lists detailing horror movies, creepy dolls, the exploits of the Warrens, and more, this Raggedy Ann from hell is
Oh my
feared
God, the
around
devil?
world. Apparently
Cut
for
that
good
out.
reason too. You don't make a hyper successful horror movie franchise
Yeah.
based on
They
real
say if you look
events
into
without some
the
real
doll's
events, right?
eyes, you get
So
like
what's
headaches
so
and stuff.
scary about the Annabelle doll anyways? The real life one looks pretty much nothing like the porcelain nightmare depicted on the big screen.
Yeah, because
Why
they didn't want to
so
depict the
afraid
actual
of a
doll
fabric
because they were
doll
scared they
with
were
a
gonna
big
get cursed or
smiling
something.
face? Well, you'd have to go back to the origins of the rumors of cursedness.
At least
Back
that's
in
my
the
assumption.
1970s, a couple of young nursing students started noticing some strange happenings around their house. After receiving a doll as a gift from one of their mothers, it seemed like a dark energy permeated their home.
Yeah.
Annabelle came from an antique shop, and before that, nobody seems to have any history on the thing. But once it dropped into the lives of Donna and her roommate, things got really weird. At first, it was just little stuff. The doll would move around when nobody was looking, often changing its pose when people were home, or totally changing locations if no one was around. Creepy, but not terrible. Unfortunately, that was just the beginning. Annabelle then started leaving creepy notes around for Donna to discover, often with messages like, "Help," scrawled into
I
scraps
hate
of
how-
paper. They called in a medium who did see
Every time I see like the movie doll from Annabelle, the Annabelle movie doll. How do I even phrase that? The doll from the movie Annabelle. There we go. I always think of a haunted house 2 or whatever, where like they just fucking have the doll, and it's just like doing stupid fucking
to
shit.
think that there was evil within the doll. Before before they could do much else about it, Annabelle even
And a scary
willingly
movie
ate
2 is
deaths
like
instead of
it's
ghost
a
work.
parody of
This
horror
led to
movies,
an
right?
exorcism of the doll, which didn't seem to work. Of course, the girls wanted to get rid of it as
No,
soon
no,
as
excuse me. A
possible,
Haunted
so
House.
Lawrence
There we go. Not
decided
Scary
to take
Movie.
the doll with
A
him.
Haunted
For
House. There you
years,
go.
Annabelle was kept in
That's
a
the
glass
movie.
enclosure complete with warning label. The curse might still be there, but in a room full of restrained
Haunted House
curios,
1 and
there
2.
isn't as much Annabelle can get up to these
Like,
days.
those movies are
Sure, she
raunchy
does
as
eventually get moved
fuck
elsewhere,
and
more
weird.
trouble will begin. Coming in at number 4, a phone number. It's hard to imagine something like a curse being associated with a simple string of digits, right? A phone number is just a sequence of
Yeah.
numbers leading to a destination.
Remember the other one's like
But apparently a very
8888888.
specific
right?
8-filled number has
Yeah.
caused misfortune for all those who claim it. If you end up
Weird
having
that
a
this is
phone plan
being
in the near future and notice
fucking
too many
referenced in
couples
2021.
ask
You would
for a
think these
different
guys have
one,
already
could
talked
very
about
well
it.
save your life.
They've been around
Now,
for a
that's
while.
not to say that any phone number with a bunch of 8s in it is going to kill you, but Mobitel, a telecom company, had to nix
Yeah.
one of their numbers after a bunch of terrible
See, this is
things
like
happened to
repeating.
those in
Except for
society.
Annabelle. Annabelle wasn't in the last one, so that's good.
888
Yeah.
888 was the string
Oh
of
my
digits
god,
in
isn't that
question,
the
and it seemed
Octo
like it caused a lot of
expansion phone
problems.
number?
First, a former Mobitel CEO had it. He ended up dying of cancer.
Oh, it's
at
supposed to be
48
thundering in a moment. So
2001.
yay,
Rough start,
right?
But it could just be an
That's
unfortunate
right.
coincidence. But next, a Bulgarian mob boss took
It's
it.
getting really
Soon
warm in my room.
afterwards, he was killed by
You
an
guys will probably
assassin.
see me do this.
There
This is
some
why I
goods
was
after
also
all.
like, I don't know how long.
Finally, a businessman became the keeper of this number. All
Again,
seemed
it's
well
supposed to be
for a
raining
little
where
bit,
I
but
live.
this dude actually ended up getting shot outside of a restaurant. So unfortunate ends for all of them. After that last death, Mobitel took the number out of circulation altogether. They never gave a straight answer as to why either. Maybe they just wanted to avoid getting caught up in rumors about curses. Bad for business. Or maybe the curse was getting too real and they didn't
Yeah.
want more blood on their hands. Coming in at number 3, we've got King Tut's curse. Now, for some truly legendary curses, we have to go way back in
Yeah.
time. Maybe folks back then knew something we don't, because it seems like these curses are much more powerful and long-lasting than the ones we're more familiar with today. Or maybe superstitions just held more sway before widespread communications technology was available. I guess we'll never know for sure. But yeah, ancient Egyptian curses have been a very popular topic for quite a while, likely especially influenced by the archaeologists who opened King Tut's tomb. Back in 1923, a British team of archaeologists found
Oh, it's gonna start raining at like
the
6.
tomb of King Tutankhamun. Inside waited priceless treasures, from precious metals and gemstones to a chariot to a coffin made of solid gold. However, this hidden tomb was also said to contain a terrible
Those
curse.
treasures just
This
lost in
did not
time.
prevent the archaeologists from cataloging all the treasures.
I mean,
though.
King
At
Tut
first,
wasn't
it
right,
seemed
if I
like they had
remember.
all avoided the curse, but 2 months.
You remember
after
that
the
King Tut
discovery of the
show?
tomb,
What was
the
it called?
sponsor died from a bacterial infection. At that
Oh. King the fucking mummy guy, Tutenstein. I remember this show. This show is fucking good. The only way I would watch it, I forget if it was on PBS Kids or if it was on the CW on Saturdays and Sundays only.
Number 15.
But yeah, it was
point,
very.
people started taking
It
the
was a very
curse
funny
little
show.
more seriously. It would get brought up every time one of the
He's
team
younger.
members died from that point on, leading many to believe that the curse was real. This kind of dark, vengeful magic was then forever associated with any sort of ancient Egyptian discovery. And of course, plenty of movies were made propagating this idea. Hell, someone even claimed that the Titanic hit the iceberg because of the mummy's curse. Coming in at number 2, the Dybbuk box. This is one that has actually
Yeah, the
received
Dybbuk
quite a bit of
box.
attention.
This is
as of
another one.
late.
Have we
The
covered
Dybbuk
this?
box is an old wine box.
Can you watch this? We're gonna watch one of these. Oh, wait, I can't remember. Did we? I think I watched the video. There's a new video by Snarled. We'll watch this. Actually, next. No. It gets too gory. It's basically this girl that's like a
Said to contain a
journalist.
hateful demon from
Goes
Jewish
finds an
mythology.
apartment with this
These
old
demons
couple.
love to
This old
possess
couple
people
has a
and
dark
ruin their
secret.
lives, and in fact, it was the inspiration
Which is
for
later
the movie
it's
The
like talked
Possession,
about.
where a Dybbuk
But
box does
basically, the
just
Dybbuk
that.
starts taking
It
over
gained some
her
traction
body.
back in 2001 when a man bought the box from an estate sale and claimed that it had once belonged to a Holocaust survivor. After he purchased it, he began having terrible nightmares and witnessing strange events around his house. He sold it on eBay, which raised the box's profile and got a lot of people interested in the curse. Currently, it is on display in Zach
Zach
Bagans' haunted
Bagans.
museum in Las
They
Vegas.
say
which kind of
Baggins.
detracts
It's
from its
Bagans.
first
It's
reputation,
gonna
if
be
we're being honest. Once an item like this becomes a sideshow, some of that
Yeah.
allure is lost.
It's
But
lost, yeah.
apparently it was the star of an episode of Ghost Adventures Live,
And
people
it's like-
alone
it's like,
decided to
okay.
see what it was all about. The The musician touched the box and claimed to have paid the price ever
Yeah.
since. He says he heard the voice of a little girl upon touching it and ran away soon after.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, after encountering a dark, shadowy figure, Post Malone sent Baggins a picture of a giant bruise on his arm.
Yeah.
Could Dybbuk from the box be looking to possess a pop star? I guess
Who
we'll find out
knows?
in due time.
What if he already is?
We've got the Hope Diamond. Every person who
Diamond,
has laid
yeah.
claim to this diamond over the years has fallen victim to a terrible fate. It's a priceless gemstone, rumored to have been stolen from an ancient statue deep below a mine in India. Of course, it's got to be.
Hopefully these videos don't repeat each other,
See,
right?
the original thief that is said to have stolen it is also rumored to have died a horrible death. Then, every person who's come into contact with it has perished in gruesome, high-profile ways. From committing tragic suicides to being torn apart by angry mobs to having their head chopped off, the Hope Diamond brought despair wherever it went. There is even the case of someone
But there they
being
don't
killed
explain
by
the history,
wild
right?
dogs for owning the gem, which is pretty wild. Eventually, the diamond made it into the hands of Harry Winston, who decided he'd seen enough. He wasn't going to hold on to this famous gem and wait for tragedy to befall him, so he donated the diamond to the Smithsonian, which is where it still resides today. But that wasn't quite the end of it. Unfortunately, the mailman who delivered the diamond to the museum got in a car accident, crushing his leg and injuring his head. So even when it was on its way to a charitable place of rest, the Hope Diamond caused one last bit of trouble. Maybe a great deal of the tragedies befalling those who owned the Hope Diamond came about because of their rich and famous lifestyles, but it is odd that so many strange events occurred around the gem for so many years. Thankfully, most of these curses are locked away or largely inaccessible to the average individual. It's hard to accidentally come across a curse these days, despite what the movies might tell you. So, what'd you think of the list? Have you encountered
No, he's
anything like
right.
these before? What's the craziest curse you've ever
Because there are no such thing as curses.
Are
I'm just
curses
kidding.
real, or do we just imagine them and make
Yeah, that's it. Because the rest of the video is like comments and stuff. Yeah. Let's watch King Tut's Curse, the true story. I think I watched this myself, on my own, or if not, I don't remember if I watched this live on stream. But in other words,
The 1920s,
Oh,
a period
shit,
of
that's so
glamour,
loud.
fortune, and a strange obsession with Egypt.
yeah.
Since the late 1700s, starting with the discovery of the Rosetta Stone by Napoleon, the Western world was captivated by the allure of ancient Egyptian culture. The civilization's culture was rich with old gods.
You know what's crazy too? The English have part of the Rosetta Stone that they don't want to give back to, like, Egypt. It's like, what the fuck, right?
And powerful
Then they have part of the Parthenon. It's like,
pharaohs,
come
and of course,
on, dude.
literal riches in gold,
Is it the
silver, and
Smithsonian,
many
or
other
I forget
ancient
what other
treasures.
the fucking national British?
Their architecture was glorious and immense. The fact that anything could have survived those thousands of years was just plain fascinating to the ever-expanding Western society. The land was impossibly old, ancient even to the Romans and Greeks. Enter Howard Carter,
Fuck, what happened to his neck? Why is it like?
a young and ambitious Egyptologist who, inspired by his father,
Like, you know, these pictures are like, they're like older pictures that have been colorized, right?
moved to Egypt to further his studies. By 1899, Carter was the appointed inspector for many excavations in Thebes. Carter oversaw various excavations funded by the American archaeologist Theodore Davis. These excavations were done in the Valley of the Kings, the legendary archaeological site, where to this day, new artifacts and tombs are still being found. It didn't always go smoothly. In 1904, Carter was moved.
I mean, like,
to Lower
archaeology is
Egypt
good,
following a
right? But like,
dispute
when you
with
do stuff
locals
like that,
concerning theft,
like you
he
take
soon
like
earned a
certain
reputation
countries,
in the world
like,
of
you know,
Egyptology
artifacts, that's
for
like
his
bad.
extremely meticulous way of
In my opinion, they
excavating and
belong to the
preserving
country
tombs,
themselves.
as well as accurately cataloging all that laid inside. By 1906, Carter was down on his luck and was no longer supervising anything following the contentious Saqqara affair. He made his money selling paintings to locals until 1907. Most assumed his career was over and that he would just become a footnote in history, but soon everything would change for the Kensington-born Englishman. In 1907, Howard Carter was approached by George Herbert, better known as Lord Carnarvon. Carnarvon was, like many, entranced by the romanticized view of ancient Egypt and was ready to throw money at the best of the best to unearth something new. Carter was quite eager to get back on his feet and advance understanding of the past. Carnarvon was excited to see what Carter could offer in terms of historical knowledge, and also felt if things went well, a lot of money could be gained if something new was discovered.
Yes,
They'd worked together for many years when 1914 rolled around. After a long
He's
wait,
already a
the
lord, you know what I
expedition
mean? What
had
else do you
received
need?
permission to dig in the Valley of the Kings. It was not fate that made Carter return to the valley. During his early cataloging days, he noticed that almost all of the tombs and mummies were accounted for, except one, that being King Tutankhamun, and Carter was determined to prove his theory of the Boy King's whereabouts. Tutankhamun, or Tut as he soon became known as, was a fairly unremarkable pharaoh, having reigned from 1332 BC to 1323 BC. He died at age
Basically, like 11
18,
years.
having really only reformed parts of the Egyptian religion and moved the capital to Thebes. He was hardly Ramses II. The genuine interest was the tomb itself. All the tombs from the Great Pyramids of Giza to the smallest private burials had long since been picked clean by grave robbers. An undiscovered tomb still containing the many treasures would be a historical event.
That's important, right?
1914 wasn't
Because
really...
I guess this is more like archaeologists' viewpoints, right? Like they're just trying to make it big, but also trying to like discover stuff, right? Because I guess like the problem that they're trying to solve is to find Tutankhamun's resting place, right?
An excellent year to start due to a little-known event called World War I. The Great War quickly engulfed Europe and thus the eyes of the world. Excavation soon halted, and Carter was forced to work as a diplomatic courier. He so badly wanted to get back to digging, but he grinned and bared it the best he could. The war grinded on until 1918, but by 1917, Carter and Carnarvon were allowed back digging in the valley, eager and ready to find the long-lost tomb of King Tut. After 4 years of long and arduous digging, Carter and his team found the most baffling thing of all: absolutely nothing. Carter had a gut feeling he was close. Carnarvon was less than confident in his partner's optimism. He had wasted a lot of money, and nothing had been found. Carter begged Carnarvon for one last season of digging. Carnarvon reluctantly agreed to it. November 4th, 1922 started off dull and unmemorable. A 12-year-old water boy working for the expedition named Hussein Abdel Rasul sometime that day found something odd while getting water. He told Carter about it, who quickly began digging. He soon sent a letter to Carnarvon, begging him to get to the Valley of the Kings as soon as he could. He arrived on November 23rd alongside his daughter, Lady Evelyn. By the 26th, the tomb had been fully uncovered, but it still wasn't clear if it was the tomb of King Tut.
Because it
On
had
that
been
day,
a
Carter,
different pharaoh, right?
alongside Carnarvon, Evelyn,
something, or
and
a
assistant
different,
Arthur Callender, made a small
person
hole in the
that uncovered.
doorway using a chisel Carter had
Like, you know,
gotten
not
for his
only like
17th
did
birthday.
the
As Carter
pharaohs
looked
get
through
like
the doorway
burials, also like
into a tomb not touched for over 3,000 years, Carnarvon asked curiously,
"Do you see anything?"
in which Carter famously replied with glee,
"Yes, wonderful things."
wow.
He could see gold and valuable items everywhere. Lighting fixtures were soon placed, and further excavation began. The team had discovered the long-lost tomb of King Tut. The hopes of fame and fortune were finally over. It was arguably one of the most significant historical discoveries in the 20th century. They were living history at this point. They found over 5,000 artifacts as well as the Boy King himself. King Tut's body still laid there just as it had so long ago, untouched by the ravages of time and the cruelty of robbery.
Because that, like, you know, and it's also like interesting too, because like, basically, you know, the pyramids of Giza and other burial sites were just staying in Egypt for like the longest time. What was said, and actually, and I'll back this up, right? Yeah, I don't know. Basically, what I'm trying to say is like I heard from somewhere that the Egyptian pyramids were said to basically be guarded by jinns and like other you know, crazy stories from like basically the Arabic world, right? Other crazy creatures and stuff like that. So a lot of people like saw it as bad luck to go towards the Egyptian pyramid, the pyramids of Giza and stuff like that, and the other smaller pyramids, right? And burial sites because it was also like kind of like taboo to kind of like unearth people's burial sites, right? So a lot of these things were remained untouched, right? Until like English graveyard robbers and people that started learning, oh fuck, maybe these places aren't cursed as we thought, right? Began ransacking the places, right? For whatever the fuck they could. Uh, at least that's my fucked up interpretation of everything. It's fucked because I don't know if I'm basing this off of fact or just like a fucking one off thing I heard. Yeah.
The story of the Curse of King Tut began in March of 1923. The wrath of the disturbed started with a canary owned by Carter. One morning, while excavating the tomb, he heard a strange noise. He soon found his pet bird being eaten by a cobra. In Egyptian folklore, cobras represent royalty.
Yeah.
Many sarcophagi were adorned with cobras atop the face carved into the sarcophagus. Some writers saw this act as the royalty fighting back from the beyond. The story quickly spread, but Carter paid no mind
it was
to
sensationalized,
calling
right?
the idea of a curse.
Tommy Rock.
Soon the
Tommy
writer
Ron.
Mary Corelli wrote an
It's
article in the
Tommy
New York
Ron.
World claiming that dire
Is
consequences
this why like
will
the English
befall
is said to
any
be
who enter the tomb.
or not said it's said to say poppycock and other weird fucking
At the same time, Carnarvon was quick to capitalize on the expedition's success, selling the exclusive media rights
Like,
to cover the
Toadsworth says
opening of the
something
tomb
like
to the
that.
British
Like,
newspaper, The
just get it
Times.
out. I'm like
This
basing this off of,
obviously
like
aggravated
partisan
other
time.
newspapers, but their time to shine was coming very,
The
very
joke.
near. Carter and Carnarvon were in a skirmish on how to handle the Egyptian authorities that oversaw the excavation of the tomb. The partnership between Carter and Carnarvon was coming to a close. The argument was never fully settled. Little did they know it would all end so much sooner than expected.
This video's kind of
The
cool.
curse
you
was
know?
still in the minds of the
Like, kinda, I mean, like,
superstitious
really
when
cool.
Carnarvon was bitten by a mosquito on March
And then he got
19th.
sick.
Nobody
by
thought
malaria.
much about it. Soon, he cut the wound open by accident while shaving. It got infected,
Yeah.
and on April 5th,
Oh, never mind, it's not
1923,
malaria.
he died. The cause of death was blood poisoning, which became pneumonia,
Yeah.
all caused by the mosquito bite. Carnarvon had been in poor health for decades following a car accident. It seemed the mosquito had been the last straw for the 56-year-old. Newspapers soon reported on that day that all the power in Cairo suddenly went out. Alongside blackouts, rumor has it that back home in England, Lord Carnarvon's dog let out one final bellow, as he also died on April 5th. Neither
Yeah.
of these stories can be absolutely confirmed, although it should
So
be
they're
noted
rumors,
power failings
right?
in Cairo were common, and the person who
Yeah.
reported the dog's death, Lord Porchester, was in India at the time. At first, it was just a bird eaten by a cobra, but now the media was ready to pounce. They
Yeah.
saw huge potential in selling the curse
So
story
this
to
is
Western
sensationalism
audiences.
coming in, right?
Newspapers were not allowed to cover the exclusive opening of the tomb, but nobody said they couldn't cover everything
Yeah, everything
surrounding
else,
it,
yeah.
including the curse that had seemingly gone from rumor to front page news
You see
after the
the
unfortunate death of Lord
basically
Carnarvon.
hungering media is just
The media was swarming.
tearing
It was the
everything apart,
introduction
right?
of Sir
Like, I
Arthur
want this
Conan
part,
Doyle,
this part,
the
right?
creator of Sherlock Holmes,
Yeah.
who furthered the story of the curse. Doyle, at the time, was obsessed with the occult and latched onto a story of a curse immediately. Without a
Yeah.
shadow of a doubt, he attributed Carnarvon's death to cursed
I'm
elementals.
gonna end up like Doyle, dude. I have, like some fucking like there's gonna be like a big ass archive of my streams. I'm gonna have like 20 successful books one day. I'm gonna be like, Ruben was obsessed with the occult, just like they're saying about this guy.
who protected the tomb. Doyle was already an extremely influential
Ay, ay,
person,
ay.
and his word was not
No
taken
manches,
lightly.
dude, I
One
swear.
newspaper outlet furthered the interest in the paranormal goings-on and insisted that the entrance of the tomb read,
They who enter this tomb shall swift be visited by the wings of death.
Yeah.
mysteriously, this phrase inscribed has vanished. There is no official word on the
Yeah.
entrance having anything like that plastered out the front.
Mhm.
Another common phrase in newspapers was text from an Anubis statue
Yeah,
in
as
the
you
tomb.
see, a lot
The
of this
papers claimed
stuff
it
is just
said,
like, you
I
know,
will kill all
it's,
those who cross this threshold into the sacred precincts sings
word
the
of
royal
like not
king
word of mouth,
lives forever.
and more like
In reality, all it said
like
was,
one newspaper says
I am
this,
the
one
one who
newspaper says
prevents
that.
the
You know what I
end
mean?
from
It's
lost in the
conflicting,
secret
right?
chamber.
Yeah. Wait, what was the first quote? I will kill all of those who cross this threshold into the sacred precincts of the royal king who lives forever. I am the one who prevents the sand from the secret chamber.
Besides the untimely death and threats of the mummy's curse, the excavation went on, and eventually King Tut himself was inspected, unwrapped and under examination by Dr. Douglas Derry and Dr. Salah Bey Hamdi with
We
Carter
call
in
him the
attendance. The
The
group wanted to learn
sarcophagus,
more about the
whatever.
Boy King and little more. While conducting the autopsy, something strange was noticed. Tut's face had a lesion on his cheek,
Yeah.
strangely resembling the same one that Lord Carnarvon had on his face after the mosquito bite. By this point, Carnarvon was already buried. It wasn't possible to determine if it was the same cheek and if
Yeah.
it literally looked the same. Regardless, this discovery to the media pointed even more to something paranormal going on. Carter and his team were granted full rights to dig and excavate without any interference, so that's what he did.
Yeah.
Pictures were taken, artifacts were carefully removed and sent home to England. Carter was moving at a rapid speed, and the world continued to be fascinated by the discovery.
You know, that sucks.
The
It's
more
like a
Carter's
lot of
team
this
dug,
stuff.
the more the
remained in
death
that
toll
country.
seemingly rose. George J. Gould was a powerful financer, son of the infamous
But then there's the other
robber
side where,
Baron
like, you know,
J.
certain
Gould.
countries would actually get rid
Gould
of
was
their
allowed to
ancient,
visit
like,
the tomb,
findings, you know what I
something
mean?
wealthy Westerners
Because they would see
do,
it as cursed.
seeing
or
the
something
site
like
as a
that.
symbol of power and not its true historical importance.
So, like, there's aspects
Gould
like
seemed
that.
to contract a fever while on his trip
You know,
to use
for
Tut
example,
to
in like here, in like South America, not here in South America, here in the Americas, right? Certain priests would basically burn Native American you know um, treasures and different writings and stuff like that because they would see it as wicked or the devil made you write that, right, and bullshit like that, right. And because they also wanted to spread Christianity, right. But those who managed and those who were brave enough to grab certain excerpts and send them to like England or some other countries actually ended up helping preserve some of the Native American um treasures and kind of like culture, I want to say, but like not really because it's so far away.
further his own importance. It soon turned into pneumonia, and he died
But
in
yeah,
the French
there's that
Riviera
aspect
shortly
too.
after leaving the Valley of the Kings.
It's like
He was
nuanced.
59 at the time. Dying of pneumonia was pretty common at the
So I'm
time,
being
although
biased,
it
yeah,
is
that's-
fun to
that's-
imagine Tut swiftly enacting revenge on a greedy railroad tycoon. By 1925, things were going fairly
And like
smoothly with
tycoons
no
too,
deaths
huh?
and
Because
no
this is like when
problems,
big business started
until
rising.
Carter's friend, Sir Bruce Ingham, was supposedly given a paperweight of a real mummified hand as a gift. Attached to that hand was a scarab bracelet that read,
Cursed be he who moves my body. To him shall come fire, water, and pestilence.
Ingham's house soon burned to the ground. Luckily, he survived. It was rebuilt, but the hand still remained.
Yeah.
A flood quickly struck Ingham's newly rebuilt house, and he lost it again.
Sensationalized.
This all sounds credible,
Yeah.
but we couldn't find a single source to corroborate this story. If it happened, it's quite the coincidence, but that's a mighty if.
Yeah.
Howard Carter himself still did not give a second thought on the chance of there being a curse. He said,
The sentiment of Egyptologists is not one of fear, but of respect and awe, entirely opposed to foolish superstitions.
That same year, Carter ironically reported seeing a jackal, the same animal that the Egyptian god Anubis was based upon, for the first time while working in the desert for over 30 years. Deny the gods and they will show themselves, we suppose.
What does a jackal look like? Oh, okay. Like I assume we saw one like that looked like Anubis.
Time went on and the curse was less sensationalized as it once was, but Carter was still hard at work, and by 1928, they were only a few years away from finally putting the Valley of the Kings and Tut behind them. Just because interest started to die down didn't mean those who entered were safe by any means. The next supposed
traps
victim
and
of
stuff.
King Tut was Arthur Cruttenden Mace, who died in 1928 due to complications with pneumonia. Mace was part of Carter's team from the beginning and suffered from pneumonia for years. He was in a nursing home when he died. Mace's passing seemed to be one of the media's last attempts to capitalize on the curse story they still had been selling. The final death that was attributed to the curse was Richard Bethel, who was Carter's secretary during the discovery and excavation. In 1929, he died in his bed at a Mayfair club, seemingly from a heart attack. What was strange is that the man never had any other health conditions. During his autopsy, they found that he died from asphyxiation. The leading theory soon became that he was murdered. But the problem with that is nobody at the club heard a break-in, and the lock on the door was still intact, same with the windows. If he was murdered, then the crime was never officially solved. Bethel would be the last death associated with the excavation of Tutankhamun's tomb.
See, so there's like the weird aspect, right? Like what's going on here?
Like the Great Depression.
So it's more like mysteries, right? Or uncertainties, because these
By
stories weren't
1932, it was
they
all
weren't
over.
really covered well.
The tomb was
They were
successfully
sensationalized,
excavated,
right?
and everything inside was carefully cataloged and accounted for.
This is important
Howard
not to
Carter
do that.
had made the most magnificent discovery.
What is it called? Yellow Journal. Journalism, right? Journalism is based upon sensationalism and crude exaggeration. Yeah, straight up. It just is. We got to be better with that.
Modern world. During the
And even nowadays, we still have a form of yellow journalism. Whenever like they report on politics and stuff, it's all like, we gotta do something against Donald Trump, right? And it's like stupid in the sense that, like, it's sometimes virtual signaling, right? Because certain companies do the things that they strive others to make. I don't know how to explain that. Basically, like I'm not saying like like that's like saying fuck Trump is like bad, right? Like it's true. Trump is a fucking bad figure, right? He's a horrible person, right? But like like they were like, oh my god, Donald Trump is racist, blah blah blah, and then like you look at like fucking Joe Biden's career over time, and like you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is going on? We're electing not so well known racist. Like it's just like so much stuff I can get into, right? But the point is, I'm still like mad we didn't like Bernie Sanders. See what
excavation, he had been honored by the Egyptian king at the
But
time.
what
Toured
was I
around the
gonna
world
say?
giving speeches and talking
This is
about
my
his
bad
discovery.
argument, right?
Even President Calvin Coolidge requested a private lecture from Carter in 1924. Carter
the good thing is
retired
that
soon
Donald
after
Trump
work
isn't
on the tomb
around
ended.
anymore.
He would spend the rest of his life living in Egypt and England and dealing in art from time
It looks
to
like
time.
Biden is
Carter
doing the
lived
best
alone,
he can.
having made few friends
No,
due
he's
to
a
his
little
quick
senile.
temper, something he was keenly aware of. He never
He's
showed
that big.
interest in marriage.
Not like
in
super
some
senile,
ways,
just
he had
that
always been married to his work. One can imagine the aging archaeologist sitting in his chair long into the night, continuing to learn about things he never knew, all because he valued knowledge above all. Howard Carter
It's
passed
like,
away
the first
in
2 years of
1939
Trump's
from
presidency, a lot of these news
All
stories
the years
against
he
Trump
spent
were like
working possibly contributed to his death.
same
He
thing,
gave
right?
his
Over and
own
over and over again.
mortality
Until
to
like I
unearth
guess
something we never
COVID
thought
began,
possible.
right? Once COVID
Although he
began,
was
that
no
was a
Indiana
turning point.
Jones,
Like,
he might have
reporting.
actually
Now I
been
started
better.
reporting on actual like facts, right?
His unique way of excavating
But there was still
and
virtual
preserving
signaling
history
and stupid
while
shit
showing
like
it to the
that.
modern world has inspired archaeologists to this day. His grave to this day carries this inscription, taken from the wishing cup of Tutankhamun.
May your spirit live. May you spend millions
Bringing that
of
up
years,
because
who love
back
thieves,
then what would have happened
sitting
is
with
that
your face
it would have
to the
like
north
covered
wind,
like
your
maybe
eyes
not so important
beholding.
events, but sensationalize them. Maybe like get like people to buy the newspaper.
The
More
story
often.
is finished, and the curse is now just folklore. But we'd quickly like to go over a major theory that historians have about one of Tut's supposed victims. One popular
this
theory
is-
of
this video is
Carnarvon's
basically
death
the truth on what happened.
specifically was that the
The curse.
tomb had deadly spores that were
Yeah.
unleashed when the doors were opened, thus leading to his death. This theory is
Oh.
often used to explain the
Yeah,
other
I've
deaths
heard
as
that
well.
one before.
This theory
Like,
is
is
easily
this fake?
disproven. The idea of tomb toxins is quite popular, but there is little proof of it in reality.
Yeah, because
Other
we would have been
excavations
able
of
to find
tombs haven't shown
the
any dangerous toxins.
what I'm saying is like we would have been able to find the spores and stuff already, right? For sure. Like some scientists would have gone there anyways on their own. Like you gotta like sample some like the tomb site, right? and just been like, oh, like maybe like a week or two later, been like, oh yeah, these are spores. They inhaled this.
And when Egyptologists wear masks in the tombs, is because of dust and sand,
Yeah.
nothing more. Such toxins would also kill a lot slower than a couple of weeks in the case of Lord Carnarvon, and a lot quicker than the other people who died over the years.
Yeah.
It's an idea that sounds good on paper, but when you look into the statistics, there's nothing. No spores, no toxic air, just an unlucky bite from a mosquito killed Lord Carnarvon.
Yeah.
Not a curse from times past or toxics from a millennia closed room.
It was just bad timing, right? Like I said. Unfortunate. Fortunate circumstances.
It may sound fun to talk about curses and King Tut, but as you can see, there is almost no evidence for it.
Yeah.
Look at this statistic. Of the 58 people present when the tomb was opened, only 8 died within 12 years. Some of the last survivors of the expedition included Lady Evelyn Carnarvon, who died in 1980 at age 78. She almost lived long enough to see her on-screen depiction in the Brendan Fraser 1999 Mummy movie. The notion of curses
Holy shit.
in 1980 at age 78.
Well, it's a
She
painting,
almost
right?
lived long enough to see her on-screen depiction in the Brendan Fraser 1999
Damn, they did
Mummy
such a
movie.
good job.
The notion of
They
curses
did such a
in
good
Egypt
job
is a lot
in
more
fucking
complicated than what
getting the right
average person
actors to
thinks.
portray her.
Curses were overall rare to find in tombs.
Yeah.
Most that have been discovered come from private tombs from the Old Kingdom era. These curses are less about death and more hilarious specific threats. A man named Ankatifi had this carved into his tomb.
Any ruler who shall do evil or wickedness to this coffin, may Hamen not accept any goods he offers, and may his hair not inherit.
Not exactly the most threatening curse.
Yeah.
There are a few curses from the New Kingdom era that threaten death to robbers, but they are so rare, it's barely worth bringing up.
Yeah.
The belief in mummy curses as we know it really began in 1827. A writer named John Loudon Webb wrote a book called The Mummy that features a curse that brings a mummy back to life to take revenge. She was inspired by an 1821 London striptease show where a mummy was unwrapped. This story beat was soon repeated by other writers like Louisa May Alcott.
Wait, so there's the Mummy, there's Frankenstein. I think the guy that wrote Dracula is a guy, right? I'm strong. But the point is, back then there was a bunch of like Victorian feminism, right? Which basically had certain writers kind of like hide themselves as or rather get aliases, right? And present maybe a feminine viewpoint in stories that they would create and try to maybe like spread their books around in order to kind of like stop or not stop, but like basically educate people on issues and stuff like that through stories, right?
Eventually leading to the
a pretty good
1932
way of putting it, but,
Universal
like,
horror movie and its many
uh,
remakes and
you know.
sequels.
And there's obviously like stuff like that.
At the end of the day, myth, legend, and good old misinformation keeps the idea of the
like-
curse of King Tut alive. It's a fun story.
What I'm thinking of, because like Frankenstein is different. Frankenstein's just like an actual like horror. Like it's like pretty much like the beginning of like horror stories, right? But most famous for she was the third of six children. All right. I did use a pseudonym. Ensure privacy and issue celebrity pen names. because like basically she would have been like exiled from like I guess like the author or in book world, you know what I mean?
And much has been done with it,
Because that's what
but
I
it
learned from like
obscures
school.
the history and the culture.
And back then,
Makes
people
Egypt
were not
look backward
open
and
to
out of
reading
step with
books
the world.
written by
Tabloid
like,
writers don't care about nations or cultures,
like,
it's
those
all about the
horrible-
money. They also don't see how great a discovery this truly was. History in Egypt was forever changed on a November day. It should be celebrated as such.
Yeah.
All the people who found the tomb did an excellent service to history. All of them, from Howard Carter to Hussein
I don't know why I
Abdel
brought that up,
Rasool,
but like it's just
made the
interesting
grade
fact.
with
It's what I
flying
wanted to
colors. The fact a fictional curse dreamed up by
I kinda
hack
lost the
frauds
thought there.
like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle and papers owned by individuals like William Randolph Hearst obscures this achievement is truly sad. King Tut's tomb was found almost 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Howard Carter died 83 years ago. Let the curse die. Let the history live. For history, unlike life, never ends.
I suppose most excavators would confess to a feeling of awe, almost embarrassment, when they break into a tomb closed and sealed by pious hands so many centuries ago. We had penetrated 2 chambers, but when we came to a golden shrine with doors closed and sealed, we realized that we were in the presence of the dead king. We were to witness a spectacle such as no other man in our times had been privileged to see. Laid on that golden outer lid was a tiny wreath of flowers, as it pleased us to think, the last farewell offering of the widowed girl queen to her husband. Among all that regal splendor, everywhere
Here, I
on the
guess is
streets
a
of
case of
gold,
like I guess like
there was nothing
like,
so
like I said
beautiful
earlier, like they
as
actually did
those
try to find the
few
guy,
withered
right?
flowers.
But there was also like some
They
like
told us
financial aspect,
what a
That's
short
like-
period,
or rather a
3,300
financial motive,
years
which is
really was.
I wouldn't say greed either. It's like there's not enough fact, or at least not enough substantiating. The point is, what you call it? It was a very interesting time back then. Stuff like this just come out. All this. Is it awake? I don't know. Because I'm dragging a box right now. I don't know what that is. But yeah, oh fuck. But yeah, what was I gonna say? But yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of these facts are like lost to time because of sensation, and there's not much backing up like curses and stuff like that, right? Which is one aspect of curses that I want to bring up because you know, in the case of movies, you're gonna hear like, oh my god, in the movie said this happened or oh that happened, right? Uh, it's like sensationalized, right? But when you dig in and maybe like ask the people in the set, maybe they'll play into it, or maybe they won't. The truth won't like reveal itself right away, right?
Stoop
There's
chair.
a lot of
Yeah, we're
stuff.
kicking this hot.
Anyhow, did I watch this video? Top 10 amazing. Yeah, we're gonna watch it.
To list off with a chair. It's pretty spooky. Let's
let's
number 10,
let's just get-
the Busby stoop chair. Yeah,
So now we're back to like curses again, right? Instead of just like one. This is 10 cursed objects. I think these objects are dolls and the Ouija. Yeah.
kicking this haunted list off with a chair. It's pretty spooky. Let's do it. The Busby stoop chair comes from 1702, 10 years after the Salem witch trials. So take this one with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? People made odd choices back then.
Yeah.
Women were witches and chairs were evil. Welcome to 1702, folks. Englishman Thomas Bubsy had some issues with his father-in-law, and he didn't handle them too well, so now he has to be, hanged for it. Yeah, you can't just kill people for no reason, Thomas. What is this, 1692? He was hanged near the Humble Inn, ironic, but a chair that was nearby is now said to hold the spirit of one Thomas Busby. If you sit on this chair, you are set to die in a frightful accident. So the chair was declared haunted, but did anything actually happen? Honestly, yeah, kind of. Locals say that during World War II, airmen from a nearby base came to the pub, the inn
And then
rather,
they died?
and those
Oh
who
my
sat
God,
on
don't
it
say that.
never returned. In the 70s, more accidents were connected, but they still kept the chair around until 1978. It stayed in the inn for that long, until it was donated to the Thirsk Museum. Honestly, it's not even a rocking chair. It looks like it's
No, that's crazy again. See, this is why like it's like I said, there's like curses, right? Where like like maybe like unfortunate circumstances occur, like in a movie set, right? Then there's curses like oh that just like or kind of like bullshit, like oh like Annabelle can move and stuff like that, right? And she'll curse you and haunt you, right? And then there's curses like this, which are tied to like a historical event for some weird reason, which makes them borderline like conspiratorial. And it's kind of weird, right? To like think about them. So like, what does this mean about like, maybe like the people behind the creation of these stories, right? Like, why would they bring this up? And it's something I want everybody to think about. I'll be back right now. I'm gonna get like a slice of pizza. Not only am I like back. Usually I like watching the videos. That's not fun. Okay, got myself a cup of milk. The pizza's heating up. Just wait a little longer. You all may hear the fan, maybe not. I don't know. But I'm So I just wanted to mention, I just realized this. A lot of the stuff that we have here is a lot of stuff from the English media. So people end up watching like 3 videos on haunted objects in Spanish. Uh, sure, let's watch this one. ¿Qué tiene? Entra. He's an exorcist. What the fuck? I keep on spelling it Jesus without an H. This will go like maybe not last. Venganza en 24 horas? What the fuck? What is this shit? The most powerful books? What am I getting myself into? Curandero norteño reveló. Fuck it, we'll watch a news story. Because there's also like a cultural aspect, right? To different cultures and stuff like that, where they use curses and stuff to heal those they know and maybe curse those who curse somebody else, right? There's a lot of stuff like that. Maybe we'll get to learn some more today. I don't know. Like I said, I'm not planning on watching all of these videos. Hopefully, as you know, I'm planning on watching most of these videos. But who knows how far we get, right?
Should be a rocking chair,
Yeah,
but it's not a rocking chair. That's the scariest part, if you ask me. Number 9. The hands resist him. I listed off some dark paintings not too long ago.
Oh
but
yeah, the
somehow
paintings.
I forgot the hands resisting him. Painter Bill Stoneham created this work of art back in 1972. It's most famously belonged to actor John Marley from The Godfather. He's the guy who wakes up with the horse's head in his bed,
and the
because
door
you have seen
opens
that
and
movie.
closes.
So that actor got this painting at one point, but later it was found on eBay with claims that it was cursed from an anonymous previous seller. And the painting was found abandoned in an alley behind a brewery. So that sounds pretty promising. Almost immediately, the new owner of the painting, the family, their daughter claimed to have seen people in the painting move. Yeah. On top of that, apparently the figures would leave the painting and mess up the house. I mean, as far as excuses go, that's not bad for a messy house. Oh, I cleaned up earlier, but those damn paintings.
I don't know how to
Number 8.
think about that, right?
Number. The song
It's kind of like
8675309 has been stuck in my head
urban
for
legend
about
too.
18 years now. That song is a banger. Honestly, great jingle too. If a pizza place had thought of that jingle at first, would have been game over, if you ask me. A cursed phone number. Is there such a thing? Apparently, yes. 359-888, and then a bunch of 8s afterwards. I don't want to say it out loud, you know? So what's the deal here? Well, anybody who's had this phone number in the last 20
this one
years
keeps
or so
being brought
has
up
met their
again and
fate
again.
almost immediately after. CEO of a Bulgarian phone company, cancer at 48, that's how he passed away. 2 criminals later on, both a little more mysterious than cancer, they both passed away afterwards. All these deaths happened within 4 years.
I'm gonna get
That's the
cursed
cursed
now.
aspect of it all. The phone number was suspended, so nobody
If this talking point comes up 8 times, I'm getting cursed.
is able to use it now. In case you're thinking about it, don't do it. Maybe it's because of this curse, or maybe it has ties to crime. Either way, 8675309 is still stuck in my head. I'm gonna go down with that song right as soon as we're done here. Number 7, the Bassano vase. This vase comes from the 15th century. It made for an excellent wedding gift in Italy, but the night before the big day, the bride sadly lost her life with the vase still in her hands. The family kept it afterwards, of course, but as the vase was passed down the family line, a pattern began to unveil itself. Whomever held possession of the Bassano vase died shortly afterwards. Now, keep in mind, this was the 15th century, so the average lifespan around then was like, I don't know, 30 years old. But after that many deaths in the family, it was packed away for good, just to be safe, or so they thought. The vase showed up again in 1988 alongside a note. The note was pretty to the point. It said, "Beware this vase, it brings death." Whoever found it was probably like, okay. They continued on with the vase, and later it was auctioned for over $2,000, sans note, of course. You don't want to throw that in there. The pharmacist who won the auction, you guessed it, passed away within months. Number 6. Baker's wedding dress. Why is it in so many horror movies that the ghost is always a lady in a white dress? Why are there so many ghosts in nightgowns? What's going on? Why are you all so sleepy? Maybe
Why
they're
is that
taken
a
out
thing,
before
right?
their wedding night over a vase, or maybe it's this one. Back in 1849 in the small town of Altoona, Pennsylvania, Elias Baker and his wife Hetty lived in the Baker mansion. They had 2 sons and 1 daughter named Anna. Anna had fallen in love with one of her father's employees, another steel worker, but after her father wouldn't allow the relationship to take off, classic, Anna vowed to never marry anybody, and she locked herself away in her room. Now, when her father passed away in 1848, she went to go find her true love again, but he had since settled down with somebody else. So she spent the rest of her days behaving erratically, and her soul still haunts that same wedding dress today. The wedding dress she never ended up using. Not just the dress, the mansion is haunted as well. Guests would report furniture moving around by itself. Honestly, it's not a bad haunting, if you ask me. Moving couches? That would be a great help. I have a terrible back. I would love that. Number 5. The Crying Boy painting. Just the name alone. Okay, I want nothing to do with this one. Yeah, we're back with another haunted painting. What is this, Hogwarts? Why are so many paintings moving around at night? This English curse kicked off in the 50s. They would happen to a reproduction of Bruno Amadio's The Crying Boy painting, but this painting is apparently responsible for lots of fires. In September 1985, a family's home burnt down, everything was gone, but the painting looked untouched. British tabloid The Sun even published a story on it, which I'm sure helped the situation. It read, "Blazing curse of the Crying Boy picture." Now, we laugh at beliefs from the Middle Ages and all that, but we're not really much further here, are we? People smoking in every house in the 50s were like, yeah, maybe it was a painting. It was probably that. Number 4, the Hope Diamond. Coming from the 1660s, this curse began when a gem dealer
you know, different eras had different habits, you know? And a lot of the things that they blamed themselves were a lot of things we take for common sense now, right? Like, don't smoke inside your house, right? you know, things have, if you do that, you notice that 100% of the time your house doesn't burn down. Unless you're like bad at cooking or something, I don't know.
Named Jean-Baptiste Tavernier bought this large diamond when visiting India. He bought it, apparently.
Okay, he bought it.
The origins of the diamond were unknown, but it didn't matter. This beauty was
guy's
just
onto
sitting
something.
there. He had to.
I like
later
this guy.
on, after Tavernier got the diamond, rumors spread throughout Europe and the United States that Tavernier actually stole the diamond from the statue of a Hindu goddess. The newspapers actually kicked this one off by publishing
Thank
the
God
Hope
that diamond cursed him.
as an ancient curse. The diamond at one point ended up in the hands of King Louis XVI and his wife Marie Antoinette. Now, if you don't know about them in history, they lost their lives during the French Revolution. We'll say that. The old guillotine dream team. The stone then went to Lord Francis Hope come
Notice how there's like mysticism when it comes to like almost like this weird era of like when I think it was the 18th century, right? Marie Antoinette. No, like late 17th century, right? I don't know. Yeah, late 18th century. Yeah. It was the late 18th century when this transpired, right? And what was I gonna say? No, but no, I was close. It's like World War One. But the point is, from like the late 1700s until like the 1900s. Oh, and like maybe like halfway, not even halfway, like till the end of like, you know, basically like the 1980s, 90s, around there. A lot of shit happened in our world, right? In our society, in our global society. A lot of like events just like flickered, you know, blew out, occurred, and you know it's insane. And also with these events, there's a lot of like, I guess like not insane. It's more like interesting that with a lot of these events that occurred, right, with like World War II. Oh my God, they opened the coffin and there's this event that happened. Or oh my God, this diamond was given to Marie Antoinette and then she ended up dying. Oh my God, right?
1839, and by that point it was deemed
certain curses are tied with
like the name, the Hope Diamond.
I guess like
they ended up selling the diamond shortly after being
events,
reduced to poverty. Then Evelyn Walsh McLean bought the stone.
It's almost like a
shortly after
like an alternative explanation, or some people almost tried to find an alternative explanation for why these figures were killed instead of like the actual reason for why they were killed.
Later hit by a truck. He
Kinda
survived,
weird.
but shortly after, his house caught fire. Moral of the story, you
Yeah.
don't need diamonds, for more reasons than one. Number 3, the Anguished Man. Historical paintings are cool,
Yeah.
but this is the first time I've read up on the Anguished Man myself. Gotta admit, it's pretty unsettling. Wow. It's considered one of the most haunted objects in the world, and it looks like it too. Definitely I would guess
Yeah.
I'd pick it out of the crowd. This oil painting was created by an unknown artist, but the actual paint is mixed with their blood. So their legit DNA is in this painting. Blood, sweat, and tears, literally. Not much is known of the artist as he passed away shortly after, but the current owner is Sean Robinson from Cumbria, England. His grandmother had given him the painting.
They said
wasn't
weird
much
stuff
known
happened.
beforehand, but his grandmother warned him.
They had
that
like
it
a
was
web series, right? Right? I swear, there's a guy that either he has a doll or he has a web painting and he like records it. Oh wow, that one looks sick as fuck. That's so interesting. What the fuck?
was cursed. Hey, here's
The
some
artists are
Werther's
cool,
originals
man.
and a cursed painting. Classic grandmas, you know how they do. Sean had to leave it in his basement at first because his wife wasn't a fan. More than fair. But when the basement flooded...
Oh, it's raining! Oh, it's raining! Finally! Oh, pero ya va a estar a small like pizza of my fucking. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that every time I talk? It's raining. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. We're gonna see
So
thunder. We're
mysterious
gonna see
and
everything.
That sucks. He had to then
Right here.
move it upstairs. After that point, the couple heard crying, screams, whispering
Turn
all
off the
throughout the
lights.
house. Things you don't want to hear alone in a house with a haunted painting. It got so bad, Robinson uploaded time-lapse footage to YouTube in 2011, and it shows the door closing by itself next to the painting. Check it out. Also, yeah, keep this in the basement for sure. I agree with
Yeah.
the missus on this one.
Oh yeah! Was it
Got
not right?
so bad, Robinson uploaded time-lapse footage
Yeah,
to
I told
YouTube.
you there's like a little web series. See, and there I was fucking switching it up a moment ago. I'm telling you, I remember some of this stuff. Like, not because I watched this video last year, but because I watched like a video similar to this one actually like a few years ago. Okay, it's gonna be thundering in a moment. Holy shit, the water would have done. Y'all hear the rain?
In 2011, and it shows the door
You guys are probably gonna hear my dad. They're gonna probably say he's gonna say some. Oh, it probably has like its own noise. Wait. That's regular NVIDIA. Okay, I thought the NVIDIA driver thing was on. Let me check my Slack fast before we continue on, right? Ooh, fuck. Slack. I wanna check something. Because like, dude, I've had the longest week, and I don't want this week to become. Julio. So let's see what else. Again, that painting's awesome. Like to explain the background is just so. It hits hard, right? It's just like they used no fucking blood. Like, you know, I say this about people, right? Like, I don't know how they can just do something so final because, especially as a back then, this painting's quite old, right? Doing that, you either had to like get somebody to like donate their blood, and you know they were gonna die, or you had to like, just like, you know what I mean? Fucking paint that painting with your own blood or something, and then no, you're gonna die in the next few days, because like that's insane. That's
closing by
insane to do
itself next
something
the
like
painting.
that.
Check it out. Also, yeah, keep this in the basement for sure. I agree with the misses on this one. Number 2, broken mirrors. It doesn't matter who you are, you've heard of this one at some point. You break a mirror and what do you get? Bad luck. You get 7 years of bad luck. Has this happened to you? If so, what year are you on? Are you close? How close are you to the 7-year mark? We got your back. You got this. You're so close. Ancient Romans kicked this one off. They believed that the human soul would renew every 7 years. That's where the whole 7-year thing comes into play. It takes time to repair the human soul, apparently. That combined with the belief that a mirror's reflection was a way into the soul, well, now we have one guy who feels really bad for breaking a mirror, essentially. Therefore, a curse. If you break a mirror, you're tearing the soul from the body and abandoning it. In Kazakhstan, if you break a mirror, evil spirits would haunt the person responsible for the damage. That's a pretty scary deal. You gotta keep those hands grippy. They say you can't look into broken mirror pieces afterwards, or else that's bad luck in itself. There's too many mirrors now, honestly, cut through today. I'm sure ancient Romans had no idea what 2022 would look like. We have phone cases with mirrors in them now. That's a lot of bad luck in jean pockets, my friends. And coming in number 1, curse of the Billy Goat. Can a team be cursed? Is that such a thing? Here we go. I mean, I live in Toronto, home of the Maple Leafs, and we don't see a lot of wins on that side, but the Chicago Cubs curse, well, that was a huge deal for a very long time.
the sports one
comes from 1945, when a man named Bill Sionis.
There's a curse for the Dodgers or something like that. I forget which one it is, or what was it? Not the Dodgers. They called something. The Yankees, right? They lose if this thing happens or something like that.
Nicknamed Billy Goat. He was kicked out of a Chicago Cubs game. Yeah, he actually didn't even get into game 4 to begin with. Was he too intoxicated? No. Did he bring a live goat with him to this game? Yes, that was why. Yeah, Bill brought with him his pet goat for good luck. So after the staff said, no, you can't enter the 1945 World Series with a live goat, he then cursed the club over and over on the way out. What a guy. Saying the Cubs ain't gonna win no more, over and over again. And that was the game that they dropped the ball. So something kind of happened. The Detroit Tigers won and the curse of the Billy Goat kicked off.
Because that would have to be like my fan.
Come 1994, the Cubs had lost 12 games in a row, their worst home start in history. So Sam Sionis went to Wrigley Field, everybody was chanting to let the goat in, and then the Cubs won 5-2. I don't know. Humans in the 1700s were like, oh, that woman's cursed. She's a witch for sure. And then humans today are like, oh, that stadium's cursed. For sure cursed. We haven't changed. Moral of the story. I don't know.
Starting off this list in our number 10 spot, we have the Belcourt Castle chairs. Belcourt Castle is located in Newport, Rhode Island, and it is a former summer cottage. Construction on the cottage started in 1891.
Is autoplay on again?
Completed in 1894, and inside there is a ballroom. This ballroom is important because it is said that
Billy the Goat
haunted chairs. People who have visited the castle have reported a ton
why are they
of
on number
strange
10?
happenings regarding this
There's already
specific set of
number
chairs.
10 again.
The report includes things like feeling chills racing up and down their spines, or feeling a strange sensation in a shift of energy while standing near the chairs. And some people have even explained how they
my
have
eyes
been
go red. It's
pushed
just the lighting.
out of the chairs by an invisible
And
force.
red eye.
I feel like just hearing these stories might be enough
Not
to
because
explain
I'm the
energy
devil.
shift
I'm
some
kidding.
people are feeling, but
Next thing you know,
actually being pushed out of a chair by some
I'm like, Odivos fascinisti, or excuse me, how do you say that one? Fascinavi, hodie adversam, fortunam avebetis, something like that. Just saying something
sort of
like
invisible
crazy.
force would be absolutely terrifying.
Also, like, I want to say hepatitis every fucking time, but it's abebitis.
And simply unexplainable. What's going on there? In our number 9 spot today, we have The Orphan Story. This is a book that was originally written in the early 1600s, but it didn't end up getting published until 2018. The Orphan Story is about a 14-year-old Spanish boy who heads to the Americas. You know, a classic kind of coming-of-age feel-good story, right? Well, not exactly, and that is exactly the reason it took so long for this book to be published. While the curse in this book doesn't come from the story itself, there is something dark lurking in those pages. The book's publisher, Belinda Palacios, who worked on the book for 2 years, explained that throughout those years, she was often warned of the cursed book and how every publisher who had tried to work on it before ended up passing away in a mysterious way before they could finish the book. When Belinda looked into this, it turned out to be true. Her research showed that those who had tried to edit the book before her either found themselves in horrible accidents or with strange illnesses. Luckily, Belinda made it through the process unscathed, so let's hope that maybe the curse has been lifted. Either way, it's
and I forgot to bring up, there's just
in our number 8 spot
idea
today,
that
we have
curse
the
to be
Dybbuk
lifted,
box.
right? Or
This box, which was originally
not
just
just
a
own
plain
whole
old
thing.
wine box, is said to have been possessed by a Dybbuk,
there's a
which in
Dybbuk box.
Jewish mythology is a malicious demon that takes over the bodies of living people and uses them for evil. The box began to gain attention in 2001 when it was being auctioned off on eBay. The seller explained that he had bought it at an estate sale of a woman who had survived the Holocaust. When he first opened the box, he found 2 1920s pennies, a lock of blonde hair bound with a cord, a lock of black or brown hair bound with a cord, a small statue engraved with the Hebrew word shalom, a small golden wine goblet, 1 dried rosebud, and a single candle holder with 4 octopus-shaped legs. Since he bought the box, he reported that strange things began happening, such as really horrific nightmares for him and anyone who had stayed around or touched.
I just want to say, I can't believe, because like when I go to school, I haven't been wearing my mask. I'll be honest. I can't believe, and I don't want to say this too early before I get sick. I can't believe I have not gotten sick. All my teachers have been getting sick, and my heart pours out for them. Right? Because like there's a lot of shit that's happening, and I just wanted to say that because like I feel like horrible, right? Because I was just like, I'm hearing this in the background and just reading it out. There's been a lot of fatalities going up in like Orange County. That's like interesting because like that points to like a specific variant. Like maybe like being able to like just film more often for whatever reason.
The box, and when he gave this
and
box
target,
to his
like,
mother as a birthday gift,
right?
she suffered a stroke the same day. The box ended up in the hands of Zach Bagan, who is a paranormal investigator, and
at this point, like for a moment, I thought like COVID was kind of like.
The box also gained even more attention in 2018
like,
when Post Malone touched it, and
like,
has apparently been dealing with the repercussions of that ever since. In our number 7 spot today, we have the Iceman. Okay, this one is not an object because it is rather a mummy who was once a real living person, but I still had to include him on this list because this story is
It's weird to call him a mummy, but it's true because mummies are more associated with like Egypt.
Iceman was found in 1991 in the Ozo Alps in Italy. It is believed that Otzi lived around 3000 BC, and his body became mummified and preserved because of the glacier that surrounded him post-mortem. While this is an incredibly interesting discovery, the finding of Otzi may have come in a package with an old curse just waiting to be released. Here's the thing. The people who helped with the discovery of Otzi are all dying under very mysterious circumstances.
Like they're still dying?
I mean, we are currently at person number
no,
7
they died.
within 1 year, so that's very suspicious. When molecular archaeologist Tom Loy was writing a book about Otzi, he passed away from a blood-related condition that he was diagnosed with shortly after becoming involved with the Iceman. The German tourist Helmut Simon, who discovered the mummy, fell to his death while hiking in the same spot he saw Otzi. Dieter Warneck, who was the head of the mountain rescue team that was assigned to find the mummy, died of a heart attack at age 45, just an hour after Simon's funeral. To avoid this becoming an hour-long list, I'll stop here, but that is just half of those who seemingly fell victim to the curse of the Iceman.
Right. In 26 minutes.
I don't know. Maybe disturbing a man who's been in the same spot for 53 centuries wasn't the best idea anyone's ever had. In our number 5 spot today,
it's true, right? Because we could have discovered more.
A ballista was used in the Roman military, and it was kind of similar to a crossbow, but was much larger and could shoot arrows or stones.
Whatever
in 1989, there was archaeologists that were working by the Israeli-Syrian border when they found these large stones close to what seemed to be the remains of a ballista.
I feel like I'm bringing on the wrong viewpoints today.
In 1995, the stones ended up getting stolen, but it took a while for anyone to notice. Fast forward to 2015, and the same stones that were stolen ended up in the courtyard of the museum in Israel with a note left from the person who stole them. The note explained that ever since they took them, he had experienced terrible luck and believed the stones were the reason. He had a very successful business that suddenly began to fail after he took the stones, and later his family abandoned him, and he was forced to get rid of almost all of his possessions to settle all of his debts so as to not go bankrupt. He mentioned that he believed the stones were cursed and that they were the root of all of his problems. Whether or not these stones are actually cursed or this was just some pretty heavy karma, I hope this guy has been able to get his life back on track. In our number 4 spot today, we have James Dean's car.
You did the right thing in returning him.
This might seem like a bit of a wild card, but hear me out. Famous actor James Dean passed away from a car accident on September 30th, 1955. He was driving his silver Porsche 550 Spyder, which he had just purchased recently. This was only the beginning of the car's curse, however, as after James' passing, the remnants of the totaled car were bought by a man named George Barris. He decided to sell the parts of the car to James' fans, but when the car was being worked on and taken apart, it ended up falling on the mechanic and crushed him to death. These two incidents are more than enough to now consider this car cursed, but it still continues on. Once the people who had purchased some of the car parts began receiving them, more strange things happened. 3 of the people who received parts ended up in car accidents, all of which were sadly quite severe. The shell of the car was also stolen, and to this day, it has never been recovered. In our number 2 spot today, we have Old Nick. Old Nick is often referred to as the Swansea Devil, and his story dates back to the 1890s, although he now resides in the Swansea Museum. So, back in the 1890s, there was the prestigious St. Mary's Church located right in the center of town. The church decided to do some renovations, and they put out some ads to hire someone. When a local builder applied for the job and was turned down, he had a major
is so fucking
and
ominous,
decided
dude. It's
he
just
wanted to
like,
get some kind of revenge. He went and bought the row of cottages that lay next to the
check
church
that,
and then
like, what the
demolished them
fuck?
all. In their place, he built large brick offices, and then he commissioned the carving of Old Nick and placed him right on top of the office building, looking down at St. Mary's Church. Legend goes that he even placed the curse himself by saying, "When your church is destroyed and burnt to the ground, my devil will remain laughing." Some years later, during World War II, a German blitz came through the town, and it left most of the town, including St. Mary's, completely destroyed and burnt to the ground. But the office building with Old Nick was undamaged and remained standing.
Okay, that is
Old Nick seemed
a pretty
to
good story
disappear,
to
but
go
once he
along with that
resurfaced,
fucking
there was a
tattoo.
petition to put him back where he was
It's tragic,
before,
but like,
as
holy
well as
shit.
a subsequent counter petition to put him far,
It's
far away
just like,
from
what
the
the
rebuilt
fuck?
St. Mary's Church. As of now, Old Nick resides behind glass in the Swansea Museum, and it is said that he is enclosed in glass more for our protection than his. In our number 1 spot today, we have the Blarney Stone. For hundreds of years, the Blarney Stone has resided within Blarney Castle, which is near Cork, Ireland. The stone is a piece of limestone, and legend says that those who give the stone a smooch will then be given the gift of gab. This little smooch can bestow the power of being able to talk your way out of any situation, which would be incredibly useful, but there are always those who try to indulge in too much of a good thing. The issues start when you attempt to take a piece of the stone, no matter how small, away from its home. Those who don't follow the rules and take the stone end up being cursed with bad luck. Every year, the castle receives parcels from greedy tourists who tried their luck at stealing portions of the stone. These parcels are returned with the intention of lifting the curse of misfortune. It is said that once the stone is returned, the curse will be lifted, which is most definitely good news. I guess the moral of this curse, however, is to not be greedy, and just follow the rules.
Morals
Coming in at
usually
number 9,
associated
we have
with
the
stuff like
occult
this, right?
museum voodoo dolls. Voodoo dolls in general are supernatural items. They're little effigies created in magical kind of practices, and for the person on the receiving end, they're bad juju. Pins are placed in the doll in order to harm the subject, which isn't great, not great at all. So with that in mind, a supernatural object used to invoke a curse, do you want to see the voodoo dolls from the Ed and Lorraine Warren Museum? Guys, you don't know how hard it is to say Ed and Lorraine Warren in one go. It's a tongue twister.
No, their
Ed and
video
Lorraine Warren.
style has
Warren,
kind of changed
by the
over
way,
time.
voodoo dolls.
Remember when these
So
guys
there's
barely
actually
started
a
off?
noose on the neck of
It was
one of the dolls,
actually,
which kind of indicates that somebody might have
I think it was just a
died.
guy, right?
The other one has its eyes gouged out,
Remember?
which isn't great either.
If not, it was
Visually
just her
scary,
and
but
the guy.
also actually
And that's
scary.
it, and then,
It seems
like,
that the doll collector
now it seems
came
like they're
across
getting
these
snippets
dolls
from
and
different
brought them
videos.
home, only to find that her son's
You
health
know,
began
if you have the same knowledge
deteriorating.
or the
It
same
seems
thing
that
to
some
say
of the
about
witch's
the
voodoo doll
subject,
magic had
why
been
become a
retained,
broken
and it was
record and
picked up the boy
after we
as
do
the new
everything over
vessel.
and over and
The
over again, right?
collector contacted the Warrens, who removed the doll,
Why not
after
just, like,
which
reuse
the boy
everything?
made a full recovery. Thank
Good
goodness.
idea.
However, it seems that the story continues. There was a visitor to the museum, and they broke the rules by touching one of the dolls, and later they were involved in a horrifying accident. Who's to blame here? Coming in at number 7, we have the evil eye. The curse of the evil eye. Although actually, this is an interesting twist at this point, because these objects actually protect against curses. The evil eye is a curse cast by
No,
a
the numbering
malevolent
is
and
kinda, like,
malicious glare
freaking me out.
given
They
to a
said number
person when
9?
they
This
aren't
is 7
looking.
now?
If an evil eye is cast upon you, you are susceptible to injury or misfortune. It could even mean that you're set upon by animals. To protect yourself from the evil eye, usually people carry a talisman with an eye on it, which in themselves look pretty terrifying, but actually
I
they're
still
there
don't know
to
what the fuck
stare
the evil
down a
eye is.
curse.
But
The
all I
evil
know is
eye
that
has been
that
incorporated
protects
into a
against
lot
that.
of protective objects, most popularly jewelry. Also, there are a lot of evil eye wall hangings and wind chimes. I feel like I'd quite like an evil eye bracelet so it can stare down a few evil eyes that have been looking my way recently, like reflected curse. Coming in at number 6, we have cursed tarot cards.
Yeah.
Tarot
Tarot
cards
cards.
are used in divination for forecasting rather than predicting.
There's a
Usually
lot of
person
cult stuff that
formulates a
happens. I think famously, what's his name? Nostradamus? The guy that's said to fucking have a billion fucking predictions, right? I think I'm gonna get him battle plan reveal season. Oh my god, dude! I hate when the History Channel does this bullshit. they got like biblical and bullshit like that. You're like, today we're going to talk about Nostradamus's explanations. I don't know. I'm making up a voice, right? Let's just go along with this, right? With what I'm gonna say. Nostradamus was said to have predicted stalled because of this prediction. And then it's just like Nostradamus prediction number fucking 500 billion thousand 31 and something like that, and it just goes on. No, but Nostradamus is said to have done divinations and stuff like that using occult stuff, and I'm pretty sure he used tarot cards at some point.
question and seeks an answer
If not,
from the
he
cards.
got inspired by tarot
78
cards.
individual cards with different meanings. The most famous cards are Death,
I hate
Tower,
to fucking
and the
spread
Devil,
misinformation.
all thought to be bad.
Wait, so let me confirm this. Did Dude, it's been a while since he spelled his name. His fucking predict Bitcoin. I'm telling you all. Oh my god. What? None of this shit. What did Nostradamus predict for 2022? Ukraine invasion. Nostradamus get inspired by Bitcoin? No, by tarot cards. Nothing. Tarot of Nostradamus. No, this is something else. Yeah, I don't think he did then. But the point is, he did like occult stuff,
omens.
obviously, to
But
get
of course,
these
that depends on your
omens and stuff like
interpretation.
this.
Some people are convinced that their tarot decks can become cursed and that everything that's forecast will actually happen badly. There is also a superstition that burning tarot cards will bring a curse upon you.
No, yeah. This one, I know. My mom and dad tell me if you ever play with like tarot cards, whenever you get a divination, right, or some sort of like, oh, your luck is gonna be this or next year. So they're like, they said if you burn them, you get bad luck because these cards are said, or it depends on who kind of gives you your fortune, right? They said to have souls or even like demons or whatever the hell else is attached to them, right?
The only way to be rid of a cursed deck of tarots is to drown them, soak them all face down in water. Honestly, I'm not so sure about that. I think they work by energy, so if you have bad energy, maybe you'll get bad cards. Coming in at number 5, we have Maori masks. Maori is the name of the indigenous people of New Zealand and Polynesia. Masks are made to honor their ancestors, and they're often beautifully carved and slightly intimidating to look at. The masks are thought to contain the souls of warriors who died in battle, so pretty supernatural and ghostly if you ask me. While men are fine to be going around touching a Maori mask,
I'm telling you, those look
have
fucking
a
awesome.
much more uncertain time. Legend has it you should never seek out a Maori mask if you're pregnant or menstruating because you could invoke an ancient curse. In October 2010, a museum in New Zealand made headlines when it told a pregnant woman to stay away from the sacred artifacts. Speaking of sacred, at number 4 we have Uluru. Is a rock formation an object? Either way, I'm putting it on this list.
Isn't this in Zelda?
Uluru or Ayers Rock is both
Also, we're
sacred
gonna
and
get into creepypastas
cursed,
at the
if the
end.
story is to be believed. The large sandstone monolith in the Northern Territory of
Because,
Central
they're
Australia
also
is
said to,
sacred
be
to
games that are
Aboriginal tribes, the first people of the land.
Maybe
They
we'll get into,
believe
like,
that it is
AI.
inhabited by the ancestral spirits
It's a
of the
good video we
land.
can
The
preview.
rock started forming 550
Like I said, I don't think
million
we can
years
get into
ago,
all of this
and it's believed that if a
time.
visitor takes a rock from the spot, they
But
will
next time we're
suffer
doing creepypastas
serious
for sure.
misfortune,
Next week.
sometimes even grave misfortune. There have been reports of people returning stones that they've taken from Ayers Rock to try and end their suffering. Shouldn't be taking the rocks in the first place. Coming in at number 3, we have the Terracotta Army. I kind of believe that the Terracotta Army have an air of the supernatural about them.
Terracotta Army is said to
After
be
all,
haunted.
work of
I think
funeral
that's the
barks that were
reason
buried with the
and
purpose of
inspiration
protecting
behind,
an emperor in the afterlife.
the Mummy 2 or whatever. No, the Mummy 3, right? The Terracotta Wars. Yeah, the Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor. Yeah.
The thousands of terracotta figures were buried with the first emperor of China in 210 BCE, but they were rediscovered by local farmers thousands of years later in 1974
Yeah, which is insane.
in Yang
Imagine what's
Village's
hidden
rural
underneath our
land.
houses,
For
dude.
them, though, the discovery was actually a curse. The government didn't pay them well for their findings, and then they took their land and their homes off them in order to build a tourist center. The
kinda
government
like,
made a lot of
you know,
money. They didn't. One of the farmers who
it
discovered the
sucks.
soldiers actually killed himself, and the
Yeah.
others were met with bad luck, many of whom have died penniless.
Actually, I think this is the reason why farmers. Oh yeah, I think. Oh, okay. I think they're just gonna explain that. Fuck! Please don't tell me I have to register. Please, BBC. Wait, no, break. Can I spell? Is that how break? Oh my god, I can't spell break. What was the part? Broke. Oh, what they want is money, Zalshan. Seeing doesn't mean discovering. The farmers saw the terracotta fragments, but they didn't know they were. It was me who stopped the damage, collected fragments, and he hadn't have turned words or two. You know, it's sad. But I swear, what? No, I think I'm making it up about them breaking the thing because they basically.
Coming into number 2, whatever you do,
Yeah, I
do
know.
not touch
Like, the
the
truth is
demon
that,
book.
you know, they
The
broke
Book
them because they
of
didn't know what
Soiga
they
is
were.
an early 16th century
Who
treatise
wouldn't,
on
right?
demonology
They think like,
written
oh fuck,
in
this is like
Latin.
weird ass.
There are only 2 copies of the book in the world known to us, and one was possessed by the Elizabethan scholar John Dee. Dee spent his life trying to interpret the text, which was filled with spells and rituals. He had a good understanding of what was happening, apart from the final 36 pages, which he just couldn't decipher.
It sounds
He
like a
and his
weird
trusted
puzzle book.
friend Edward Kelly summoned
Like
the
the whole
spirit
chunk of the book is
Oriel
like you're just
to
solving
tell them the meaning of the
puzzles.
last pages. The legend says that Oriel then possessed Kelly and spoke through him. He claimed that the book came into existence when Adam entered paradise and that it could only be properly interpreted by the archangel Michael himself. He also said that whoever deciphers the meaning of the last 36 pages will be destined to die 2.5 years later. Why 2.5? We don't know, but I wouldn't want to be reading that book. Finally, coming into number 1, we have the Delhi Purple Sapphire. Also known as the Gem of Sorrow, the Delhi Purple Sapphire was housed in a sacred temple in India, the Temple of Indra in Kanpur.
This is
Indra,
another
by the way, is the
piece
Hindu
of
god
jewelry
of
that
war
curses.
and thunderstorms. Amid the British-led turmoil in India, it wasn't uncommon for soldiers to loot sacred temples, stealing their jewels and smuggling them back to Britain. This is exactly what happened with the purple sapphire in question. Colonel W. Ferris took it back to England, only to be met with terrible, terrible luck. Financial misfortunes befell him. His family got very sick. Things started to fall apart.
We hate colonists
He gave
here.
the stone away, and the person who received it committed The next owner of the sapphire was Edward Heron Allen, who's also
Oh, so they have to cut that word out because
he
YouTube hates
bound
that.
the stone with silver and attached 2 scarab beetles, and it seemed like the bad luck was contained. However, his dreams were frequently haunted by Hindu yogis until he gave the stone away. The stone then was returned to him, so he threw it in Regent's Canal in London. No prizes for guessing that actually it came back. The story continues over another 100 or so years. More recently, it found its way to a museum, and one night the museum curator was traveling with the stone only to be injured by a terrible storm with his wife.
Oh fuck! I was like, wait, what's going on? I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? That was so sudden. They should just say, okay, thank you all, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Instead of just like, doom, 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 doom. You know, whatever with the fucking song. Holy shit. Anyhow, here we're fucking, oh my god, please. I'm just like, we're watching watchmojo.com, top 20 creepiest cursed objects ever. But I don't want them to fuck me over and show some weird ass fucking cursed dildo or something like that. I'm bringing this up because, like, they did me dirty with the anime top 10 list, dude. They showed hentai. And I didn't fucking know they were gonna do that. Like, what the fuck? So hopefully they don't do some weird shit. I'm pretty sure Rebecca here wouldn't, like, you know, be presenting in a video if something was presented like that, though, for sure. You know, I'm just taking the piss out of, like, an event that happened to me. You know? I'm not disrespecting anybody here. But yeah.
To Watch Mojo. Today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 creepiest
This is a new video.
cursed
Oh wait, no,
objects.
this is old. Yeah.
Exploded into flames.
The Hearst Crown Entertainment.
There was no sign of the driver.
Okay. Oh wait.
Of this tragic accident that some people believe that Mustang might be cursed.
It was a beautiful, clear day. The road seemed almost deserted.
For this list, we'll be looking at allegedly cursed objects that have
Yeah.
spine-chilling stories attached.
There's no movie
Sure to let us
things.
know in the
I'm gonna be
comments
like,
which keep you up at night.
right?
All right, let's get spooked. Number 20,
Yeah.
the Hands Resist Him painting. Also known
Look at this painting. It has hands. And then there's the kid, and then there's like the doll mannequin thing next to him. This what appears to be like a moon or something.
as the eBay haunted painting, the Hands Resist Him was painted in 1972. The artist, Bill Stoneham, was recreating a childhood photo of himself with a spooky touch, and the work took on a life of its own after it was listed on eBay in 2000. The sellers claimed that the painting was haunted in its eBay description, saying
Is this
that
a movie?
it would move and that the image would sometimes twist and change. Many
Yeah, so
people
if you guys
posted
see me
accounts
shaking
online
and
that just
all that,
seeing
it's
the
just
picture
like,
on their computer
maybe
or
not good.
printing copies caused
The
strange and
copyright
frightening
system.
experiences.
That would be so scary.
They've never
Imagine
been
seeing shit
substantiated,
like
but
that.
according to Stoneham himself, people who've come into contact with the painting have died ominously.
Yeah.
Number 19.
Robert the Doll. You got to respect this doll.
Robert Eugene Otto, known as Gene Otto, was given an eerie life.
There's a very
doll,
eerie like story
most likely
behind
by his grandfather, though accounts differ. Otto became obsessed with the doll, taking it everywhere and even speaking to it. Over 100 years old, Robert the doll is now permanently on display at a museum in Florida, where he routinely causes mayhem. He's supposedly broken up marriages and triggered car accidents. But don't worry, it's said that as long as you show Robert the respect he deserves, he'll leave you alone. Or you could just avoid him and his weird dog completely. Number 18, the haunted wedding dress. Curses are usually brought on by immense sadness or anger, or a combination of both. And this wedding...
Hold up, that reminds me.
dress is a prime example of that.
It's haunted, but it's not really cursed.
Baker intended to wear
It's weird.
she couldn't wait to have. In love, excited and happy for what was to come, until her father shot that idea down. Anna never did get married, and she died.
But yeah, this wedding dress one reminds me of the best one.
Located in Blair County, Pennsylvania, the house the Baker family lived in was turned into a museum, and guests often claimed to see and hear the members of the family inside. The dress supposedly shakes intensely on nights with a full moon, threatening to break the glass cabinet in which it resides.
In 1981, Life magazine came to Baker Mansion and named it one of the 9 most haunted houses in America.
Number 17, the cursed mirror.
Yeah,
of
this
Myrtle's
is cursed.
Plantation.
They say you can
might
see
not wanna check yourself
a
out
girl
in
or
this mirror.
something.
The whole estate,
Here what
found
Ghost
in
Adventure
St.
said.
Francisville, Louisiana, is reportedly haunted. But this mirror supposedly contains the spirits of Sarah Woodruff and 2 of her daughters.
Yeah.
It used to be standard practice to cover mirrors after someone dies, only no one covered this one. The legend goes that Chloe, a slave owned by Sarah Woodruff and her husband Mark, plotted to get revenge. She baked a cake with extra poisonous additives for the owners. Only Sarah and her 2 children ate the cake, resulting in their deaths. Their spirits were then transported into the only uncovered mirror. Visitors of the plantation often see the family in the reflection, as well as handprints of small children on the glass.
Yeah.
Number 16, the
My
Blarney
eyes
Stone.
were red.
For hundreds of years, the Blarney Stone, a large piece of limestone, has resided in Blarney Castle in County Cork, Ireland. Legend has it that if a visitor kisses the stone, they'll be given the gift of the gab, letting them flatter their way through any situation. But if they get greedy and decide to take a piece of the stone for themselves, no matter how small, they'll be cursed with misfortune until they return it. It's been confirmed by the owner of the castle that every year they receive parcels from cocky tourists forced to return what they took in the hope of lifting the curse. Number 15, Little Bastard. As far as curses go, a cursed car isn't something you'd expect to hear about. The car in question is a Porsche 550 Spider, once owned by James Dean and nicknamed Little Bastard.
Little Bastard.
Our mechanic, Rolf Weatherick, and I decided to drive my car to a race in Salinas. It was a beautiful, clear
We've
day.
seen a lot about this guy already.
The road seemed almost deserted.
The actor was involved in a fatal car accident with this vehicle, after which the working parts of the car were used
they
to
were
replace
reused.
parts in other vehicles. But soon enough, reports began to surface about the cars that had Little Bastard's parts becoming involved in horrific and often fatal accidents.
I used to fly around quite a bit, I took a lot of unnecessary chances.
Even thieves who had tried to steal the remaining parts
Yeah,
were
they got
horribly
cursed and
maimed.
stuff.
Strangely, actor
It's
Alex
just, it's just the
Obi-Wan
legend, right?
had talked to
Just go
Dean
along with
7
it.
days before his death.
But like, are these
telling
curses
the
real?
world without
No,
cause,
the coincidences.
If you get
If
in
not,
that
if they're
car,
real,
you will
it's
be
like
found
something
dead
tragic
by
happened
this time
to like
next
everybody
week.
or
A
everybody
prophecy
present in the
which
situation, right?
ultimately proved
These are more like,
Number
you know,
14.
and like rather to know a curse is real, it needs to happen to people that are well documented, right? And have well documented events, such as in like the movie set, right, where The Omen was filmed. That was like actually like cursed, right? Like, you know, a lot of bad misfortune and unfortunate events took place. And I don't know what else to add on to that, right? But like, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Screaming
Horrible,
Skull
right?
of Burton Agnes Hall. Built during the Tudor period, Burton Agnes Hall has been allegedly haunted by the ghost of Anne Griffith since its construction. Anne was one of the daughters of the man who built the house. She loved the building so much that after a violent mugging, her dying wish was to have part of her body entombed within the house. And which part did they choose? Her skull, of course.
What the heck? Why her skull?
The skull supposedly remains inside the house's walls to this day, though nobody is sure exactly which room it's in. Attempts have allegedly been made to remove it in the past, and every time, Anne's ghost makes so much noise, the ghastly object has to be returned.
So much noise? In what way?
Number 13, Haunted Doll. This spooky Victorian doll has made numerous appearances on British daytime TV show This Morning.
You almost look like Debbie. You don't want to even look at
Okay.
the doll.
No, I don't.
Are you a bit scared?
I don't even want to touch it.
The doll's owners allege the toy is possessed and attacks
That's
people
like the
in
thing you
night.
get from the quinceañera.
Look at that.
Who's doing that? Stop it. Who's doing that?
Unlike other cursed objects, it seems that you don't have to do anything in particular to earn the ire of the doll.
Yeah.
It'll torment you relentlessly no matter what you do.
And I looked down, and there was a lot of scratches all over my knee. There must have been a dozen or 15 or so.
Even when they're in a TV studio surrounded by people, the doll still unsettles its owners.
So do you believe that this doll has done that?
Yes, I do, because I've been scratched over the past week or 8 days that I've had the doll.
It later made a second appearance where a spirit medium was consulted on whether it was genuinely haunted or not. The jury is still out, but that doesn't make it less creepy.
Hi, I'm Chucky.
Yeah, pretty much. That's it's every time you see dolls like that,
Number
you
12,
just think Chucky.
the Hope Diamond. A diamond the size of a walnut sounds pretty rad. Until you find
Again,
out that
it's
most of its
repeating
owners
over and over and
died
over again, which is
tragic,
why I brought up like
horrible deaths.
different ones, right?
There are many versions of this
They're not gonna
diamond's
repeat the
origin
same
story,
thing.
but most say that
There's
the jewel was
disconnect
uncovered in
between
India and sold
different
into
languages
French
and what
royalty
they
in the
present, right?
1600s.
There's more of a
Later
bias
stolen,
there.
It was then sold to the Hope family in 1800s London, and
For example, if you search up what is the Pascualita, you're probably not gonna get anything. The Corpse Bride, man, you can get like weird like little articles like this. Indeed, yeah, they use real fingernails and stuff that are still in her. You know what I mean? You're gonna still get stuff like that.
eventually made it to the States, where it was finally
You're not gonna
locked
see
up
stuff like
in the
that pop
National
up.
Museum of Natural History in 1950.
You're gonna see the same thing again and
Confirmed
again and
owners of
again
the
and again in
diamond
English
include
media,
Kings
right?
Louis XIV through the 16th, King George IV of the United Kingdom.
Why I kind of
the
like
Hope
render
family,
myself a little lucky
Sultan Abdul Hamid, and Pierre
when
Cartier.
it comes to like
While
you know
deaths said to
speaking
be related
English
to the
and
stone's supposed
having a
curse
different culture.
have come in the form of wolf attacks, disease, murder, and suicide.
Kind of gives you like
Number
or helps
11,
you
the Golden
easily attain
Eagle.
different viewpoints. You know?
This is the second cursed car on our list, and it won't be the last.
Oh, fuck. Isn't this based on the story
If
that
you
the car that
think
wants to
Stephen
fucking?
King's possessed car Christine was
Yeah.
creepy, wait until you hear about the Golden Eagle. This 1964 Dodge is blamed for the deaths of at least 14 people. According to owner Wendy Allen, it was originally a police car, and 3 of the officers who drove it died in murder-suicides.
Fuck.
Church members later vandalized it and all died horrible deaths.
Church members and vandalism? What the fuck is going on here? I've in all my years I've heard of like they rob shit, they do weird underhanded shit to like, minors, or not underhanded, rather like they do like the worst of the worst, right? To like minors and stuff like that. But I've never heard of them vandalizing a car.
Teenager who was dared to touch it ended
That's
up killing his family
interesting.
and setting his house on fire. Or at least so Allen claims. We're not sure how much of the story is true.
Why are they
Definitely
fucking?
leaves chills down.
What is this picture?
Number 10, Lucifer. Denver International Airport is about the last place you'd ever want to spend a layover.
Yeah, no. There's so much conspiratorial fucking I could have like a whole day dedicated to conspiracies. I need to be because like I'm out of conspiracies. I'm out of the loop on them. I need to like basically do all my research again, right? Like there's so much bullshit with conspiracy theories, and they're all wrong. Oh my god, the lizard people are running your country, right? Like, no, they're not. It's called just having bad leadership. You know what I mean? Like, there's a whole conspiracy in the airport that it's like connected to like hell or whatever, or like, oh, there's demons that took over. This horse statue, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of like a what the fuck thing. Then there's the mural in the airport with like the sad children. And that one's like what the fuck too, right? Sad children mural at airport. Yeah. But the thing is that it was constructed in a time when basically there was a lot of change happening, right? This is the original one, right? Something weird like that. This weird fucking mural. It's some weird stuff. But like I think deep down it had like a good good gold or something like that.
Thanks
But like
in no small
Lucifer
part to
here
the
on the other
ugly
hand is
statue
like a what the fuck
The
thing,
Blue
right?
Mustang, nicknamed Blucifer, is
It's
a
like-
32-foot-tall blue horse with glowing
Why?
red eyes that has sown misfortune in its wake. The most notable casualty of Lucifer was none other than the
Scary,
sculpture's creator,
awesome, or
Luis
strange?
Jimenez, who was killed in a freak accident when part of the horse fell on top of him.
Oh my god.
This, combined with the statue's undeniably frightening appearance,
Yeah.
has led to claims that it's cursed.
Every time we come here, its eyes glow red. It's really, really creepy.
But so far, public petitions have been unsuccessful at getting it removed. Number 9. The Surrey Ghost Car. In December 2002, local police in England received a report of a speeding car veering off a road.
It's the culture at that point, you know? You can't remove a fucking blue horse.
Crashed car was nowhere to be seen. Well, not
Oh,
until they
fuck.
dug a little deeper and found a car buried beneath plants and weeds that had crashed and killed its passengers 5 months earlier.
It exploded into flames. Stranger than that, there was no sign of the driver.
The story of the ghost car has become a local legend, and you'd better hope that you don't come across it late at night. It could scare you so much that you'll be the next to crash.
Yeah. Then there's other legends and stuff like that.
Number 8,
like trucks.
Tutankhamun's tomb.
Yeah, another repeat.
In 1922, King Tut's tomb
We already know the
was
truth.
one of the great finds in archaeology.
The thing with curses is that they don't discriminate, and that's apparent with the curse of the pharaohs. Whether you're a visitor, thief, or archaeologist, if you disturb the resting pharaohs, be prepared for a life, albeit a short life, of misfortune.
Pa says all the tombs were robbed. Was this tomb robbed?
Yes, it was.
That's such a shame.
After archaeologists opened the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922, many people died shortly after visiting it, beginning with aristocrat Lord Carnarvon, who died of an infected mosquito bite within 5 months of the opening of Tut's tomb. With causes ranging from disease to murder and suicide, many attribute their deaths to the curse. Even the death of Howard Carter, who opened the tomb 10 years prior to his demise, is considered to be caused by the curse.
It's the curse. It's a curse. Beware of the curse. Beware.
Stupid, superstitious bastard.
Number 7, Ötzi the Iceman. When he was discovered in 1991
Is that how he looks?
in the
Is that a
Ötztal
rendition of
Alps
how he
between
looked
Austria
like?
and Italy, tourists thought they'd found the body of a mountaineer who had died not so long ago.
No, but it was.
Upon further
I don't know what type of
investigation,
mountaineer
it
would
was
look like
learned
that.
The body was actually a well-preserved mummy who lived around
Yeah.
3300 BC.
If Ötzi was a shepherd,
I mean, he technically was a mountaineer, right? But like, you know what I mean? It's like,
that may be.
like it's like, yeah, this guy was found in the house. Okay, this is my dark humor
Perhaps
activating.
more intriguing is that 7 people linked to Ötzi's discovery
Yeah.
and recovery have since
Again,
died.
if there was like a documentary
All from natural
I
causes.
could watch that just
When the
proves what
genitals of
happened,
the
right?
Iceman
I'd
appeared
totally
to be
watch that right
missing,
now.
people began theorizing that he
Like
was
the one
victim
we
of
watched on
ritual
Tutankhamun, right?
sacrifice.
With all
However,
the stuff
shrunken
being kind of like
organs were later found.
sensationalized and
Further
the facts
tests
kind of not being
determined
there.
that Ötzi
I
most
guess this
likely
would be
died
like a
of blood
modern
loss
case if
after being tagged by an arrow to
video
the
out there that
shoulder,
we can watch
or
or
a head
other
injury
stuff.
administered
Because
around
today
the
I have
same
too much to
time.
focus on, right?
That
To just
doesn't
like
quite have the same
maybe a
sensational
little bit of the
in
facts
the
that
years
happened.
ahead,
Of course, the
researchers
deaths are
continue to
undeniable, right?
study
But like,
Ötzi.
you know,
They are
there's a little bit of
confident that in
sensationalism.
time,
An hour after the
Iceman
funeral, and that's
will
like,
reveal the
like,
story
okay.
of his life.
Number 6, the Chair of Death. Being
you know,
wary
that's
of
like a
ancient
coincidence, but
tombs
people are
and
stringing
jewels
up
is
to
bad
be
enough,
like bad
but
luck
now
or
it
whatever,
seems
right?
we should also remember to watch where we sit.
Or like,
the
it's a
infamous
curse.
Chair of Death, also called Busby's Stoop Chair and the Dead Man's Chair, was cursed by convict Thomas Busby in 1702.
Dang,
Busby
hello.
murdered his father-in-law for allegedly sitting in his aforementioned favorite chair.
Don't you give it a try, Sheldon?
Turn off the light.
All right.
On the way to the gallows, he put a curse on the chair, dooming anyone who dared sit on it. The chair remained in a pub in North Yorkshire for centuries. During World War
Oh,
II,
this is different. I thought it was the
frequented
Salem chair.
But the ones who sat
Oh,
on the
no.
chair never
Change the chroma
returned from combat. The chair has
or rather
apparently
the
killed
white
everyone who sat on it, with victims having haunting
The Blu-ray.
experiences like
The rest of the
paranoia, itchiness, and other unexplained occurrences before their deaths. Number 5, the Anguished Man painting. This sinister portrait was given to Sean Robinson by
No,
his
there's a
grandmother,
bunch of
who had
videos you
kept
can
it
watch on
locked
this.
up. He has since shared images of it and
yeah.
stories about its curse with the public. According to Robinson, next
Like
to nothing
like I
is
said, I
known
don't think
about
we have
painting's
time.
creator.
Look at how many videos they have left to watch.
He committed suicide, and some of his
And then
own
like the
blood
next
was
scene I'm gonna
mixed
be
into the
translating,
paint.
so who knows how
Robinson
fucking
says
tired
the
it'll be.
painting causes nightmares and paranormal activity for
Los
anybody
7
sharing a
objetos,
room
7
with it.
objects that are scary or whatever in museums.
While there have been suggestions that it was a publicity
War
stunt to
Museum,
gain
I don't even
attention
know
for
what
an
that is.
upcoming movie, such a movie has not surfaced, and the story has been investigated many times. Number 4, the Dybbuk box.
Because they keep on bringing up the same points over and over again. The Dybbuk box. So the beginning of
the 2012
La
film
La Caja del
Possession,
Dibujo
the
or
Dybbuk
something
box
like
gets
that
its
in
appropriate
Spanish.
name
Like,
because it
ooh,
contains
right, I'm gonna
a
be like,
Dybbuk,
what the fuck?
a malicious and
I'd be over
restless
it.
spirit with the ability to possess the living. Originally belonging to a survivor of the Holocaust, many subsequent
like,
owners
over
of
here
the
or
heirloom experienced bizarre and unexplainable happenings. Each of them has stated that they either smelled cat urine or jasmine flowers coming from the wine cabinet, and that they endured horrific nightmares. It's been on eBay a few times now, with one owner noting in the description that it burned out his lights and made his hair fall out. A claim that, if true, is likely to make it a hard sell.
Is it the movie? No. No, you know what? No.
Number 3.
I was going to say, I think I
Destiny
watched this
Ring.
movie, but no, I watched the
Bruno
Babadook.
Valentino was one of
That's
the most famous actors of the silent film era, starring in
That's
hit
another
after
thing they
hit
should
to
be bringing
become
up or
a
something,
cinematic
right?
icon. But he
Isn't that like a
tragically
curse or
died
something?
aged just
Opening the
31.
book or reading the book?
Some years previously, Valentino had bought a ring from a California jeweler.
Unless it's a
despite
story.
warnings that it carried a curse.
I think it's a story,
Many of
right?
Valentino's last movies flopped, and he was wearing the ring on his deathbed. Pola Negri, Valentino's lover, received the ring upon his death. She too fell ill and gave the ring to someone else.
Yeah,
Most
it's a
of the
movie.
ring's subsequent owners died in strange ways, and today it's locked up in a bank vault where nobody can touch it. Number 2, Annabelle.
There's Annabelle again. I'm surprised they haven't been putting Annabelle in every fucking list.
I'm not gonna.
Because the only one, the ones that always appear, or which one? The Blarney Stone. No, right? The fucking blue sapphire, right? That one. Yeah, this fucking stone right here, and then there's like another one. Tutankhamun kind of is like common too. And there's like one more. I'm forgetting.
The picture, but I'm not gonna.
That are just in all
During
these
the
lists.
first few weeks it spent in the apartment of 2 nurses in training and roommates named Donna and Angie, this doll was seemingly harmless. However, curious as to the unexplainable occurrences surrounding the doll, the women called in a medium to find out the story behind it. Sinister activities then reportedly manifested, with demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren explaining that they were dealing with a conduit to
Oh yeah, the
the
Warrens.
attached
Yeah,
angel
okay,
was
there we
looking to
go.
possess
Yeah, the next
Lorraine.
video is gonna be on them.
After a failed
Like
exorcism
they're gonna
on
be
the
like
doll,
speaking
the
Spanish.
Warrens took Annabelle home, but it tampered
So we're gonna
with
get
their
into like cool
vehicle
shit
in
probably.
an attempt to kill them. After the
One of
doll
them's gonna
was
be
secured in
Annabelle.
their
I
museum,
already know
a
it.
visitor reportedly challenged Annabelle. When he left, he abruptly lost
It'll be like,
control of his motorcycle and crashed into a tree, dying instantly. Before we continue, be sure to
They don't need
subscribe
more
to our
now.
channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go
What's
into
the
your
final
settings
entry?
and switch on notifications.
They like fucking fuck me over. They put some hentai
Number
bullshit.
1, the crying boy
Okay, good.
painting. Having one cursed object is more than enough. Mass produce it,
Yeah, they're
and
gonna be
now
like,
you're asking for
La
it.
muñeca
As
Annabelle.
one version of the story goes,
Se
artist Giovanni
dice que
Brangolin,
mueve
also known
y
as
hace
Franco
cosas.
Seville and Bruno Amadio, found a boy on the street crying and full of sorrow. Seville decided to paint the boy. A priest explained that
Why
the
are you
child
showing
would run away
anime?
after seeing
I'm
his
telling
parents
you,
go
they
to
want to fuck me over with.
anywhere the boy wound up.
They-
fires would
if
soon
you all don't
follow.
know what I'm referring to, there's a video on my channel where I'm just like playing Fire Emblem. What was it? Fire Emblem. Shadow Dragon. And like I'm like, oh, let's just listen to videos in the background because I've been failing on this map, right? And like I put on an anime list video just because like I'm like bored out of my mind, right? And then like one of the entries was like, oh, you thought hentai was gonna be on this list? Well, I guess you're wrong or whatever, right? And then they're cocky as fuck. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then I'm like, they're not gonna play like voice lines, so I'm just continuing, right? And then they play a fucking voice line from that hentai dude. Oh my
Seville
god.
distributed the paintings, but soon after, his
It was
studio
horrible.
was burnt down. Additionally, there have
This
been
is horrible,
numerous
horrible,
reports about homes in which the painting of the crying boy was hung having been burnt to the ground, with the painting itself coming out
This is an urban legend too.
unharmed.
You know it's a creepy list when something like Annabelle is only at number 2. Do you ever have nightmares?
Yeah, because the crying boy is number 1
I used
for
to have
whatever reason.
nightmares about mummies. Be sure to share your spooky.
Dude, I had a fucking dream of like Sonic the Hedgehog. We're gonna get to like the creepy pastas. Hold up, where are they? Right here, right? This is the. Oh wait, no, this is the fucking list. Wait, where's? Shit, where is it? Right, the complete creepy gaming creepy pasta. Yeah. And now that that's done, we're gonna go with los 7 objetos más aterradores del Museo de los Warren, which is basically translates to the 7 objects that are most scary or frank. So I'm gonna be like translating, and I'm not gonna translate half-assed because I know
Este museo es único en su tipo.
this museum is the only thing of its type, and it's one of the oldest ones. When it comes to
Ubicado
like
en la
this stuff.
localidad de Monroe, en Connecticut, es sin duda uno de
Yeah,
los
so
lugares
the county of Monroe in Connecticut.
imperdibles para aquellos amantes del ocultismo.
It's something that you should not miss
Fue
out for
fundado
the
nada
fans of
más y nada
occultism.
menos que por los investigadores paranormales, el demonólogo
These
Ed
guys
Warren y su
investigate.
esposa, la medium Lorraine, en el año de
Just give me background.
1952.
1952 they began this
Con la intención de dar a
collection.
conocer los oscuros secretos que
And
esconden
began
cientos de objetos poseídos,
investigating
el
stuff like
matrimonio
this.
se encargó de investigar y
The married
resguardarlos en el
couple ended
sótano
up
de su casa, lo que
just
ahora se
investigating stuff
conoce
like this
como el
and
Museo
collecting
del
stuff as well.
Ocultismo de los Warren.
They ended up okay, the last part was half-assed. Yeah.
Expediente Paranormal presenta.
That's just the channel name. Presents
7 objetos poseídos del Museo de los Warren.
Expedient is what it would be, right? Expedient, paranormal, whatever.
Las historias de miedo más tenebrosas de la pantalla grande han sido inspiradas en varios
The most scary movies out there have been inspired
de los
by
casos que los
the
Warren
cases that
tuvieron
Warren
a su cargo
have
cuando se
had
dedicaban
been
a
in
investigar
charge of
casos paranormales que
when it
nadie
came
se
to like paranormal
atrevía
cases.
y de los que aún quedan reportes oficiales.
Yeah, I guess you're just playing clips of the movies, right?
Número 7.
La silla maldita de Thomas Busby. The cursed chair of Thomas Busby. I have no. Thomas Busby chair. It's just called that. Maldita just means like cursed or something.
Busby.
Usually
Thomas
with like a
Busby
bad.
fue ahorcado después de que él asesinara a su padre político Daniel Otti en 1700. Ahorcado después de Maldita de Thomas Busby. Thomas Busby fue ahorcado después de que él asesinara a su
Busby
padre
was
político
choked
Daniel
or
Otti en
hung
1702.
after he killed somebody.
Su último deseo fue una cena en su bar
His
favorito.
last wish was
Cuando los guardias lo obligaron a levantarse, lanzó
when
una
the guards
maldición. Aquel que se
asked him to stand up.
Cuando los guardias lo obligaron a levantarse, lanzó una maldición.
He
Aquel que
gave a
se siente
curse.
en esta silla
He said, "Whoever sits in
encontrará
this chair
muerte y
will
desgracia.
find death." Disgrace.
Aunque al principio se trató de una atracción turística, los dueños del bar comenzaron a tener problemas
The
con la
owners of the
silla.
bar began having issues with the chair because every soldier that would sit down ended up dying
De
in the
hecho,
World War
varios
II.
sucesos y muertes se originaron alrededor de la silla maldita de Busby.
Then a bunch of rumors
De hecho,
began
se le
to
atribuyen cientos de muertes.
come up, right?
Originalmente,
Also,
esta
there's like
pieza se
captions I can probably put on, right? Oh shit! I don't. Oh, we can just English, right? Where is it?
encontraba en el Museo
Yeah,
Asterisk,
y'all can read
pero
now.
actualmente
I don't need
se
to stop
encuentra
fucking.
resguardada
I'm just gonna
en el
listen to this.
Museo de
Y'all
los
can
Warren.
read.
Número 6. El símbolo de Sandy Hook.
What?
Lo que ves aquí en la foto es un
Oh my
oso
god!
satánico
No,
que
when I
fue
think of like Sandy Hook, I think like, you know.
hallado en las profundidades del bosque de Connecticut. Se desconoce gran parte de su historia, pero podemos decir que este muñeco fue encontrado en Sandy Hook.
I forgot that they had the
donde
caption
ocurrió la
thing because some videos
espantosa
don't offer them.
masacre en la primaria de la
Like you
localidad.
just like translating it.
Además, se advierte que esta estatua no debe ser
Yeah.
tocada, ya que el ser demoníaco que habita en ella
The
es
demonic
realmente hostil.
That's how they say it. Demoniaco. It's such a fun word to say. I don't know.
Número 5. el muñeco Shadow.
Shadow the Hedgehog, what the fuck?
La leyenda cuenta que en el año de 1896, Robert Eugene Otto, un pequeño niño que vivía junto a sus padres en una casa de Florida, Estados Unidos, recibió un regalo que le hizo una criada de la servidumbre. Un muñeco de 3 pies de altura, relleno con paja, cosido con alambre y vestido con un traje blanco de marinero.
What do you call his shadow?
El niño, a quien sus padres llamaban simplemente Jim, bautizó de inmediato al muñeco con su propio nombre, Robert. Lo que el pequeño niño y sus padres no sabían era que el personal de la servidumbre, traídos de la isla de las Bahamas, eran practicantes de
I thought
magia
he's in a different
negra,
museum
y
in
que
Florida.
el muñeco no era tan inocente como
Unless like
aparentaba.
Warren's museum is in Florida.
Los vecinos afirmaban que cuando la familia Otto salía de la casa, veían al muñeco asomándose por las ventanas,
So
como
that's
si
the thing.
hubiera
They saw like
comenzado a
the
moverse por sí
guy there,
solo.
right? Fucking looking through the windows and stuff. That'd
Pasaron
be
algunos
scary.
años y Otto regresó a la casa de sus padres, quienes ya no vivían más, y pronto comenzaron a suceder nuevos sucesos paranormales. Una niña, tiempo después, encontró el juguete y aseguraba que trataba
Next week
de
I'm gonna
matarla.
cover like creepypastas and probably
El
like shadow
muñeco
people.
fue responsable, dicen, de varias desgracias y pesadillas de quien lo posee, y es por
If not, we're
eso que
covering creepypastas
naturalmente
today,
cayó
so
en
I
el
don't
museo
know.
de los Warren. Número 4. El vestido de novia de Anna Baker.
The dress of Anna Baker.
En 1849, una chica de familia acaudalada llamada Anna Baker se enamoró de un trabajador de clase baja. El padre de Anna se negó a que se casara con su amado, desterrando al joven de su ciudad natal y condenando a su hija a una vida de infelicidad. Anna ya había escogido un vestido de novia, pero al no efectuarse la boda, nunca lo utilizó y lo llevó otra mujer. Al parecer, después de muerta la novia despechada,
I'm so glad the YouTube
recuperado
captions
su
are good now.
vestido y muchos
Because it used to be the
aseguran
case
que en
that they
las
were a little
noches de
iffy.
luna llena, el vestido se mueve como señal que el alma de Ana no descansa en paz. También afirman que aquellas mujeres que se lo
Again, there was a point in
sufrían
YouTube's
de
history where like it would give you like
apariciones de
wrong
una
words.
mujer de blanco.
The jump scare.
Número 3.
The
el
Myrtle's
espejo Myrtles.
yeah.
La plantación de Myrtles es conocida por ser una de las casas más embrujadas del mundo, la cual fue construida sobre un cementerio indio en
I used to have a mirror
1796.
here, up there. I used to see shit in there
de lo que más se habla
when I
es
was
un
a kid. I
espejo
don't know
que
if it was
llegó a
like
la
developing
casa
like
hasta
what were they
1980.
called? Imaginary friend thing
Las
or something
personas
like that
que
was
han
going on with
habitado
me.
en la plantación
Well,
de
yeah,
Myrtles han
it
informado
sound like
de
a little.
espectros reflejados en el
I say
espejo,
this and I
así
mean
como
this.
huellas
I
de
saw like
manos
an
de
Asian
tamaño infantil impresas en el cristal.
And like the funny thing
Hoy
is,
en
I have
día, el
glasses now,
espejo
so
se
I don't know what
encuentra
that
en el
means.
Museo
I
del
don't know whether I saw the
Matrimonio
future
Warren
or
y
something
aseguran
weird like that,
que
but I don't know why
muchas
I saw an Asian
entidades,
kid.
como el de Sarah Woodruff y
That's
sus
all I can
hijos,
explain it as,
quienes
and I'm not being
fueron
like weird or
presuntamente
racist.
envenenados.
It was legitimately like that.
Número 2.
Probably because like I probably like watched like The Ring or something. No, excuse me, The Grudge or something.
En 1970, dos compañeras de habitación alegaban que su muñeca, Raggedy Ann, estaba poseída por el espíritu de una joven niña llamada Annabelle
Like,
Hill.
I was like fucking freaked out.
Los Warren tomaron la muñeca
Like, yeah, that's a fact. I think I
explicándoles que
haven't
esta
revealed
había
before.
sido manipulada por una presencia inhumana y destructiva.
It's like weird though.
La historia de la muñeca Annabelle ya la debes conocer muy bien.
Yeah.
Actualmente se encuentra resguardada bajo llave en el Museo del Ocultismo de Ed y Lorraine Warren, convirtiéndose en uno de los objetos más populares por los
But
visitantes.
they're putting on the, you know, the movie Annabelle, right? I guess like so far we've had like 3 repeats.
Número 1.
The Myrtle was like before, but maybe they give a little more.
Bathsheba murió de una extraña parálisis y su tumba se encuentra en el cementerio histórico en la calle de la estación de bomberos y el centro de Harrisville. Si viste la película de El Conjuro, recordarás que uno de los espíritus más terribles era el de Bathsheba Sherman, quien, según la leyenda, fue una bruja que practicaba el satanismo y que había vivido en la casa en el inicio del siglo XIX, donde se suicidó ahorcándose en un árbol detrás del granero. Se cree que en esta foto aparece Bathsheba Sherman, la mujer que sale en el recuadro ampliado.
Like person in the middle?
Varios jóvenes acudieron al cementerio para tomar piedras de su tumba y usarlas en trabajos de brujería, lo que desató otras maldiciones. Aunque en el museo no se encuentra la tumba de Bathsheba, sí se encuentran varios pedazos de piedras de su lecho utilizadas en estos ritos. De hecho, cuando llegaron estas piezas, se registró una violenta actividad paranormal.
They said it was whatchamacallit, paranormal activity was not registered. I want to say registered, but like, you know what I mean? It was noted.
Te recomiendo 10 macabros datos que debes conocer de la muñeca Annabelle.
Yeah, so that's it. I kind of did reveal like a interesting one, like the witch, right? But like, I mean, those aren't really cursed objects or much of it. I guess like she curses, right? Anyhow, now we're back to Watch Mojo again. And this is top 10. Excuse me, top 20 terrifying real life haunted dolls. So yeah. Oh wait, let me like. Oh, like these. We're watching their videos, in a sense, I'm like stealing their content, but like not, because I feel like I am giving like adequate, not even feedback, but like, you know, like input myself. Fucking, I remember the fucking Elmo. Tickle the Elmo. Shit. If I like press news, will that dox me? I don't know. I remember watching a story on it though. When it was how people were like replacing the voice boxes with like bad things.
Welcome to Watch
or like a
Mojo,
similar
and
toy with
today
like a voice
we're
box.
counting down our picks for the top 20.
Yeah, there's that one video of like, oh my god, my Tickle Me Elmo is haunted. Oh my god, this one. We watched like a bedtime stories video
For
on it
this
a while
list,
ago.
we're looking at spooky or unnerving dolls from the real world. We won't be including fictional dolls from film or television.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chucky. Of course, details are scarce on many of these dolls, but we've endeavored to provide as much accurate information as is available. Before we get started, we'd like to say sorry to all of the dolls for watching without permission. Number 20. Amanda the doll. This doll, crafted by Heinrich Hanwerk in 1884, is known for strange things happening around her. First sold on eBay in 2003,
That's just
Amanda has
eerie.
allegedly been put back on the auction block on more than 20 occasions. Each of her owners kept complaining that the doll had been the cause of weird occurrences while they had her. There have been
Sleep
reports of
paralysis?
Amanda moving rooms,
Okay, no.
causing nightmares, and even scratching her victims while they sleep. Her seemingly innocent face has been known to shift to an evil grin when she's in tormentor mode. Her
Okay.
activities even earned her a place in John Harker's True Tales trilogy, Nightmarish Accounts of Paranormal Activity. Number 19. Caroline. Caroline reportedly comes from an antique shop in Salem, Massachusetts. This doll is believed to be inhabited by not one, but 3 spirits, all battling for control over her. The
Holy
subject
shit,
of
3
frequent
spirits?
paranormal investigations, it's believed that the spirits possessing Caroline were her owners themselves. She's also a prankster, known for playing tricks on her owners. She'll hide
Also, this is a
books,
porcelain
move
doll,
objects,
right?
and even whisper in
There's
your
something
ear
with
if you
like
hold it close.
I guess
A
in like
previous
the
owner allegedly
paranormal
claimed that Caroline
community,
whispered, "Make it you,"
when
in
it
his
comes to
ear,
like
which he
dolls and
interpreted to
porcelain
mean
dolls,
good luck.
there's like a
Not
distinction
known to
between
be
both
a
of them.
malicious spirit, Caroline hasn't been seen since she was last
It's like weird.
investigated in 2004.
You can get
Number
more into it,
18,
but like I said,
the Susie
you
doll.
know, those fucking
From the
videos.
case files of Lorraine Warren, meet the Susie doll. Susie was given to young Heather Platt as a
Fuck,
birthday
is that how
present
it
by her
looks?
Aunt Robin. That night, Heather's parents were awakened by the sound of growling
if
and a dark
my
shadow
sister was given a
seemed to
doll
come
like
down the
that,
street
or
into
I don't
their
know, for
home.
whatever reason,
After that,
my sister was
Susie
like, "Here,
known
have
to
this
move
doll
about
to
the
me,"
house on
right?
her
I'd
own,
be like,
move
"What the
objects
fuck?"
around the kitchen that were too heavy for the children, and pull the hair out of the sleeping kids' heads. By the time Lorraine Warren arrived, it took an exorcism to get the doll out of the house for good. Number 17. The Old Man Puppet. This puppet came into the hands of paranormal investigator Jane Harris when its previous owner
haunted
claimed
dolls.
the doll had choked him. The puppet
No,
was
there was
inherited by the
one.
man.
There was one I was thinking of about this weird guy that makes these big like sex dolls, and I'm like, oh my god. you know, there's like some weird shit.
Man who claimed to have left the puppet in a drawer by his bed when he awoke to his throat being throttled by tiny
Thank God,
puppet hands.
I'm like, I
In
am on the
addition
right
to
list, right?
strangling, this unnamed
It's like,
old
this
man puppet
weird
is
shit
said to
like
have
that,
caused
dude.
bruises and scratches and haunted the man in his nightmares. Jane was contacted and took to recording the puppet in case of any suspect behavior.
Yeah.
Night vision footage showed the puppet moving
Slumping
inside
over, yeah.
its sealed glass case, confirming the suspicion that the puppet is possessed. Number 16, Elmo. Yes, even Elmo dolls have been shown to have a dark side. In 2008, a Florida family made the news and waves around the web when the Elmo Knows Your Name
young. I
doll
was like
started
7.
making death threats to their
I
son.
wanted an Elmo doll because of this my mom didn't buy it.
Melissa Bowman, mother of the 2-year-old James,
They were like translating this
overheard
because like
the
here
doll
we have a
say,
Telemundo and Univision. Like, el mono está diciendo, did he say kill me? Kill James? They were like, mata James or something like that, right?
Melissa Bowman, mother of the 2-year-old James, overheard the doll say, "Kill James," while her son was playing with the doll. Though this version of Elmo is able to be programmed to remember your kid's name, James's doll didn't start spouting threats until he got his batteries changed. Fisher-Price launched an investigation and offered the family a voucher.
I feel like it was like a really bad like a dad or something just came up to like Elmo and said something dumb like that.
19th century New Orleans birthed
like they
many
tried to like
stories
pass it
of
off as like
spells
Elmo's
and
like
curses. And one such curse supposedly brought about the Devil Baby Dolls. A bride cursed by the Queen of Voodoo, Marie Laveau, was said to have given birth to a devil child spawned by Satan himself. In an effort to protect themselves, Creoles carved devil babies, hanging them in their homes as protection. In recent years, local artist Ricardo Pastanio took the last pieces of the one remaining doll and recreated the devil baby.
Like the one, like the last remaining
These dolls have been known to rustle and whisper when they're all together, move by themselves, turn over ashtrays, and cry when they're apart. Number 14, the Pulau Ubin Barbie. In Singapore, one Barbie doll is visited regularly so that the spirit of a young girl can grant health and fortune. The story goes that in 1914, a German couple suspected of being spies were detained while their young daughter got away. In her attempts to escape, however, she tripped off a cliff to her tragic death. Eventually, her remains were placed in an urn and a shrine erected in her honor. After being visited by the spirit of this little girl 3 nights in a row, a man bought this particular Barbie as instructed and brought it to the shrine to serve as her stand-in.
Interesting.
Number 13, Voodoo Zombie Doll. Originally from New Orleans, this doll made its way to a woman in
this is
Galveston,
refreshing.
Texas in 2004. It arrived in a metal box with instructions not to remove the doll, as it was, quote, almost alive, according to its eBay sellers. She let the doll out and claimed afterwards that it would attack her and haunt her dreams. To get rid of it, she listed it on eBay and successfully sold the doll to a new owner several times. Each time, the buyer would receive an empty box, and the doll would reappear on the woman's doorstep. She eventually
that's like you're scamming. Come on. No way. Okay, guys, could you buy my doll off me because it's haunting me? Sure, I'll buy it. Right, put in like $30 to buy that fucking doll. And then, like, guess that, like, a week later, you get an empty box, and you're like, why did I get an empty box? You text them, they're like, oh my god, it returned to me. Sorry, I can't return it to you. Right?
The doll today. Number 12, the doll at Hougang. Found by passers-by leaning against a tree, this doll seems innocent enough if you don't think about its eyes being covered. Enter the doll at Hougang.
This is like
found
a
in
very
Hougang,
eerie doll.
Singapore, around 2014. When pictures of the doll were posted online, a Reddit thread explained that the writing on it was Arabic, meaning in the name of God. Apparently, this little dolly had been moving around by itself and talking in a woman's voice. The original owner claimed that the only way they found they could get rid of it was to take it far away from home and blindfold it so that it couldn't come back. Number 11, Patty Reed's doll. This creepy doll is the only one on our list to be haunted by humans rather than the other way around. Patty Reed's doll famously came along for the wagon ride when a Donner Party made the trip west to California in 1846. When the travelers were trapped by snow, people turned from eating bits of leather and mice to cannibalism for survival.
Oh my god.
The entire Reed family made it through the trip, and the doll can be seen nowadays at Sutter's Fort State Historical Park Museum in Sacramento, California.
What a
Unlike the
cop out
others,
with that.
this doll seems to be shocked into silence. It might not be supernatural, but but certainly inspires horror. Number 10. Harold.
Harold? Oh my
Harold's
God.
story begins with an eBay listing, a listing that reads like a horror story. Haunted Harold was allegedly purchased at a flea market from someone who said that his son died shortly after getting the doll himself. Refusing to heed the warning, the new owner took the doll home. Within 2 days, his cat died, his girlfriend left him, and he began having chronic migraines.
Okay.
This doesn't include the laughing and crying
Interesting.
children he kept hearing in his basement, or the fact that the doll seemed to have a pulse. The current owner, Anthony Quinata, has a YouTube page where he asks Harold questions.
This is definitely like an ARG for sure or something.
Letta.
Yeah,
Letta
Letta is the one
supposedly
we
an
watched in
ancient
Bed
Eastern European
This is a
marionette.
little weird.
At least 200 years old, it was discovered under an
In
abandoned
Australia, right?
house in New South Wales, Australia. Owner Kerry Walton has gone on record many times admitting the terrifying consequences of finding such a doll. Objects move, items fall off the walls, and in its presence, people and animals alike tend to freak out. In early attempts to sell the doll, he would suddenly feel utterly incapable of following through.
A lady had rung me and wanted to buy it, and I tried to
Midday.
take him out of the car, but I don't know, I just couldn't take him out. It was...
I just want to add like an Australian
Letta,
joke there, like,
short
oh
for Let 'em Out,
no.
is also known for its head full of human hair, for causing rain whenever it's taken outside, and for readjusting the position in which it sits all by itself. Number 8. Pupa. Pupa may be the cutest doll on this list, but don't let her looks fool you. The dark side is strong with this one.
Don't know the power of the dark side.
Built in the 1920s to resemble her 5-year-old owner, Pupa was loved and cared for until the owner's death in 2005, and was then placed in a display case by the family. Since the original owner's death,
to have a
there
doll
been numerous
based on
reports
you.
of Pupa tapping on the glass, being found in different positions, and writing messages inside the fogged-up case. A family member allegedly caught her moving on camera, but the footage, when uploaded, was inexplicably covered in white film with the words, "Pupa no." It's been said that her owner always said that Pupa had a mind of her own. Number 7. Okiku. In Japan, Okiku has found international fame for being the doll with growing hair. The doll was purchased in 1918 for a little girl, Okiku, who died less than a year later of a severe flu. In her memory, the family set up the large doll in a shrine. Eventually, they noticed that the doll's hair, which was originally just a bob, had been steadily growing, even after being cut. This led them to believe that the girl's spirit must have moved on into the doll.
Yeah, that's the
Since
sort of stuff that's
1938,
scary.
Okiku has been
Like, I
on
mean,
display
it's not
in the
possible,
Monenji
right, for her to
Temple,
continue
where
growing.
people regularly visit her.
Because,
The
you know,
hair
you
has
need to be
allegedly been
alive,
tested in a lab,
and
it
it's
was
not connected to a
concluded
hair
to
follicle,
indeed be human hair. Number 6. Crystal, True, Monica, Charla, Isaac, Lily, Ashley, and Cameron.
Fuck. Could they not have spread these into like separate categories? Hello?
They'll be our living dolls.
Being paranormal investigators, the Watkins family are at least better suited than most to be handling supposed haunted artifacts. The dolls, Crystal, True, Monica, Charla, Isaac, Lily,
Fucking
Ashley,
website
and Cameron,
too?
were all purchased
This is
individually
not a
based on
video.
their supernatural reputations. The Watkins family then brought them together in their Pennsylvania home and set up a 24-hour stream. Over the years, fans of the aptly named Dollhouse have gathered on the webpage forum to discuss the
Oh, I'm waiting for them to have a fucking
was the footage of a ghostly apparition.
you know, fucking what's it called? An entry on La Isla de las Muñecas.
Caught in 2009 of what seems to be a spectral young boy
Isla
at
de
the
los
bottom
Monos.
of their staircase. Sadly, the stream stopped updating in 2015.
And like that, he's gone.
Number 5. Joliet. The story goes that a jealous family friend maliciously gave this cursed doll to a young woman
that
as
should
a
be another one.
pregnancy gift. Tragically, her baby boy died only 3 days after birth. Soon after, however, the family began to hear a baby's cries emanating from the doll. The doll has been kept in the family for 4 generations, and as a result, little outside investigation has been possible. But legend has it that each owner has continuously given birth to one healthy boy and one healthy girl, with the boy mysteriously dying on the 3rd day. According to the family, Joliet continues to cry out with the spirits of the multiple baby voices coming from it. Number 4. The
There we
Island
go.
of the Dolls. Located on the canals near Mexico
This is
City,
easy.
this
And of course
island
they
is
put
one
the
of the
Travel
creepiest
Channel one.
destinations on the planet. In the 1950s, Julian Santana Barrera left his family and isolated himself on the island. Legend has it that after finding the body of a drowned girl, he hung up her doll in a tree on the island as a means of honoring her memory and spirit. After it allegedly moved and made noises, his lifelong obsession with stringing up dolls in the trees began. In 2001, Barrera's body was discovered having drowned in the same spot as the girl. Nowadays, Barrera's family run the island, ferrying tourists to visit the countless dolls. According to
That's
local
sad,
legend,
you know?
dolls have been known to whisper and move. Number 3, Robert. Given to painter Robert Eugene Otto when he was just a boy, Robert the doll has quite a creepy
Are they going
history.
over Annabelle? Yeah,
Eugene
they have,
often
right?
talked to the doll, and according to his parents, the doll could be heard responding. Eugene also blamed small accidents on the doll. Eventually placed in an attic when Eugene grew up,
This is
Robert was
raining
often
'cause I
reported
just
as
wanna
having
open my
moved around on his own or causing creaking sounds.
Are you sure there's nobody else in the house?
Nowadays, Robert resides at the Martello
still
Gallery
raining.
Key West Art and Historical
Dang,
Museum,
we're like on the
where he
tip.
continues to garner much attention.
Tip of the rain.
Each year, the doll receives hundreds of
Over.
letters of apology from ex-skeptics who photograph him without permission, only to leave, experience various accidents, and come to associate them with Robert's cursed influence. Number 2, Annabelle. Thanks to the Conjuring film series, Annabelle's story has a prominent place in pop culture.
Oh, they
She
haven't,
even got her
fuck.
own spin-off films. But the real doll looks nothing like her on-screen Hollywood counterpart. Annabelle is in fact a Raggedy Ann doll, given to a young nurse in the 1970s as a gift. The spookiness began almost immediately when the nurse and her roommate started finding the doll in random places and with handwritten notes next to it. Famous paranormal investigators and demonologists Ed and Lorraine Warren examined the doll and eventually locked her up for safety's sake. The doll now resides at the Warrens Occult Museum. However, she's still been attributed responsibility for numerous attacks and at least one death.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest
Cool.
videos.
So like, you know, with all these dolls, they all have like not similar like beginnings, but they all like haunt, right? So like, why is it that they do this, right? Is like a question that should be asked, right? They're said to be cursed or like haunt and stuff like that. But, like, why are they said to do this?
Number 1,
You know what I mean?
Mandy.
Like, you know, we should be skeptical of the people that tell these stories.
Possess all powers and abilities of every aforementioned
Because
doll
you
combined.
know,
Mandy. Her last owner could not stand
oh, isn't
the
this like the
constant
crack
crying
porcelain?
noises, but the sheer number of reported incidents, especially since the porcelain doll was donated to a Canadian museum in 1991, is staggering. Objects disappear or move.
Yeah, no,
tapping
because
is
like,
heard
you
on
know,
arcades,
what's up with
cameras,
that?
and electronic devices
Like, there's like a
malfunction,
human fascination with
footsteps are heard
dolls,
in the night,
and I think
people report
Vsauce
seeing her
has one.
move and blink. Mandy does it all. While her antics don't seem evil, she is certainly an attention seeker. The staff keeps her far away from the other dolls, as any
We can
nearby
watch this
doll
video. We're gonna watch this
displays
video right
tend to get broken or damaged.
Do you agree with our pick?
¿Cuál escuelita es this? No, we're gonna talk about that, and because you know this is a cultural part of basically curses. Where was I? Vsauce, right? It's a very cool video, right?
Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. Fear
Hopefully he talks about it.
gives us life. Being afraid of the right things kept our ancestors alive. It makes sense to be afraid of poisonous insects or hungry tigers. But what about fear when there is no clear and obvious danger? For instance, a teddy bear with a full set of human teeth.
That one's funny. I don't know. I find it like intimidating too, right? Like, it's funny.
There's something
That
a
smile
little
dog.
off about these images. Too much mystery.
We're gonna go over
and
smile dog too.
strangeness.
I think that's one of the
But
group
no
bosses.
obvious
Looking
threat
for.
the way there is with a gun or a falling rock.
Yeah.
But yet they still incite fear because they are creepy. gives us the creeps? What causes something to be creepy? We are now in my bedroom.
You know, he just does that. This is 2013. This is a long time ago.
Terrified of scary stories to tell.
Yeah, I still remember.
Dark. But the very first book that ever scared me was The Curse of the Squirrel. To this day, I still haven't finished the book, but that's just me. Psychologist James Gear developed the Fear Survey Schedule 2, which he used to find out what scared us the most. Combined with the results of a more recent Gallup poll, these are the things that scare most of us.
Let's read these. We can get rid of the captions, right? He is a little quiet because back then YouTube had a certain you had to have like videos less than 10 minutes. Literally, there's like volume stuff, suffocation, failing a test, injury of a loved one, death of a loved one, your own death, bad one as well. Being self-conscious, nothing but success, snakes, nuclear war. That one's gonna get big soon. Speaking in front of a group, looking foolish, terrorist attacks. Okay. Cool. I guess that one's like, ugh. Spiders, war is gonna be big again. Making mistakes, the future, being alone, criminal or gang violence. Notice in all these events, there's a lot of references to I guess those that are close to you and things that are easily attainable to us, I guess. Like loved ones and stuff like that. Or you know, no. I don't know how to convey this.
All of these things.
The point I'm gonna try
scary,
to make is a
but are
little
they
harder.
creepy?
Yeah,
Let's
they're not
get more specific.
They're more about like
the way Stephen
how
King
we see ourselves,
delineates
right?
3 types of scary stuff.
And
The
how we
first is the gross.
see your connections with
This
others,
is
right?
something disgusting, morbid, diseased. The second is horror. Horror to King is the unnatural, a giant spider, or being grabbed in the dark when you thought you were alone. The third, terror, is different, creepier. He says terror is coming home to find that everything
Oh my god, imagine seeing that.
has been replaced with an exact copy. Terror is feeling something behind you, its breath on your neck, knowing that you will be
Interesting that
grabbed,
they're bringing up a lot of
but then
this stuff.
turning around to find that there was never anything there in the first place. Not a lot of research has been done on that feeling, the creeps, but many theories and ideas involve vagueness, ambiguity. For instance, masks and why clowns are creepy. Claude Lévi-Strauss wrote that the facial disguise
He eventually gets to the point where like we think that the
from
dolls are moving,
social intercourse
unless that's
the
a
part
different
of the
Vsauce
body
video.
which reveals
Sad it is.
personal feelings and attitudes. Part of the reason even a neutral or happy mask can be creepy may have to do with ambiguity. A mask hides the true emotions and intentions of the person underneath. I don't know if the person wearing that mask is a threat or not.
Because we can't read their
Vagueness
faces.
is creepy when it comes to the
You know,
human
our
form.
bodies are
This
meant
is
to
the
read like
famous
human faces, right?
Uncanny Valley. On a chart of humanness, there's a zone where something can be almost entirely human, but off by just a little. Not so wrong that it's clearly fake or funny, or so good that it's indistinguishable. Instead, it's just troubling. The creepiness of the Uncanny Valley is wonderfully demonstrated by John Bergeron's Singing Androids.
Yeah.
Watch
This
these
is old.
videos when you're alone.
That's how YouTube this used to look, by the way.
A similar uneasy feeling comes from Shay St. John, a character created by Eric Fournier, funny to some, nightmare fuel to others. Uncanny humanoids, like all creepy things, straddle a line between two regions that we can understand and explain with language. Francis T. McAndrew and Sarah Kohnke describe being creeped out as an adaptive human response to the ambiguity of threats from others. Creepy.
So hold up, let's read that. By the way, I think that's under So it's gonna start thundering right now, so you guys are gonna see the flashes. And then watch you also see the flashes because it's cool. Next to what? Turn off the lights. Hopefully, I'm not like my yellow screen is. Okay, so it says the person stood too close to your friend. Okay, that one. Yeah, creepy people. Person had greasy hair. How is that creepy? That just means they need help. Cause like not showering is a sign that like something's like not right there, right? Not necessarily creepy in my opinion. A person with a peculiar smile. Oh yeah, I guess that one. A person with bulging eyes. A person with long fingers. A person with unkept hair. I guess yeah. That one kind of makes more sense. Person has very pale skin. Yeah. Person had bags under their eyes. This person was dressed oddly. Okay, the person was dressed oddly is kind of like is xenophobic. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. The person licked his lips or her. The person was wearing dirty clothes. What are we? These are like
Human response
weird.
to the ambiguity of threats from others. Creepy things are kind of a threat, maybe, but they're also kind of not. So our brains don't know what to do. Some parts respond with fear, while other parts don't, and they don't know why. So instead of achieving a typical fear response, horror, we simply feel uneasy, terror, creeped out. Between the mountains of safety and danger, there is a valley of creepiness where the limits of our knowledge and trust and security
are kind of like ambiguous.
Very clear.
Yeah.
Will looking at this cause you to die 1 week later? Impossible.
Like, fuck that, right?
Maybe.
Like, imagine I'm just like here watching a video later on today, and you just see a fucking face just pop out of nowhere.
When it involves our own intentions, it can make us lie. And when it involves danger, but no recognizable threat, it can make us think and feel some pretty weird things. Have you ever peered over a ledge, a railing, way high up, like so high up it made you nervous and dizzy, and felt something pushing you? Maybe even an urge to jump. Have you ever stood on a ledge with a loved one and realized that you
not it's a different video, like I said.
Push them.
But it's this is important because I guess it explains a little bit of the psychology behind
you really could do it, and maybe you do want to do it, or maybe it's just cognitive dissonance. The fact that your brain is having to deal with ambiguity.
Yeah.
A recent study by Jennifer Hames at Florida State University dubbed this the high place phenomenon. When approaching a ledge and a dangerous drop, your survival instinct kicks in and you pull yourself away. But your balance and motor systems don't get it. Nothing is pushing you, and you don't normally fall or leap randomly. So what's going on? The part of your brain that processes intention might resolve this by determining that something must be pushing you, or that you might actually want to jump or push your friend, even if none of that is true. Now, we're not done with ambiguity yet, because our language reflects the gray area of terror and creepiness. Take a look at the word terror itself.
Yeah.
We have horrible and horrific, terrible and terrific.
Yeah.
Why is that? Well, through history, we
very
never
interesting
really figured out what to call powerful experiences, because they're both. They are full of awe, awesome.
And that's what curses can be. They can be powerful experiences, right?
Awful.
Just, what this guy's
doing.
Them
to survive. We need fears and the creeps to understand our size, our weaknesses. But on the other hand, avoiding them is pretty great too.
I don't know what to call them.
The creeps is a physical reminder that the world is vague and full of ambiguity. But
I don't think there's an actual word for that in English.
To figure things out.
He's not a shaman. He's a curandero. It's different.
Is that terrible or terrific? Well, it's both. which, as a creepy ghost would say, is kind of boo-tiful. And as always, thanks for watching.
Yeah. No, there's one where he basically explains like dolls and stuff like that, and why we think they kind of move. And the whole point is that we think that they move, but they don't. In certain cases, and in certain I guess like videos, they try to portray the dolls as moving by themselves. That's not necessarily the case, man. Here we can watch Despierta América.
México es cuna de muchas leyendas. Cada pueblo arraiga historias fantásticas que enchinan la piel y detonan la imaginación.
Okay. Yeah, see, this is a case where they don't have that. I think this is the better covered one. Yeah, so I'll just like try to like translate.
México es cuna de muchas leyendas. Cada pueblo arraiga historias fantásticas
Like
que
Mexico
enchinan la piel
is
y detonan la imaginación. No solo la México es cuna de muchas leyendas.
It's
Cada pueblo arraiga
it's a baby crib. It's a crib of basically a lot of stuff that happens when it comes to like the paranormal and fantastic stories and stuff.
Y detonan la imaginación. No solo la emblemática Llorona que busca a sus
like
hijos por la eternidad, el fantasma de la casa de los azulejos que ignora que está muerto, o el ahorcado que cada noche revive.
See, I'm like fucking up already. He's like the ghost of the House of Azulejos. What's it called? Azules?
Casa de los azulejos que ignora que está muerto, o el ahorcado que cada noche revive un
Or
asesinato. Ánimas del purgatorio, almas en pena que purgan en la oscuridad los pecados cometidos en vida. Momentos de terror que se
ghosts that
cuentan
come
de
from like
generación
back
en
from the
generación
dead
y
because
deambulan
basically
entre
they
las
have
dimensiones del tiempo. Las leyendas mexicanas de terror no distinguen
the
entre
Mexican
la
legends
realidad
of
y la
terror
ficción. Siempre nos espantan
do
el
not
sueño.
really interpret between fact and fiction. Or they're hard to interpret
Y en
between fact
Chihuahua
and
existe una leyenda extraordinaria porque la
I think they
podemos
said
ver
in
y
Guanajuato.
querríamos tocar. Se trata de
There's
Pascualita, un maniquí que dicen tiene vida de ultratumba.
And they have a paranormal
de la hija embalsamada
energy.
de doña Pascualita, que era la dueña de
Paranormal
esa tienda.
qualities.
La dueña del negocio que vendía vestidos de novia, su sueño pues era que su hija vistiera uno de sus diseños a la hora de casarse.
Ultratumba is the word again.
Altar,
In the fucking
muere
English language.
picada por un animal ponzoñoso. Entonces
So
camino al altar, muere picada por un animal ponzoñoso.
when the bride went to the altar, she ends up dying because
opta por
some animal like did something
colocarla
to
en el
her earlier in the
aparador
day.
principal de su negocio para estar con ella toda la eternidad.
Fue en 1930 cuando la enigmática figura apareció por primera vez en el escaparate de esta tienda de novias. Desde
It was
entonces, la
that time frame
gente
they gave.
asegura.
Eternidad.
Fue en 1930
Yeah,
cuando
it
la
was
enigmática figura
1930 when
apareció por primera
she
vez
first
en el
appeared for the
escaparate
first
de
time
esta
in
tienda
this
de novias. Desde
guess, like,
entonces, la
store.
gente asegura que el cadáver embalsamado
And
cobra
so they
vida. Desde entonces, la gente asegura que el cadáver embalsamado
yeah, so
cobra
people
vida
are
por
sure that the embalmed cadaver is actually the
y
fucking
no solo
mannequin
eso, ha ido madurando de manera escalofriante.
Ella envejece, no su cara, sino
When people
le crecen las
think that she gets in other words, envejece means like she's still like alive, right? And kind of like youngish. So it's hard to explain because like they're gonna explain that her hair grows, her nails grow and stuff.
uñas y le crece el vello y el cabello. Se lo cortan, le cortan las uñas.
They cut her hair.
Le tienen que cortar las
They
uñas
keep on cutting her
seguido.
hair.
Cuando vean las
All that
manos,
stuff
o sea,
happens.
las manos tienen cutícula. O sea, las uñas tienen cutícula.
Yeah.
O sea, se ve como que
They're
le
like
está
her
creciendo, ¿no?
hands have cuticles
Comparen
and
fotos,
stuff.
las fotos del que a lo mejor está padre, las fotos del peinado que tú bien dijiste. O sea, el peinado, el pelo ha ido
It's talking about her
Hace unos
hairstyle.
días, Chihuahua despertó
I don't know where he was gonna go with that.
Pascualita había desaparecido.
Ha causado
Then they said that
provocado
Pascualita
este furor
disappeared one day.
porque desapareció exactamente de aquí de su aparador y ahora se menciona que anda por la Ciudad de México.
And
que
now they believe
aparentemente
that
anda
there's
en una
somewhere in
playa.
Mexico.
De pronto vengo caminando aquí por el día y veo que no está.
This guy's like, he said that he's suddenly walking and then he notices that there's
Se me hace
stuff
raro.
there, and that was weird.
A lo mejor yo digo
And then he's like, oh, maybe she's out there, like, I don't know, roaming around, right? Eating people. Like, he's like, he doesn't know where they were, or where she was gonna end up at.
Hotel de las Leyendas en la Ciudad de México, que año con
Oh,
año
I translated
presenta
this
un
way better
performance
the
de
first
terror
time.
con lo mejor de nuestras
Like
historias
half-assing it.
mexicanas.
¿Sabías tú que de 8 de cada 10 mexicanos han visto o conocen a alguien que ha visto un fantasma?
He just gave a fake ass fact. Probably, he's like 8 out of 10 Mexicans have seen a ghost.
Así está. Entonces, creo que es
Like,
algo muy
there it
importante
is.
volver a traer estas
And so
leyendas.
it is important to believe in these
Se confunde con el
legends.
miedo. La belleza indiscutible del rostro de novia antigua deja paso al detalle de las manos, que no oculta lo que parecen ser huellas dactilares, uñas de color natural y hasta arrugas.
They're talking about how it almost looks like she's so natural, right? Because how she has like fingerprints, her nails, her hair, her vestige, and kind of like face, her eyes, kind of look undescribable.
Y ese es el misticismo que tenemos con ella y te digo, o sea, yo ahorita que estoy aquí atrás todavía me siento así como que me volteé a ver.
And he's like, oh, he thought that the doll was like almost kind of like looking back at him.
De México.
La Pascualita, al igual que otras muchas leyendas mexicanas, maravillan a quienes tal vez no creen, pero sí se permiten dudar. La pregunta colectiva surge.
They're saying that people are basically like intrigued by this.
¿Y bien modelado o es el cadáver embalsamado de una novia?
And now they're like, or is this just a mannequin, or is this like the embalmed body of
que cobra vida cada noche?
that comes to life every
El vestido de
night?
Pascualita, el que ella lleva puesto, si alguna novia se lo pone, es un amuleto para que viva toda su vida en matrimonio feliz.
And they said that if you wear her dress, it is said that you just happen to live with your wife.
Real, es ficción.
There's so much again, there's so much weird stuff, right? It's not necessarily a curse or anything weird like that. This one's kind of like, oh fuck, just creepy doll, right? Or this stuff happens. And yeah, basically, the story is like people believe that this is the embalmed cadaver of the basically woman that died at the altar when she was getting married by an animal. And it's very interesting, and they think that she roams out at night, right? And there's videos of her moving and stuff like that, apparently.
Este video fue captada por 2 personas mientras
like this video was
visitaban la
captured by 2
Pascualita en
people
Ciudad de
while they were
México.
recording
Lo que verán a continuación
what you will see
podría
in
ser grave
continuation
para menores,
is
o si eres delicado,
not
te dará miedo, no son imágenes
suited for
fuertes.
like minors.
Yo estoy aquí con Pablo y la Pascualita. Venimos a visitar aquí en Chihuahua. Pueden ver el vestido, está muy chido. ¿Viste eso?
It's like the Cinderella one. ¿Lo vistes? Oh, in Chihuahua. Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait. No, yeah. Is it Chihuahua? Hold on. I said Guanajuato. Oh my god. Chihuahua, Mexico. Oh my god, I'm so fucking dumb. See, I didn't hear that. I should remember because I always talk about this. Oh fuck, wrong one. Where is it? Yeah, they're like, oh my god, she looked back at me, right? Like, ¿viste eso? Like, did you see that? Movió los ojos, the eyes moved. Like I said, it could be like a crappy camera.
Conocen la historia de esta mujer. En YouTube han estado circulando varios videos donde la Pascualita se mueve. Científicos no logran entender esto.
He's like, there's many videos out there, and scientists don't know how this happens. Okay, I'm like, sure, they probably didn't present it to scientists. Wouldn't that be crazy if they embalmed her so well she was still alive? That'd be insane. But I don't think they embalmed her. I think it's just a mannequin, right? There's no way. No way. It's a fucking actual person under there. But yeah, for example, the Cinderella. Oh, that was lightning. You're gonna hear a. There we go. Yeah, this one. It's this one. It's this one. Extra normal de
A la base de
impacto.
operaciones de Extranormal llegaron
This
estas
one.
impresionantes imágenes captadas en un parque de diversiones en el puerto de Veracruz.
I used to watch the show in Spanish.
En este video, cuyo autor prefirió mantenerse en el anonimato.
Oh fuck! I should be translating. I shouldn't just be like sitting down on my ass. Hold up. That's it.
A la base de operaciones de Extranormal
The extra. They're They call themselves extra normal de impacto. So in the base of extra normal.
Llegaron estas impresionantes imágenes captadas en
These impressive images were
un parque de
captured
diversiones
and,
en el puerto de Veracruz.
at a parque de diversión, amusement park. There we go. Let's say a divergement. A divergement.
En este video, cuyo autor prefirió
A
mantenerse en el
divergement park. I'm like, what the fuck
se
is
puede
that?
apreciar el momento exacto en el
And then
este video, cuyo autor
in this,
prefirió mantenerse en el
in this video, whose author wanted to remain anonymous.
anonimato, se puede apreciar el momento exacto en el que esta figura
We can see a
pareció cerrar
video
sus ojos, como
exactly
si
when.
tuviera vida frente a
We
la
can
cámara.
see Cinderella's
En
eyes.
el que esta figura pareciera cerrar sus ojos.
Oh,
como
excuse
si
me.
tuviera
They don't name her Cinderella, but I just call her. We can see this statue.
vida frente a la cámara.
And blink, right? Camera? Yeah. That's scary as fuck, right? There's like stories about
La
statues.
persona que videograbó este material asegura haberse introducido después de la medianoche al parque en cuestión con el único
Yeah, so they said that they went to this park at like the middle of the night
motivo de comprobar una leyenda muy famosa.
with a goal of proving this legend that this statue
Sí,
does
eso es
move
lo
on
que
its
cuenta
own.
la gente, que dicen que los enanos se mueven alrededor
Se meten
de
a
Blancanieves, la
que
tenemos
los
allá.
asustan.
Entonces dicen que se ponen a jugar.
Yeah, there's that. Anyhow, now we're gonna move over to like the more listy part of our day, I guess. Still, because we still have listen. Now we're gonna listen. Our next like actual big video is probably the Curse of Atsu. Attic. I don't know.
We have
Yeah.
the violinist.
Next up is top 10 most amazing
Este video fue captada por dos personas
like
mientras
this one. Cierta America is another one situated here. Or rather, they're part of Univision. This is how Univision's logo looks like, and it still kind of looks like that nowadays. Y'all don't know what that is? If y'all live in LA or in Florida, oh, by the way, my I am gonna be lagging a little bit, just a tad bit, just because it is raining. But what was I gonna say? If you all live in I mean, I'm pretty sure you can get it from anywhere, right? It's channel. It should be channel 30, if not like some like high channel, like 700 or something like that. You'll have cable.
Starting off this
No, you
countdown,
can just
we
search it
have
up.
The violinist. This was posted 1 year ago on Reddit by the user Harabovsky. He stated that he worked as an aide for an elderly
Oh, there's gonna be
woman,
another
and as a
thunderstrike
result, he
right
would
now.
have to run
They
errands
just saw
for
a light.
her. One time,
Gotta go.
he went thrift shopping and came across a painting of
That
an
means the
old man
thunder's far away.
playing the violin. He bought it for $1 and hung it up in his living room. He claimed that looking at the painting gave him inspiration. However, after a couple of days passed, weird stuff started to happen. The first being that he started to smell smoke being emitted from the painting. He said that it wasn't like a cigarette type smoke smell, but more like a bonfire smoke smell.
Yeah.
Then little things would happen, like his microwave door would
Child,
open
what the
randomly and he
fuck? What is this image and where does it come from? What the fuck? It's like anybody that's like just wake
he would hear
follows me
footsteps.
sees this, right?
He ended up taking the painting out of his apartment and locking it up in his car trunk. But the next day, he almost got into a big car accident.
How
People
long
then
have we been
commented
live
on his
for?
post
It
saying
feels
that
like
they
6.
believe He is being haunted
Yeah,
by
6.
a Jewish
Dude, I've been
demon,
like
since the man in the painting
3
is
hours
believed
already,
to be
yeah.
Jewish as he is wearing a yarmulke. They believe that this spirit is a dybbuk, which is mentioned in Jewish folklore and has the power to cling onto an individual and possess them. In our ninth spot, we have the girl in the red dress. So this next painting was bought from the thrift store. Again, like come on, like I mentioned in my last video, never
What's
buy
wrong?
paintings from the thrift stores. Too many of them are either cursed
She's
or
gonna
haunted. I mean, I wouldn't want to take
she's
them.
gonna start protecting all the Walmart companies, all the all the Macy's, all the people out there. She's gonna be like, no, don't buy at a thrift store. Buy your clothes new and contribute to this capitalistic dystopia where we kind of ruin the environment by buying clothes and wasting clothes from these companies. Blah blah blah. Blah. I'm just kidding.
The risk, but
I'm making a joke there.
you.
Like
the Reddit user XD5133 shared this
whatchamacallit,
story 1 year ago. He said that his
I don't even know
friend
what'd
bought
she
this
say.
painting because it was super creepy.
Don't buy
He
it at the
claims
thrift store.
that both the
Yeah, you
dog
should
and
buy
the
it at the
girl in
thrift
the
store.
photo looked like demons, and that's
You
what
help out
enticed
whoever.
him to buy it.
And maybe like get
Interesting
something
taste, but
cool
I don't judge.
from getting
Then
ruined.
he claims that shortly
Like a
after
painting,
hanging
right?
the photo, they saw paw prints on the wall leading up to the painting. They
Oh,
don't have any
shit.
pets and have no clue how the paw prints got on the wall. Nonetheless, he is
That is freaky.
convinced that the
But, like, I
painting
think
is
they've
haunted
been
by
there
the
and they
dog
just never
and its
noticed.
owner. Making our way down the list at number 7, we have the man in armor. This was posted by the Reddit user Devilish Angel 75. Unfortunately,
fuck
there
is
are no
this?
pictures of this painting. However, the user described it as a 3-foot-tall painting of an old man wearing Spanish-looking armor. He claims the painting was extremely detailed and the frame was made out of carved wood. Now, his mom actually bought this painting for him, not knowing that it was haunted. What a thoughtful gift.
Interesting.
The first night of owning the painting, his AC unit fell right out of his window. The second night, a bunch of his knickknacks fell off
There
his
was another
dresser.
lightning strike.
This led him to talk to the man in the painting every night before bed. He would ask him nicely to
You guys can
just
see it. It's
behave.
weird.
And this worked until he stopped having the conversation with him. Then another night, he felt the corner of his mattress lift and then thump down on his box spring. The last straw was when his mother heard someone approach her bedroom door and whisper to her through the door.
Oh my
After that,
God,
they
that's
took the
scary.
painting to the landfill to discard it there. So, don't worry guys, the ghost is just haunting the landfill now. Moving on, in our 6th spot, we have the painting from another dimension. The Reddit user Marco397 posted this story about 3 weeks ago. So this is a fairly recent
Oh, is
encounter
this
with a
how
haunted painting.
fucking
This
recent
user
is this?
claims that he bought a cursed painting from a
2022. Holy
flea market.
shit.
He was browsing when this painting caught his attention. Well, yeah, it caught my attention too, but not in
Wow.
a good way, just
Yeah.
from how horrifying it is. But
Holy
apparently,
shit, that's a
he
good
really
looking
liked
painting.
it because he
Another
bought
lightning
it.
strike.
A couple of weeks later, he moved and was unpacking his
Look at that.
boxes when he decided to
Because
take a
it did
picture of
this.
the current state of his room and send it to his mom. The painting ended up being in the shot, and when he reviewed
I
the
can't
photos,
catch
you
it.
could see a weird distortion in the photo, almost like a figure was standing in front of him. A couple weeks later, he took another photo, and it appeared as if a ghostly handprint with claws was in the photo. Upon doing research on the painting, someone told
yeah,
him
this is
that
just
it
like,
might
you know.
have been painted by someone with schizophrenia. They
Yeah.
said if you join the faces in half together, it will create a new face. When he did this, it revealed a very creepy image of an alien-type creature. They believed that the person painted the creature that they were seeing from another dimension. The painting remains in the owner's hands, locked away in his house. We are now at our 5th and halfway mark with Rain Woman.
Okay, because like on my homework, no, not on my homework. Well, sometimes on my homework, like on my notes, I like to doodle a lot, right? And I doodle like these geometric shapes, and I'm like, fuck, because like, really, people are speculating this fucking painter has schizophrenia. Like, what the fuck is up with that? Like, like people should not do that at all. They should just say the painter had a interesting sense of like what they were painting, right?
Really creepy backstory.
Which is probably going for like a horror
claim that she felt
theme,
a
right?
hand guiding her while she was
If not,
painting
maybe
this
how they
picture.
felt on the
So
inside, right?
basically, the spirit that
Like, what
made
the
her
fuck?
draw the image looks exactly like that. Creepy. Here's
So,
something
kind
even
of like
more unsettling.
theorizing that
Everyone
this
who's
person
owned
is
the painting
this
has
set way
returned
is
it. The first
really
woman bought it
fucked
and
up.
called the
This
artist
painting's
begging
beautiful,
for her to
but
take the
again,
painting
it has
back.
like a weird
She
past.
said she couldn't sleep and felt
Yeah.
like there was something watching her. The next man returned the painting after saying he kept dreaming of the woman. He said that the shadow of the woman would just walk around him. Then the last
I
person bought
fucking
it
hate when they
regardless
do
of
that.
the other two
I'm gonna turn on the
incidents.
lights
He
now.
claimed that he wasn't frightened by it. Boy, did he change his mind quickly. He claimed that her white eyes were haunting him. He started to see them everywhere, and he would get
Fuck,
terrible
now I'm like,
random headaches.
look at my
Other
color.
people that have viewed
My
the
teeth are
painting in
gone.
person claim to either see the woman smiling or looking at them angrily. Moving on to number 4, we have the Demon Nun. Just take a look at this painting and try to convince me that this painting isn't haunted. Just look at it. It's terrifying.
wonderful.
So this painting was found at a thrift store. Shocker. I mean, what thrift store would see this and then try and sell it? Like, no, I'd get rid of that
Thrift
so
store?
fast.
How
Anyways,
does this end up
people
at a
that have seen this
thrift
painting
store?
commented on the post saying that they felt very
Oh, is it that?
And then they ended up having dreams of this demon
Is it
nun.
that painting?
Another person commented saying that they are convinced that it is haunted by the Valak demon as seen in the movie The Conjuring 2 and The Nun.
Oh
What's
my
creepy is the fact that both the crosses on this piece of art are inverted, representing Satanism. So, what do you think of this piece of art? Did somebody make it just as a Halloween decoration? Or did somebody make it to summon evil spirits? Or is an evil spirit attached to it? In our third spot, we
those are
have
fair
the
questions.
Anguished Man. This painting is known to be one of the most haunted paintings in the world. So the story goes that a man named Sean Robinson inherited the painting from his grandmother. The artist of the painting still remains unknown, but it is said that the artist mixed their own blood in with the paint. Then they ended up taking their own life shortly after the painting was completed. Sean's grandmother was convinced that the painting was haunted. She claimed that she would hear screaming or crying and would often see a shadowy figure. As a result, she kept it locked away in her attic. They believed that it was haunted by the ghost of the artist. When Sean inherited the painting, his son was pushed down the stairs by the ghost, his wife felt someone stroking her hair, and a shadow would lurk through the halls. To this day, Sean keeps the painting locked up in a secure location. He also claims that people are making replicas and selling them online.
Like,
The real haunted painting.
Let's see here. Let's analyze. So a lot of these stories and cursed paintings. Well, one of them was just like, "Oh, look at this fucking painting." The other one was like just conjecture, right? It was just like, "Oh my god, could this nun painting be haunted?" Right? I mean, they're not necessarily cursed, but they are interesting. You know what I mean?
Still remains in his possession.
So I wonder if there's
carefully locked away.
something more
And
deeper in
in our
there.
number one spot, we have the sealed painting. The next painting was bought from a yard sale. The man who bought the painting was drawn to it. He thought that the painting could be worth some money since it looked
That
pretty vintage
other one,
and
the
frame
woman with
detail
the
was
weird
incredible.
hat.
He had
That
the
one
painting
was like
hanging in his
actually
home
like
for quite
cursed,
some
right?
time before strange things started
Like
happening.
well,
It started
more
when
like
one
a
night he
oh,
woke
I have
up
a
from
cursed
loud
painting.
bang. Turns out the painting had fallen off the wall. But he dismissed this because the painting was heavy.
My internet goes out and they get a lightning strike. My computer's dead. I don't think I'll be able to stream
That's when
ever
he decided
again.
that he was going to reframe the art with a different frame that was much
For like
lighter.
a while at
And
least,
boy,
if that
was
happens, because
the
I don't
worst
have it
decision.
connected to
He said that it was
anything.
super hard to break open the frame. He uploaded images that showed how thick the frame was and how sealed it was.
Yeah.
However, he finally managed to get it open and remove the painting. He believes that when he did this, he unleashed some sort of evil spirit. Every night at the same time, he would wake up with the sweats, feeling really sick. During the day, strange things would happen, like he would hear door slams and whispers coming from the room that held the painting. After attributing it to the painting, he decided to lock it back up in its frame. From there, the unusual activity stopped. So, he learned his lesson. Sometimes paintings are securely locked up in its frame for a reason. Moving on to number 9, we have the painting called The
Did they
Left
go
Hand
from like
by
number
Theodore
1 to like 9?
Now, this painting comes with a dark backstory. Apparently, the artist Jean-Louis Andre Theodore would buy amputated limbs from the morgue as models for his paintings. He would keep these limbs in his house for weeks while he painted them. I mean, of course, he couldn't have used his own hand or his friend's hand as a reference. No. He literally gave a new meaning to need a hand. Well, anyway, some people believe that his paintings are cursed by the people whose body parts he used as a reference. Some people have claimed that they have felt a cold hand on the back of their neck or even felt a slight push while looking at this painting.
These are
The scariest fact
unnerving.
about this is that Theodore died 8 hours after finishing this piece of work. Thankfully, this particular piece of art is no longer on display. At number 8, we have the painting of
Why? What
Marie
happened?
Laveau. Now, this image is carefully on display at the
Okay, let's switch this up.
finishing this paint a cold hand on the back of their this particular now say that they can feel Marie's cold eyes from this historic painting of Marie Laveau.
Did they go over this?
As only the hand by
The left hand. Okay, there's nothing in there. Okay. Well, I guess that's where it ends. I'll investigate on my own then.
Theodore's
What is that's a little weird.
want you and the eyes watch historic voodoo museum. Now, this image
Painting
is
of Marie
carefully on
Laveau.
display at the
Didn't
New
she
Orleans
die as of
Historic
recently or
Voodoo
something?
Museum.
Or am I thinking
Some
of a
people
different one?
say that they
A
can
different
feel
person.
Marie's cold eyes watching them. Others say that once you see this image, then Marie will haunt you and even will show up in your nightmares. Oh, dang. I guess I won't be sleeping tonight. In fact, tour guides say that whoever wishes to see the painting must go alone. They refuse to go see it themselves. Others also claim that when they take a picture of the painting, their photos won't develop. So go to that museum and check out that painting if you're brave enough. Next up at number 7, we have the painting called Soul Bowl. Now, with a name like that, what do you expect?
Yeah.
So this piece of artwork was listed on a website called Trade Me, and the user wanted it out of her life, claiming that it was haunted. So this painting is of
You know, that's an easy way to attribute like maybe like money to the painting, or rather, just to like maybe get people to like bid on it, because I'm sure there are people out there that really would like to have a haunted painting just to experience it and buy it for whatever quantity of money to maybe even, if not just display it in their houses, maybe like if they have like or own a museum, display it there. You know what I mean?
looking like it could resemble the flames of hell.
Pretty sure there's like a, what I'm trying to say is that there's like a, there's like a weird like niche market for this stuff.
Creepy. Now, this painting was bought at an antique shop in New Zealand. However, after they brought this painting home, scary things started happening. She claims that some nights the painting would fall off the wall. She also claims that another night she saw a dark silhouette go from her bedroom to the painting. After numerous other
It could have just been a tough day or a
she
tough week that
decided
she's
to sell
experiencing.
it. I wouldn't think anyone would want a painting marketed as haunted, but apparently people like to collect spooky things. The painting ended up being sold for $123 to an anonymous
Because I'll tell you what,
She believes
my mom said that. Well, my aunt said that my mom used to have a cursed mirror in this house. They live in. And it's true. I remember that mirror. I remember it being weird because like in the sala, what I call the sala, which is the living room, basically there's this big mirror, and next to the mirror was a fucking smaller mirror, and I remember that mirror. It was weird as hell. It's like, why was my mom even affixed with this thing, right? It was like the weirdest thing, because this is my cursed object store, right? Basically, I remember during this time when she owned the mirror, I would always hear footsteps walking down the fucking hallway. I don't know why. I don't know if I was going crazy. My sister would also hear them. So would my dad. So would my my mom. So would my aunts. So would my cousins. So would my cousins visiting from other places that I've never told the story of, right? And they would always just look in the mirror and be like, "Why the fuck do you guys have like a second fucking mirror next to another mirror?" It was like the weirdest thing ever, too, right? So to go on with the story is that basically one day my mom just got fed up, right? She started seeing shit with the mirror, and she just wanted to get rid of it, right? I feel like something similar happened here, where maybe like they had like a bad vibe, like, or rather they had like a tough week, right? And then they were like, "Fuck!" Like they just woke up in the middle of the night. They saw a fucking demon or something weird going on between their half awake, half asleep state, right? And they were like, "Oh my god, I gotta get rid of this painting," right? And that's what's happening here, right?
believes that this buyer took it off of her hands out of good nature and either burned it, locked it away, or tried to get in contact with the spirit. Next up at number 6, we have The Spirit of the Bartender by Will Refuse.
It's very interesting.
Now, I
This house
love thrift
used to
shopping.
have
I
so
love the
many mirrors.
sustainability
I kid you
aspect of it
not.
and how it's better for the environment. Now, I only buy
There's
clothes,
this
and I
mirror.
think I'm just gonna stick to doing that because this next individual claims that they bought a haunted painting
That's
from
my
the
chair.
thrift store.
There was a
Now,
mirror.
in this story, a group of buds moved in together. One roommate
There used to
bought
be a
some
mirror here.
furniture and a
There's
painting from
3
the thrift
mirrors
store.
in there.
So this painting
There's a
was of
place
ventriloquism.
actually called the House of Mirrors. Yeah, Leyendas de España. Forget where it is. There's like videos on it. But the point is, you go in there and you start like talking to the dead, or you even start seeing the dead. But you have to do like a seance in a specific room, if I remember.
Ventriloquist
Or something like that.
dummy-looking bartender. He is seen with big eyes and a creepy smile. They claimed that the bartender's eyes would follow you around the room and they felt uneasy about it. One of the guys even claimed that when you are alone with it, you feel like there's another presence.
Well, yeah, literally, I think like in my mind internally for like when I was like 8 to like 10, 12, it's like I was fucking analytical when I was younger. I swear to God. It's so weird to say, but I was, and I still am. I like kind of dubbed this house La Casa de los Espejos, and like even today, I still like like almost every fucking like there's a mirror in the visitors restroom, which is normal. Restrooms should have mirrors, right? Like the bedrooms, my mom has a fucking um mirror in her bedroom, a big ass one too, not even like a small one, right? Then there's like a mirror in the hallway. There's another mirror like near the kitchen, which is like the one located near the sala. Then like I think outside there's a fucking mirror. Like oh my god,
With
it's
you.
so
2
fucking
months later,
weird.
things started happening around their house. One day, one of the roommates heard a loud
Like
bang
nothing
at the
weird
door,
has ever
but
come
no
of
one was
that
there.
or
The
happened,
banging
right?
continued, and every time he checked, no one was there. Then you would hear loud footsteps running up and down the stairs. Eventually, one of the roommates moved out and took the painting with him and donated it to the bar that he
This
worked
painting
at.
looks funny.
But apparently, they also experienced paranormal activity and ended up throwing it out.
I don't know. It's like a feel good piece. I don't know. It's like
It shows
weird.
that he paints a lot of the same things over and over again. It always involves some ventriloquist-looking person, and there are different variations of this bartender photo. It's quite creepy. Moving on, at number 4, we have the haunted thrifted painting. Again, don't buy your paintings from the thrift stores.
Oh my god,
So
she's
this was
gonna,
posted on
like I
Reddit
said,
1
she's
year
gonna
ago by the
go
user Yum
talk
Balsamic.
for the point of view, or from the point of view of Walmart, and she's gonna be like, you guys should be buying stuff from Walmart. Don't buy your clothes from the thrift store because you're not helping out your community. Walmart is. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
He claims that one
I don't know why I
day
keep on
he was
bringing that up.
shopping
It's just
when he
funny.
came across
It's
this
funny, man.
painting. Now, he did
I can't see her.
claim that
I
he does
cannot
like
see her
creepy,
doing that.
dark things,
But
so it wasn't too weird for him to buy this.
it's just like a
painting.
funny situation.
Now, although this looks badly hand
Split
painted,
second
he
that she
claimed
said
that the painting spoke to him, and he felt overwhelmed, like he just had to have it. After a few days, he noticed that his cupboards would open and close, lights would flicker, and things would fall down. He would even hear scratching coming from the wall that the painting was on.
I don't know.
Then he started
This is
to
like,
see
I
a
know
dark
it's supposed
figure
to
in
be
his
like,
dreams. He said that he would get stuck in some sort of sleep paralysis and he would be visited by a figure with no eyes. He then would start to have the same reoccurring dream every night. He even said he was visited by the faceless people in this painting. That's when he decided to take apart the painting. When he removed the frame, he said that his whole house started to smell like sulfur. He also realized a dark cross was painted on the
when
back
they say
of
your
his
house smells like sulfur, it means like the devil's in there or like there's like demons. But I don't believe in that stuff. But like fuck, I've had sleep paralysis before, and I'll tell you what, I never saw anything in my sleep paralysis. But I know you can definitely see shit because sometimes I would see stuff in my sleep paralysis. My sleep paralysis is weird because it would usually happen in my dreams. And there would be some days, yeah, I did wake up in my sleep paralysis state, and I did see like weird shit coming towards me. Like my weird shit is like this is just one-off time. I think I told this story, but like so let me explain it. In my sleep paralysis state, oh no, in my dream, basically, it was just like I was just like dreaming, right? And in this fucking dream, for whatever reason, I was playing this like video game. It kind of had like the visuals of like Dokapon Kingdom. But like in retrospect, right? But I was not playing that game. Rather, I was not watching anybody play that game because Chugga Conroy and the Runaway Guys, they would play that game. But this was like years before they would play that, right? And the point is, yeah, I'm gonna use the fucking hairstylist. Whatchamacallit? Basically, it was this weird fucking by football I mean like soccer game. I was thinking like football. So yeah, this soccer game, right? It was just like this weird, like cartoony looking soccer game, right? And then like they score, then it turns into like this perspective from the guy that's about to score the goal, and then, like out of nowhere, these words just like, oh, before they changes that perspective, by the way, in my dream, this flashes, right? It's just like imagine how do I? Yeah, imagine it's just like out of nowhere. See how it says Halloween there? Imagine it just in some weird language, or some weird fucking text. It just appears there for a split second, right? When it does that, but in your mind, you read it as like, I'm just gonna make up some words right here, and so I'm gonna be talking in like tongue, basically, right? But you, for whatever reason, end up like, picking apart those words, and you're like A R G H I, right? So then I remember, um, I just like randomly saw that, right? And then it cuts like the perspective where he's about to make a goal, but then this demon nurse appears at the corner of the soccer stadium. He scores the goal, the soccer player, right? And then it changes back to the perspective where you see everybody just like running along the stadium. Then everybody just like starts running to the left, and this demon nurse is just like fucking, just like kind of like dancing all weird, right? Imagine this hairstylist with the daggers. Pretty much, she had like weird scissors, right? And just like that, she was blue. She had a cross right here and everything. So then I wake up right after that because I was like a little bit unsettled in the dream, just a tad bit. I wake up and for a split second I'm unable to move, but out of the corner of my eye, I see that fucking nurse coming closer to me. This time, not looking cartoony. This time, blue skin, just coming towards me, right? And it's like weird. And then like I all of a sudden I'm able to move, and I'm like, okay, like I'm like in my head, I'm like, I'm out of the sleep paralysis thing that I always fucking have sometimes. So I start blinking. This fucking thing is not disappearing. It's still in my fucking vision. I'm blinking like 20 times, but when I blink, it's gone. When I open my eyes, it's still there, right? So what's led me to believe that sleep paralysis is like almost like a mental sort of thing, like almost like your brain is just like post pro. It's like Photoshop or like video editing, right? For example, here's my camera, right? Imagine this is your perspective right now, right? And then all of a sudden, boop 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 boop, I just come here, right? And I'm like, hi guys, right? It's like that. It's almost like that. That's what I feel sleep paralysis is, and whatever other hallucinations are, they're just like an extra layer just added on top of like the reality you see, right? That's what I think it is. And it's weird, right, to explain. And yeah, the weird coincidence is I still remember those letters that were spelled out to me in my dream, and when I search it up in some fucking random language, it spells out, or rather, not this is a lot. Like I search it up on Google Translate. It translates over to soccer stadium, and it's like the weirdest fucking shit. I kid you not. Um, and yeah, that's my experience. That's one of the cooler stories of my sleep paralysis thing, and like the most action really I've ever had with sleep paralysis. Besides there being like a fucking FNAF vent just appearing randomly, but nothing ever coming out of there.
Image. He then put this
Yeah.
painting.
Ever since then, pretty much my sleep paralysis has only been in dreams. So I dream of me having sleep paralysis in dreams. Then I wake up, right, and I'm able to move in the dream. And then I wake up, and I'm able to move in real life.
In his basement storage locker where it still remains. He doesn't know what to do with it and is scared to burn it with the fear that he will annoy the demons. I mean, I would just donate it back to the thrift stores. Let them deal with it. In our third spot, we have the portrait of the doll. Now, unfortunately, this piece does not have any pictures associated with it, and I will explain why. So, this is a story of another girl who bought a painting from a thrift store. Don't buy paintings from thrift stores. So, similar to the guy I mentioned before, this girl felt drawn to this particular photo. She felt like she was lured into buying it. This picture was of an old doll. She claims that when she hung it up in her room, she immediately felt like she was being watched.
It's like weird.
Even her friends
That's why I say it's like post-processing, almost like put onto, like you see like reality, like how it is, and then like there's like this like weird layer of reality over that reality.
She was getting really
that
scared
your
from
mind
this painting
interprets,
that she
right?
too hid it
It's
in a
weird.
storage room. Immediately, the uneasy feeling she felt before just stopped. But she claims that whenever she goes down to the storage room, the same feeling overwhelms her. And in our number one spot, we have the auctioned painting.
I would hate to see fucking things like that though, like fucking just like shadow people or like weird people from the painting just showing up.
When he was 8 years old, his mother bought a haunted painting from an auction. Now, this painting is of a woman around the age of 30 who is wearing a long bluish gray gown. She's seen standing in front of a veranda with a tea set, kettle, and a plate of cake and sandwiches next to her. They believe that the painting was from around 1900 to 1910. They hung this painting in the hallway, and when they did so, strange activity started happening immediately. Now, they claimed that the hallway was always warm since it was summer, but when the painting was hung up, the hallway was always ice cold. All the kids in the family were also scared of this painting. In fact, his little 6-year-old brother
demon
would
nurse
walk
was
on
like
the
not like
other
a regular
side of the
nurse.
hallway.
It was like
At
weird
night, they
demonic,
would often hear
like
whispering
black
coming from the
eyes
hallway.
and
And
a
one
long
time,
tongue.
they reported seeing a flash of blue in the corner
And
of
their
their
movements
eye.
are kind of like,
The
if
dress
you
was
all
coming
know
out
what
of the
Danganronpa
painting.
is,
Now, one day, the little
they were
brother
like
even
Toko's
tripped down the stairs and said he felt a cold hand
know,
push
Altered
him.
Despair
And
Girls
even their
or whatever.
pets would growl at the
Weird.
painting. Eventually, they decided to
And again,
sell
all
the
those
painting
series
to
I
an
would
arts
watch
collector.
later on.
He currently
Like,
keeps this painting locked
this is,
up
that
in
happened
his basement.
like 2011.
Starting off this list in our number 10 spot, we have this hunting cave
weird.
painting. This painting comes to us
Oh
from
my god, this is an
Scotland
ancient one. What do you
44,000
mean?
years ago, and
What do you
was
mean?
found
How's
on
this
the wall of a
haunted?
cave on an Indonesian
Also,
island.
I've never seen it with
Researchers
that
were able to
coloring,
date
that
this
yellow
painting that far back due to the fact that the cave it was found in is still living, which means that rock formations have been growing over the painting. And by being able to date those, they know that
Dang.
it is at least 43,900 years old, but it could
You know, that's why geology is kind of cool. There are caves that live, like that's sick.
with 4 wild pigs,
There's a
some small
creepypasta
buffalo,
on
and
a
a
cave
group of really
that
small
sucked somebody
hunters
in,
with spears.
but it was more
The strange thing
a
about these
metaphor
hunters,
for
other
how
than their size, is the fact that
I
they're
think
all
their
human
life was
and
just kind of
animal
like
hybrids. They all have elongated
ending, or I
faces
don't know,
like
like
an animal
just like
snout, and a lot of them have tails.
in a dark
There's
place
even one tiny
at
human
that moment
thing
and
that
just
has a
kind of
beak.
ended.
We don't really know
It's
why
weird.
they depicted the hunters this way or why the animals are so
See,
much
there's like
larger than
elements of like
there
stories
also
and
were
stuff
no
like that,
other
right?
usual signs of human life found
Here,
in
it's
the
more
cave,
like
such as bones or hunting tools. This cave may
you
have
say,
acted
right?
as some sort of
Almost.
special or sacred spot for them, but I can't imagine a sacred spot that only holds a strange hunting painting. It definitely sounds a
No,
little
you know, she's right. It has to be like a special
we
spot
have
for
the
some.
ambassadors. Before I dive into this one, guys, please don't forget to hit the thumbs up button if you're enjoying the video so far,
Oh my
because
God.
it really helps us out. Okay, this one might not exactly be old
Like
enough
button
to be
doesn't do anything,
considered
but I just like liking
but
the
this
videos,
is my list,
just so
and
I know
definitely
which videos
believe
I've
this
watched
one
already,
still
right?
belongs. The Ambassadors by Hans Holbein the Younger was created in 1533, and at first glance at it, it just seems like a nice painting of 2 men, 2 ambassadors, but that is not the case. This painting is full of imagery that has had professionals debating for years what it really is all about. The debated figures include the 2 globes, one being terrestrial and one being celestial. There's a bunch of different measuring devices, 2 of which are sundials, the variation of textiles, the open religious text, or the difference in clothing between the 2 ambassadors. This all might seem arbitrary, but the details, of course, must have been intentional.
Yeah,
But
no,
what
for
does it all
sure.
mean? It is believed that this painting may be trying to convey religious strife or the interruption of religious harmony, but we truly aren't sure. The most notable feature of this painting, however, is the
Wow,
distorted
that painting's
skull that
beautiful
is featured
for
at
having
the
that
bottom,
many
middle of the
details.
painting. The
Yeah, and then the
anamorphic skull
skull.
is meant to be a visual puzzle as it requires a different perspective to clearly see, and no one is really sure why Hans gave this skull such a prominent place in the painting. One theory, however, is that this painting may be intended to show 3 levels. The heavens, which is shown by the astrolabe, then the earthly world, which is represented by the text and the instruments, and then the final being the underworld represented by the skull. It is possible that Hans may have
That's an awesome painting. Holy shit.
In our number 8 spot today, we have the giants in Egyptian paintings. This one is less of a
Definitely the
specific
painting's
painting
trying to
and
like
more
give
so
the
just a feature
idea
is seen in a
that
lot of
perspective
ancient
matters, right?
Egyptian paintings. There's a common theme of giants in these. This may have been a representation of people being of a higher status or being the more important figure in the painting, but many believe that this may be a sign that there were really giants in ancient Egypt. Considering how strange the pyramids are to us and how little we really know about their construction, how can we say for sure that there weren't giants? If there were, what happened to them? This is one that really has me stumped. What do you guys think?
We'll probably
Let
just
me know below in the
draw
comments if you think
bigger
this is
people
a
as
case of the
giants or
person being
important
depicted
figures
as
as
a giant
giants,
because
right?
of their social status, or
Yeah.
do you think it's possible that giants really did exist at
No.
one point? In our number 7 spot today, we have Medusa,
difficult.
another one of the more recent paintings on today's
There's a
list.
video I recently watched where the more area you have, or something like that. Fuck. Was it on YouTube? But I don't want to swap out because if I swap out, it's gonna fuck over every video.
Is Medusa by Caravaggio.
I'll show you all
We
maybe
all know
later.
the story of Medusa,
Basically,
the woman
it's
with
something
snakes
about like
for hair
if
that
you have
when you look at you turn to stone, and this is
you
a
have some
painting
sort of
that
like
really
height.
captures her essence perfectly, as well as capturing a
This is like some
horrific
sort of
moment. This painting was meant to be a
measurement, no.
depiction of the defeat of Medusa. The legend goes that Perseus, who is the son of Zeus and
Some
Danae,
sort of
was given
I'll
a
just
shield
call it
by
measurement for
Athena.
lack of words
He took this shield
that
to
you
battle
need to
Medusa
have a
and
certain
managed
area,
to outsmart her by
and there's a
letting her
certain
catch a glimpse of her
other
own
measurement
reflection in the shield.
you
She
need
then
in order
turned
to have a
herself
certain
to
volume.
stone, and this is when he took his sword and beheaded her.
Because
That
if you
is
have
the
this
moment
certain
this
measurement for
painting
that
is
certain
portraying.
volume,
The moment that Medusa was
that makes it
beheaded.
impossible
I'm not
for
sure
you
if
to
it really
kind
gets
of
more
jump
cursed
because
than
it's
that.
harder to do so
This painting was
at
created
bigger
by
volumes.
Caravaggio in 1597, and it was actually his second of the kind, which is honestly kind of creepy. In our number 6 spot today, we have Hell. I'm not necessarily sure if I have to explain this one because the name really does speak for itself. This painting by Hans Memling was created in 1485, and it truly is
Oh my
terrifying.
god, yeah.
This is one of 3 double-sided panels that were created, and it features a banner that reads, "There is no redemption in hell." This painting features some sort of devil creature with fangs and bat-like wings and features, and it has another entire face on its belly. Its hands and feet are
Kinda
claw-like,
weird.
and it is depicted stepping or dancing.
Like, you know,
on the
nowadays
backs
you don't
of
depict
people who are in the
demons
mouth
as that,
of
right?
some sort of a beast, of
Like,
course engulfed
You
in
can
flames.
kind of like say that this is like a biblical demon, right? Or something like that. Because you know, angels, as we know them, are like, oh, they have wings and they look like babies. No, that's not it. Or oh, they have wings and they have like a gown and they wear white. That's not really it either, right? Because like in the Bible, they're just straight up described to look like this. I can't believe I fucking forgot for a specific. They said to look like that, right? Demons. Which is very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Backs of people who are in the mouth of some sort of a beast, of course engulfed in flames. This whole painting is absolutely terrifying.
So, you know, when you see like people like, oh my god, I saw a shadow of a person. It's just because that's more common of this era to report because of reasons such as culture.
In our number 5 spot today, we have the
You know,
supernatural being.
what we know,
This painting was made by
as
Katsushika
in like
Hakusai,
knowledge
and it
that's being
belongs
spread
to
to
the
us, right?
Japanese
It's like,
genre
and
of
me
art
saying,
that is
oh,
about
a shadow
supernatural
person looks like
beings,
this,
which
and
are
they don't
painted
have any
on
eyes.
wood blocks.
Now that I
The
told you
painting
that, you're
depicts
more
a
likely to
skeletal
see
man
them
who truly
like
is
that
straight
if you
out of a
agree with
nightmare.
me.
The story behind this one is that it apparently is about an actor who was killed. The legend states that he actually ended up coming back to life like a zombie, and that is what this painting is about. Well, I guess it's more like a zombie ghost thing, as he comes back to haunt his wife and the new man she has fallen in love with. This legend is already quite terrifying, and the artist found a way to really bring that horror to life. His depiction of the sunken eyes and the horrifying grin with the clear representation of the thin skin and those spindly little fingers really make this painting what it is, and that is a work of sheer terrifying art. In our number 4 spot today, we have the UFO. This painting comes from an unknown source from around 1350, and it is depicting the
1350?
crucifixion of Jesus Christ, surrounded by a
Yeah,
crowd
the
of people
UFO and
with
that.
some extra special visitors.
Okay.
These visitors seem to be of the extraterrestrial variety. On either side of Jesus in the painting, there appears to be some sort of UFO that contains strange-looking humans? It is very obvious that any sort of flying object during these times just did not exist. So
I
the
think
fact
they're
that
supposed
it's
to be
one
the
we as
angels.
humans have never seen before
Yeah.
is all the more interesting. Many people speculate that it is possible that these creatures may have been deities or perhaps angels, but there were no wings or halos or any other sign of angelic or divine.
Like I said,
creatures.
angels
It
aren't
is
really
possible that
supposed to
maybe
look
humans
like
have always been
angels,
obsessed with the idea
right?
of alien life,
it's
and
weird to
maybe
say.
the belief in UFO stems all the way back to them, but maybe this is a sign that aliens did visit Earth at some point long ago. Either way, it certainly is quite
You know, it is weird to be honest.
creepy. In our number 3 spot today,
Not
we have
creepy
the
though.
lizard hands.
And
In
again, these
2020,
aren't like
cave
haunted.
discovered in the
These
western
aren't haunted.
deserts
These
of
are just
Egypt,
cool paintings.
Researchers found a ton of paintings on the walls, thought to be dated
See, this is
back
the one I
at
was
least
thinking of.
8,000 years, if not longer. The paintings featured animals, humans, and sometimes headless creatures, which led to the cave being nicknamed the Cave of the Beasts. But there are also hundreds of handprints outlined, which are both very cool and very eerie. The most unusual
It's
part
insane
of
we
the
still do that.
handprints,
You know,
however,
if you have a
are 13 that are
school
extremely
you
tiny.
go to,
This
there's
would be
a chance
endearing
that you
and
can
very
put your
cute,
handprint
but
on
what
there.
was once thought of as little
Or
tiny
there's a
baby
chance that
hands
like at some
are
point you
actually not even human at
something
all.
with the
An
handprint, right?
anthropologist realized
Or like
this
they
in
like, you know, paint your
2006
hand,
when she saw that they
you
were
put it on
much
a
too
piece of
small
paper.
and that the
It's
fingers
still
were
a
much
thing.
too long. It is thought that these handprints may belong to lizards or perhaps baby crocodiles, but we still aren't really sure. It is
Oh yeah, that
definitely
is weird.
interesting and
Yeah,
kind of
look at those.
fascinating to see
Look,
all these
I'm not.
handprints
No, they're not even kidding when they say that. That is weird. It's like a. Whoop, 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 whoop.
on the walls of the cave, but it definitely
They could be like babies'
that
hands.
we may never know the answers to. And at number 2 spot,
I mean,
today, we
they're a
have the
little
Tomb
long.
of Rorang. In 2006, a
Oh,
grave
Rory.
robber who had been caught unveiled a secret in exchange for some leniency in his sentence. This secret is what unearthed this next cursed painting. He helped provide information that led to the unearthing of the Tomb of Roaring, which is one of the oldest tombs ever found in Europe. Inside the tomb were things like a sword, Greek vases, metal meat roasting spits, and a painting. This painting is one of the oldest in Europe, and it is believed to have belonged to a warrior prince. The painting features what was originally thought to be lions, but it is now believed that they are probably deer or horses. I'm not sure about you guys, but unearthing a secret tomb with information given to you by a grave robber seems like a perfect recipe for something cursed, and I'm not sure if we should have opened that thing. Who knows?
I mean, the
what
grave
they
robber
could
did
have
the right
unleashed
thing in
on the
fucking
world.
saying.
In our number 1 spot today, we have the Holy Ghost. The Holy Ghost is a painting that comes all the way from at least 7,000 years ago.
Yeah.
This painting is the main part of a mural that is located in Utah's Horseshoe Canyon. The entire mural is huge as it is 300 feet long and features around 80 figures, and it was likely painted by ancient nomads. The technique used to create this image was by filling their mouths with red ochre-tinted paint and spraying it out onto the sandstone. The paint was a mix of their blood and clay that was binded together by urine. This is all super cool and kind of gross, but here's the creepy thing. No one knows why these paintings were created or what they represent. Maybe they just like to paint, but it is kind of crazy to think about what this figure could have meant to them. Was it part of a legend? Was it something they saw in real life? This is just one of those mysteries that unfortunately is buried with the people of the past, and we are just left to speculate exactly what this could be about.
Interesting. Yeah, now that we're done with that, now we're gonna go with top 10 terrifying signals sent from a Ouija board. So this is gonna be more, I guess, like now. Then movies, yeah. Evil books. Then again, it's gonna get a cult like. Then we're gonna learn about I guess like cursing from like I guess like seeing certain things. Smile dog. Oh my god, smile dog needs to be like. Yeah. What are you? Yeah, like right. We'll watch Small Dog first. Seems like well, these are stories, so we'll leave this off for last, right? Because we may not even get to it. Like organized. Oh, perfect. I think this is. Yeah, I think this is it. We got a cool.
Never mess around with an Ouija board
Mesh
unless you're
of
ready
things
to
that
unleash
link up
the
with
evil
each
that
other.
you may come in contact with. Today, we'll be looking at some terrifying signals sent from a Ouija board.
Yeah, I'm
Let's
going
get
to
right
12.
on into it. But speaking of
And
the
then that's
paranormal,
it.
I have been loving the documentary show Psychic Investigators, which I watch on Magellan TV. Magellan TV is a membership streaming service filled with top quality and entertaining documentaries. They have over 3,000 titles to choose from, and they add new programs on a weekly basis. So there's always something for you to watch. It's a site that I go to watch all of my true crime documentaries, like the one that I just mentioned, Psychic Investigators. This show is about real-life crimes solved by detectives and psychics, like the case of Penny Sarah. Penny Sarah's death remained a mystery for 2 years until they enlisted the help of
This
a
show is
psychic
just
named
gonna string along like coincidences, probably.
of document. One day, a girl and her friends decided to fool around with an Ouija board. To make it
The story
10
from
times
Eliza, I
worse,
guess.
they decided that the perfect location to use it in would be the cemetery. So they went to the cemetery.
Yeah, there's a lot of like I guess stories with people saying not to use Ouija board at a cemetery because there's so many spirits you can
Then
just
all of a
talk to,
sudden, the
or
planchette
spirits that would
moved
want
by
to speak at the
itself
same
and
time.
spelled out the name Eliza. They kept asking the board questions and found out that she was 54 when she passed away. Now, the girls were thinking that one of their friends was just moving the planchette, so they weren't scared. That was until they packed up to leave. As they were leaving the cemetery, they stumbled upon a tombstone. It read, Eliza Taylor, 1862 to 1916. So they were in contact with a real spirit this whole time. And the last message that she sent to them was, don't go. She wanted them to all stay with her. In our 9th spot, we have George. When Reddit user Treeman was little, his mom invited him to play an Ouija board with her.
Okay, so this is weaker, right? When it comes to like
not judging, but I am.
Like sometimes like you can conjure like demons or whatever,
anyways,
and then like
he joined in and started spelling out joke words like poop and fart. He found it so funny. That was until her mom asked the board about her missing friend. He had been missing for a month or so, and no one knew where he was. At first, the board spelt out George, the name of the friend who went missing. The next thing it spelt out was lake. About 2 weeks later, they found George's body. He had been hit by a car while on a bridge, and his body fell into the lake below. The Ouija board literally solved this man's disappearance. In our 8th spot today, we have the creepy doll. So a couple of years ago, the narrator, his cousins, dad, and best friend were all using an Ouija board in their basement. Now, prior to using the board, they decided to move this creepy porcelain doll out from the basement and place it into another room. Good idea, dolls creep me out. Plus, we've seen Annabelle, we know that demons can inhabit dolls.
I mean, not just like random dolls though.
And at first, it wasn't working. That was until the planchette started moving randomly to random numbers. But these weren't any numbers. They were one of the guy's social security numbers. To make sure it wasn't a prank, they asked the board to show itself.
Okay, these stories are gonna be like over the top. Let's just skip that one. Go on with the next topic.
Infamous, or both. You decide.
That's just like what the fuck, dude. Okay, spell out my social security number. Probably one of the friends that knows that, and it's probably gonna commit like identity
could be considered cursed. We're not talking about personnel squabbles or financial issues, but rather serious accidents, mysteries, or tragedies that happen either on the set or after the fact. We're not going to be referencing the curse that's
this is gonna be me for the next 10 minutes. I'm sorry, because they're gonna be showing off a lot of shit. Let me just add the. Wait, down here.
Easy, miss. I've got you.
If you like what you're hearing, be sure to check out the full song at the link below.
This is curse top 10 curse movies. Okay, I don't think you can show that.
Let's first address the elephant in the room.
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz is not considered cursed because an actor's suicide was supposedly caught on screen.
Yeah, and that was actually debunked. Pretty sure.
That's just a famous urban legend. What is true, however, is that there were enough on-set accidents to lend the Wizard of Oz its own cursed reputation.
You cursed rat! Look what you've done! I'm melting!
Hopefully I don't get fucking like not copyright struck on Twitch. Oh my god.
For starters, actors Buddy Ebsen and Jack Haley both suffered severe reactions to the makeup for the Tin Man, while Margaret Hamilton, aka the Wicked Witch of the West, endured life-threatening burns during her big disappearing act early on in the film.
Because it was they did like some sort of thing with like fire. Yeah.
Not even poor little Toto was safe, as an on-set trainer reported that one of the witch's foot soldiers accidentally stepped on the dog during a take.
Yeah.
Number 9,
that's sad.
Passion of the Christ.
Huh?
Getting struck by lightning is never a good sign, but
is this like the actual like Jesus
Christ in one of the most controversial movies of the year? This indeed happened to Jim Caviezel on the set of Passion of the Christ, as well as the assistant director on the film who got zapped twice.
Yeah.
Then there were the reported accidents associated.
Dude, imagine getting struck by lightning. Fuck that.
Of Christ, which saw Caviezel get accidentally whipped for real by a co-star.
Okay, that's just like actual like accident.
a lung infection from the weather, and
Ew.
massive migraine headaches from the bloody eye makeup. We're not saying that Caviezel and crew were cursed, but we might reconsider doing any more shoots out.
No, this is just like weird. Like, not even weird, like just like set acts. Oh my god.
Number 8, The Crow. The Lee family curse was nothing new when the Crow star Brandon Lee tragically died during filming as a result of an improperly loaded gun.
Yeah, so it's almost like a
Rumors
snuff
had already
film.
surrounded the death of Lee's father Bruce years before.
There's a
with
lot of
some
like
claiming
weird
that his
films
demise at the young
out
age
there
of
that can be
32 was
considered
the
snuff,
result
which just
of a
means
beef
like
with
somebody,
Chinese organized crime
one of the
family.
actors dies in the film. That's all it means.
Sadly,
And then they
Brandon's
like
on-set
try to
accident
sell the
wasn't
film
the only
because you know
mishap to
it's
happen on the
real
Crow's
or
set,
the
as crew
truest
member was horribly
way of
electrocuted
filming.
and rushed to
Right?
the hospital after coming into contact with power lines. Although we'll never know what Brandon Lee could have achieved after his career-defining appearance in The Crow,
They're
his
illegal to
silver
have
screen
because you
legacy
know
is
an
at
actor
least
fucking
cemented
died.
alongside his father's for all time. Number 7, The Omen. It's not
Yeah.
difficult to imagine
This
the
is they
sort of
talked about
heebie-jeebies
earlier,
that
or
filmmakers
rather,
probably
it was
experienced
mentioned.
shooting The Omen back in the mid-70s.
Look at me, Damien. It's all for you.
After all, it was Satan's big moment in the sun. After the success of Rosemary's Baby and The Exorcist made
This
everyone
bot
terrified
is
of
instantly
what was
getting
lurking in
updated,
the dark.
uploaded to my YouTube channel. Just so like that way everything can be preserved and those that watch on
Some
Twitch.
very real incidents surrounded production on The Omen.
And maybe we'll move over to my
However, for the
YouTube channel.
pre-production suicide of Gregory Peck's
To watch
son,
it there
some
because I
serious
know
airline
it definitely
issues,
does
lightning strikes,
after a
the
day
fatal
it does
crash of a small
get
plane
me for certain
carrying film
areas.
crew. Finally, special effects lead John Richardson, who was responsible for the film's infamous beheading scene, was involved in a tragic car accident after shooting The Omen, where his passenger, assistant, and girlfriend Liz Moore suffered the same grisly fate.
Poem when the Jews returned to Zion. And there was
Pretty
something
sure nothing will
about
happen to me though because Watchamojo has this stuff.
Yes, that's here too. A shower of stars and the rise of the Roman Empire. Well, these are supposed to be the events that signaled the birth of the Antichrist. The Devil's Child.
Number 6, Apocalypse Now. The next
I
movie
don't know
on
what
our
this
list
movie's
is A Case
about.
of Time being The Great Equalizer.
Saigon. Shit. I'm still only in Saigon.
That's because nearly everyone making
Oh, it's like a
Apocalypse Now
Vietnam?
seemed almost
Fuck.
certain that their time in the jungle was cursed. So troubled and dangerous was this film's production. Although Francis Ford Coppola's war epic is now considered one of the greatest cinematic achievements ever, the director allegedly contemplated suicide over thoughts of his personal financial ruin.
Oh my god.
Through words to describe
How is the movie cursed? Just because like it was like done in tough conditions or something?
necessary to those
Why are they?
who do not know
That one's a weak option.
horror means.
Natural disasters destroyed
Oh.
pricey sets. Marlon Brando
Shit,
showed
okay.
up unprepared and overweight for his role, while Martin Sheen even suffered
that's
a freaking
not
heart attack
cursed.
during his time on set.
Okay, that is.
Sure, it's all gravy now,
Like,
but we're guessing that being in
not,
the thick of
being
Apocalypse
overweight,
Now was
that's not
anything but fun.
Even the jungle wanted him dead. And that's who he really took his orders from anyway.
Number 5, Twilight Zone the movie.
Oh, I'm like Twilight. I'm like what?
With the key of imagination.
No, Twilight as a series is kind of like interesting.
Beyond it is another dimension.
If I can, maybe one day we'll watch all the Twilight Zone.
A dimension of sight.
Like as a series.
Dimension of mind.
On-set accidents are never easy to discuss, but they're made even more tragic when they
Oh,
have
it's
to
just,
do with young children. Unfortunately, one infamous stunt
I
gone
thought I was
wrong
bitten
would
by
go
a
on to
fucking
define
mosquito
this
again.
otherwise highly
Because on my leg, I
anticipated
definitely was.
blockbuster, The Twilight Zone, the movie.
Told you guys we shouldn't have shot Lieutenant Niedermeyer.
The incident occurred during director John Landis' segment where actor Vic Morrow and 2 child actors were killed when a helicopter sequence went horribly wrong. Both of the children were paid under the table and hired without the required permits for shooting at night with minors. But the tragedy did have a silver lining. It prevented the curse of gross negligence from afflicting more films in its wake, as more shoots were required to have risk management on set to prevent these
Nice.
accidents in the
That's
future.
good.
It is
That's nice to
sometimes
hear.
said that where there is no hope, there is no
Unfortunately, you know, it was brought on by
Simple.
negligence at the
The
beginning, right?
residents of Sunnyvale Rest Home.
Like, you know what I mean? There needs to be negligence
Number
for something
4,
to,
The Conqueror.
I share
you
your
know,
taste
happen.
in women,
Which
Sergeant
sucks.
Ty, but not in blood.
Counter that, right? From happening.
Farewell, Tartar woman.
Speaking of negligence, 1956's The Conqueror might be the most cursed movie of all time, at least when it comes to absolute stupidity. Ignoring for a moment that John Wayne was cast to play, of all people, Genghis Khan.
Know this woman.
Okay.
I take you for a
Oh my
wife.
god.
The Conqueror was also inexplicably shot on land that was formerly the site of U.S. nuclear bomb tests, meaning that there were
Oh my
extremely
god,
high
they were
levels
gonna
of
get like
fallout
radiation
present.
poisoning?
What's worse, producer and noted eccentric Howard Hughes had tons of the contaminated dirt shipped stateside for reshoots. The results weren't immediate, but they were widespread and deadly, with nearly half the film's cast and crew ultimately contracting cancer. There are even some reports of relatives and children contracting the disease some decades.
Okay, that is
after visiting the
unfortunate.
location
That's
with
not
their
cursed.
parents.
That's just unfortunate.
My mother worked your healing on this.
Would that I could cure the madness that possesses you.
Number 3, Rosemary's Baby. We've already mentioned the devil earlier in this list, but did Old Nick himself actually curse the production of Rosemary's Baby?
His power is stronger than stronger. His might shall last longer than longer. Satan!
There's definitely some evidence to that, starting with the film's composer Christoph Komeda, who suffered a bad fall and died before seeing the film's release. Producer William Castle suffered from kidney stones not long after Rosemary's Baby hit screens. But it's writer-director...
I mean, like, kidney stones is like, you've been drinking too much soda or something. You know what I mean? They don't just happen just because of no reason.
Hollywood pariah's wife Sharon Tate would become the most high-profile victim of the Manson family during their killing spree in August of 1969, serving as the unfortunate face of madness and murder during the Summer of Love.
Maybe all this is coincidence, but one thing is for sure, they have a coven and they want my baby.
Number 2, The Exorcist.
Damien!
Oh yeah, the Exorcist is famous for like weird paranormal stuff happening. Like, as to whether it's believable, I don't know. I don't think it is.
We'll probably never again see the sort of hysterical reactions The Exorcist enjoyed when it first hit theaters back in 1973. The movie continues to be cited as a gold standard for the horror genre, however, bringing with it rumors of a supposed curse that swirled around production, cast, and crew. Looking for specifics? Take your pick. From a fire that destroyed nearly every set except for Regan McNeil's bedroom, on-set injuries suffered by stars Linda Blair and Ellen Burstyn, and a real-life murder charge in 1979 for actor Paul Bateson, who played a radiological technologist in the film. The Exorcist is full of creepy coincidences. Then again, when you're dealing with the devil, you take your chances playing with fire.
The power of Christ compels you! The power of Christ compels you! The power of Christ compels you!
I forgot how
Before we get to our
grisly
number
that
one
scene
pick,
is.
here are a few honorable mentions that could have benefited from having an old priest and a young priest on set to bless production. Return to Babylon, for potentially capturing paranormal phenomena on film.
Oh. Oh my god.
For potentially capturing
Lupe turns to her friends for support, but they offer a little help.
phenomena on film.
I'm a mess, mijas. Old, pregnant, no lover, no career.
Incubus, True Crimes Galore, and Esperanto.
So like the last what was it called? Return to Babylon. That one's interesting.
Incubus, True
That
Crimes
one could be
Galore,
cursed.
and Esperanto.
Who knows?
The Innkeepers. Is the Yankee Peddler Inn really haunted?
This is very important to me. I came a long way.
The Possession, for on-set accidents and possible arson.
Oh fuck. Yeah, that's horrible.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to your
Poltergeist
Poltergeist,
trilogy.
the original.
Did the use of real human skeletons during the filming of 1982's Poltergeist
Okay,
special
I didn't know that.
that would follow the franchise and those involved with it to the bitter end?
course, this is a
Sure,
movie,
but
right?
what's certain is that all 3 films from the original trilogy featured their fair share of tragedy. Dominique Dunn was murdered by her boyfriend after appearing in the first film, while young Heather O'Rourke, who played Carol Ann, died from complications following an undiagnosed bowel obstruction some
God.
years later. Julian Beck's horrific preacher, Reverend Kane, also died from stomach cancer after filming and
Oh,
before the
that's
release of the
interesting.
1986
Stomach
sequel,
cancer, huh?
Poltergeist 2, The Other Side.
Or
Adding
stomach
further
issues.
fuel to the conspiracy fire that continues to follow the Poltergeist franchise to this day.
Are you lost, sweetheart? Are you afraid, honey? Well, why don't you come with me? All right. I'll sing you a song.
Do you agree with our picks? Let us know in
That
the
is
comments. And
terrifying
hey, if you're a
fucking
fan of the
movie.
song,
Anyhow, with that being done, let's go with this one now. The Curse of Atuk. I don't know how to say that word. But yeah, this time everything's definitely going to be depicted in a more
Over the course of nearly 2 decades, 7 celebrities lost their lives in tragic circumstances.
This is bedtime
The one
stories.
thing they all had in common? Each of them had at one point or another read the same film script.
Yeah, so this is a cursed
This
film
week,
script apparently.
we question whether there is any substance to the ominous Curse of Atuk.
Bum bada bum 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 bum. Aliens. Conspiracies. Cryptids. Oh my god. Ghosts, strange deaths, mysteries. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Other dimensions. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum. Ba-da-bum. So yeah, I love these guys. Because like they question things as things should be questioned, right? Oh no, I'm just checking homework because I used. Like I know there's nothing gonna be like that's TOS. Like weird crude drawings, but like that's it.
Across the civilized world, the written word is the most prevalent of all forms of communication. It has been for thousands of years, and it will be for thousands more. From the writings of Homer, Aristotle, and Plato, through to Shakespeare, Dostoevsky, and Tolkien, the written word has shaped our cultures, our societies, and philosophies. It has begun and ended wars, traversed space and time, and recorded our most cherished and reviled histories. The written word has taught us who we are, who we were, and who we will become.
Yeah.
On average,
you know, that's such
each
a good
of us
quote.
writes and
That's such a good
consumes
quote to
between
extract.
10 and 20,000 words per day. Whether that
Bedtime
be through
story said this
writing
amazing
posts,
quote. That'd be like
comments,
a weird source to cite, but like
texts or
they're
emails,
right.
or reading books, newspapers,
Because how else would we
online
describe
articles,
those
or even the
circumstances
subtitles
or
on
those
creepy
stages in our
YouTube
life, right?
videos. All too often, it seems we forget that the pen is far mightier than the sword.
Yeah.
Screenwriter Todd Carroll was one such person who would discover this in the strangest of ways. In 1977, he was commissioned by Canadian film director Norman Jewison to adapt a novel he had finished reading, Mordecai Richler's The Incomparable Atuk. An accomplished writer himself, Carroll took on the project and immediately set to work drafting a film script, believing the story had the makings of a blockbuster film. Titled simply Atuk, the story itself is a rather simple, fish out of water
I've never heard of this,
expository
right?
piece,
So like I'm like
filled
listening
with
along. That's why I'm not
satire
like giving that
and
much
scathing
input. And that's why I
social
wasn't giving a
commentary.
little bit of input. Like
In the
last
story, Atuk is a
Like, a
young
lot of this
Inuit
stuff is,
trapper
like,
and
I didn't
hunter
know. But,
who
you know,
meets and
the
follows a beautiful
paintings
New
that
York
we've already seen
correspondent
and that I've already
named
seen, I
Michelle
already get my
Robinson.
input on those.
Michelle
But
is
when
on
it
an
comes to
assignment in his
scripts,
village to
I feel
shoot
like there's
several
not much
commercials for a
there.
real estate company.
Other than, I guess, what you learn
Atuk soon arrives in New
about
York
something,
City,
maybe like
where he rescues the
hurts
son
you
of
or
a powerful
bites you
but
later on
corrupt
if you
real
know
estate
about it or
mogul,
not,
who also happens to be Michelle's employer. The man then hires him to appear in a series of commercials aimed at convincing the public to back his latest idea, building a modern-day metropolis in the heart of the Alaskan wilderness. Atuk naively agrees to become part of the project after learning of Michelle's involvement, but when he discovers the venture's true purpose, which is to raise and destroy much of the ecosystem there, Atuk withdraws and informs the investors, who are oblivious to the negative repercussions the venture could result in. Atuk's honesty and dedication wins over the executives as well as Michelle, thus saving his village and getting the girl in the end. By and large, a typical coming-of-age story with no sinister implications, Carroll was exceptionally proud of his work, yet he could never have known the havoc his screenplay would wreak upon those who became involved with it. After undergoing several rewrites, Carroll presented his final draft in 1979, and then sent word to actor-comedian John Belushi, a personal friend whom he'd had in mind from the outset to read the finished piece. Carroll had envisioned Belushi for the role of Atuk, and reportedly, Belushi loved the concept. In late 1981, he agreed to play the main character in the film, but tragically, this would never come to pass.
he ended up dying, huh? That's
On
the
the morning
curse.
of the 5th of March 1982, Belushi's friend and trainer Bill Wallace walked into his room at the Chateau Marmont Hotel in Hollywood to find the actor lying dead on the floor. After police were summoned and his body was taken to hospital, an autopsy was performed, which found he had died from a combined overdose of
See,
cocaine
that's
and
bad.
heroin.
That's what drugs does, man.
Belushi was just
Sucks.
33 years old. The investigation revealed a groupie named Catherine Evelyn Smith had spent the night with him and had produced the lethal mixture, but she claimed she had given him a high dose purely by accident. In the
Okay.
years that followed, there would be reason to suspect otherworldly entities were
No, okay.
responsible.
What is that?
Although
That is
Belushi's
just
death
like,
would
no,
normally have
that's
ended
like,
the
don't
project
say that.
altogether,
Otherworldly
in
entities, like
1987,
what?
United
Aliens?
Artists
The
purchased the
fuck?
script
Like,
and brought it to the
conspiracy theory.
attention of another actor-comedian
Like, no,
named
I
Sam
swear
Kinison.
though, in the later
Kinison
videos, they do
accepted
get
the
better
lead
with
role,
this stuff.
and production started the following year, but very little was actually accomplished. Kinison's unreliability on the set, in addition to his extended alcoholism and argumentative
Oh my God.
nature, resulted in a clash with the film's financial executives, who immediately terminated the project after filming only one scene. Some accounts of the story say that Kinison had grown dissatisfied with the original script and had secretly
Oh, wow.
commissioned an independent rewrite. It was even suggested that he appeared on the set with the new script in hand, and when executives learned of this, they reportedly fired him on the spot.
Good on them for firing him.
Although he was no longer part of the film, by the end of the decade, some believe that Kinison's insistence in deviating from the original script resulted in what followed next. On the 10th of April 1992, Kinison and his entourage were driving along Interstate 95 towards Lachlan, Nevada, for a sold-out performance, when a
That's the
drunk driver
place,
drifted into
Lachlan?
his lane and collided head-on with Kinison's car. Although he was able to step out of the
They're
vehicle
crazy. I
and
swear to
walk
God,
around,
There's just
Kinison had
stupid
sustained
people that
severe
drive
head
on
and
a
neck
freeway at
injuries,
12 a.m.
which eventually proved
and are
fatal.
fucking drunk as fuck.
As he
going,
lay
like,
dying in the arms of one of his
right,
friends on the
deviating
scene,
like that. Like, don't do that.
Kinison was heard to say, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die," as though he were pleading with someone only he could see. After a while, the invisible presence apparently responded, for Kinison was then heard to reply softly, "Okay, okay, okay," and then
Oh my
quietly
God.
died. He was only 38 years old. Once Kinison's death was made public, some people in the know came to believe the Atuk script had had something to do with his death, in the same manner as Belushi, but most did not give this thought any credence.
Yeah, because there's no reason
That
why.
was until the screenplay fell into the hands of another iconic film star, John Candy. Candy learned of the project in 1993 and requested a copy of the script. Not long after receiving it, he agreed to become involved in the film and accepted the lead role. He then headed south to Mexico to complete what would be his final film, Wagons East. But on the 4th of March 1994, whilst on holiday from filming Durango, Candy was found dead in his hotel room from apparent cardiac arrest.
Fuck, okay. I thought they were gonna say like the cartel got him. I'm like, what the fuck? No,
it was from this point onwards that the curse of Atuk was born, and students of the occult would later claim that Candy's untimely death was the result of his simply having the work in his hands.
No.
How it came into his hands has also become a matter of debate, as some believe he first learned of the project shortly after Kinison was released from the film. But the popular belief is that comedy writer Michael O'Donoghue gave him the script. O'Donoghue had allegedly been involved in the initial stages of the script's writing, back when Todd Carroll had first worked on it, and had supposedly delivered the script to Belushi in 1981. In 1994, he presented the script to Candy and discussed several changes he was considering, changes which Candy had apparently agreed to. This theory, however, cannot be proven. For 8 months after Candy's death, O'Donoghue himself died of a brain hemorrhage on the 8th of November 1994.
It's
another
weird,
purported
right?
victim of the curse. He was 54.
I don't know how
then
to
in
explain
1996,
it. It's almost like
United Artists elected to begin a new project based on the Atuk
unfortunately
screenplay. They approached comedian Chris Farley
I don't know
to
how
play
to say it.
Atuk,
Like it's
and
almost
all
like people are not
indications
taking care of
suggested
themselves.
he
Is
was
what I want
eager
to say,
become
but like
involved.
that's not the truth
Farley
at all.
had been a lifelong
It's just
fan of John
unfortunate,
Belushi
like,
and modelled his
happens,
career
you know
on
what I mean?
that of the late
It just,
actor.
you know, it was just
Perhaps
their
he
time to
learned
die.
that his idol had at one
Instead
point
of how
been
their
involved with
bodies
the
just
project
work, right?
and thought to honour him by
It's a
playing
weird
the
thing to
role he
say,
never got
but,
to
like,
perform. But whether this
weird.
was the case or not will never be known. Chris Farley had suffered from extreme obesity, took drugs and drank excessively, and this had resulted in a sharp decline in his health.
Just,
By
maybe,
early
like,
November
healthy,
1997,
with the
it was clear
not
that his
not the
condition
case of
had
the
gotten out of control,
Kinison guy,
and attempts
Or
were made
Kinson?
by friends and family to get him help.
He died
Farley's
by a car
brother
crash,
John
unfortunately,
took him
right?
to
But,
Chicago
like, the rest of the
to
people
receive
seem to
treatment
have
at the John
had, like,
Hancock
bad health,
Center,
maybe.
but it might have been too little, too late. On the night of the 18th of December 1997, Farley had returned to his apartment, accompanied by a call girl, and spent the night drinking excessively and taking large amounts of drugs. At some point after 2 a.m, Farley suddenly suffered a massive heart seizure and collapsed, begging his female companion to get him help, which she refused to do.
Oh my
He
god!
eventually succumbed to the heart attack.
They're in
and
Canada,
died.
right? So I don't know how the
When
rules
the
are
coroner
there.
performed the
But
autopsy the
here,
following
whatever
day,
you tell the
he found that Farley had
the
ingested a
ambulance,
heavy
it
dose of
gets-
cocaine
it's
and
just
heroin.
between the ambulance
But the
person
autopsy
and
also
you,
revealed a large
and
buildup of
say you're on an
atherosclerosis in his
overdose or you're
arteries,
overdosing on drugs,
a condition
and they come and help
which
you
had
at the
been
right
worsening for quite some
time.
time.
You're not gonna get in trouble. They actually just
Farley,
let you go. They don't even
much
report
like his beloved idol Belushi, died
so,
at the age of
the way you do
33.
that is literally you just ask for
Sadly,
an ambulance.
it was not long before another victim came to be connected with the rumoured curse of Atuk. And whilst the deaths mentioned already are tragic
and
in
not
their
for a
own
police
right,
officer, right?
by far and away the death of Phil
Like if
Hartman
you ask for a police
is
officer,
one of
now
the most
that's
heartbreaking.
that's where you get fucked over, right?
Hartman had worked extensively with Farley on the TV show Saturday Night Live, and it was Farley who had allegedly wanted them to work together on the Atuk project, telling Hartman that the role of Alexander McEwen, the film's villain, was the perfect fit for the actor. Hartman apparently read the script and expressed his interest. He suggested they start work in 1997, the year Farley died. In May 1998, Hartman's own end came about after he threatened to leave his wife Bryn after a series of heated arguments in response to her out-of-control drug abuse. The couple's marriage had been difficult for several years, and whilst Bryn had been hooked on alcohol and drugs, she was also experiencing problems with controlling her anger. Despite these issues, Hartman bravely attempted to keep the marriage from falling apart, but not even he was prepared for what happened next. On the night of the 28th of May 1998, Hartman went to bed after another row with his wife, whom he had caught drinking after coming home from a late meeting. At 3 in the morning, she entered their bedroom, pulled out a handgun, and shot him 3 times at point-blank range as he slept, killing him instantly. He was 49.
Jesus.
After fleeing to a neighbour's house, Bryn confessed to killing her husband, and when they returned to the scene of the crime, she was heard to declare, "I told you I did it. I told you I did. I killed him. I killed him and I don't know why I did it.
Yeah,
Her neighbour
holy shit.
escorted the couple's children out of the house, whilst she barricaded herself in the bedroom. And when police arrived on the scene, they heard her shouting these same words again before she turned the gun on herself.
Oh my god.
With the news of Hartman and his wife's deaths, proponents of the script's curse were fully convinced that something otherworldly was at play, prompting
Like,
them
what
to
does
make
that
entreaties
mean? Like
to have the script
aliens,
seized and
ghosts,
secured.
you know, like what
Although
the fuck?
they continue to refute the
They
claims
better
of
not
the
say ghosts or
supernatural,
aliens too. Like,
United Artists executives
that's,
quietly
like,
ordered a
fucked
seizure
up.
of the script and
It's
hid
a
it
demon
away
that
in one of their main
protects the
offices,
script. Like, what the fuck?
even though several
That sounds
copies
dumb.
are allegedly available elsewhere. So what are we to take away from this story? Is the Curse of Atuk simply an urban legend, or have we connected a set of dots that seem to indicate something foreboding? Is the Atuk script so truly cursed that anyone can die from just reading it? And if that is the case, what dark forces are at play, and why would they go so far as to bring
I think
harm
this
to
is just a
others?
string of coincidences.
When looking at
They
the
just need
deaths
to,
of John
you know,
Belushi,
make,
Sam Kinison,
or rather
John
get the right
Candy,
people for the right
Michael
script.
O'Donoghue, Chris
Yeah, they just need to
Farley,
get the right
and
people.
Phil
Like,
Hartman,
literally, maybe people that
several
are like
things
healthy.
stick out as coincidental and make us question
I'm not trying to be
whether
like
the curse
what's
was
the
really
word?
to blame. Consider that
Health
each of
sis?
these
Is that
many
like a fucking
performers
word?
who dealt
You know what I
heavily
mean?
with drug use and personal addictions,
Like, you know,
both Belushi and Farley dabbled in cocaine and heroin amongst other drugs,
exactly.
and lived painfully depressed lives in private. Candy and Farley each suffered from morbid obesity
Yeah.
in the final years of their lives, whilst O'Donoghue spent the latter part of
Yeah.
his career dealing with migraine headaches which undoubtedly required him to rely on prescription medication.
Yeah, and that's, you know,
Sam
unfortunate
Kinison
because
was also known to be a heavy drinker throughout his career, and whilst Hartman himself took few, if any, drugs, his wife had a deadly relationship with cocaine that might have driven her to kill him. But these situations are not unique, nor are they the first of their kind. Hollywood is, after all, a harsh environment to work in, and oftentimes the workload is excessive and can take a huge toll on an actor's health and well-being.
No,
Some will
literally.
seek the comfort of drugs in order to
Yeah.
cope with the stress and pain, so it stands to reason that these deaths, like others before them, were somewhat inevitable.
No, and that part's horrible because, like, you know, there's this actor that literally went from like skinny, or rather was like bigger build, right? Went from like bigger to skinny to basically back to bigger and then back to more like jacked, right? And that's like insane to do, you know, to like the point where like, sure, you're committed, but like, is this even healthy for your body to go through such like dramatic changes just like so fast just for like movie roles? It's like the weirdest thing, right? And it's horrible.
If we follow this
But,
line
like,
of
you know,
thought,
kudos
then
to
it
you
can
if
be
you work in
argued
this
that
industry.
the Curse of Atuk is nothing more than an urban legend.
Yeah, it is.
And yet evidence to the contrary is not so easy to ignore. Some researchers had theorized that part of the reason for the curse taking these actors' lives was that they had each made suggestions to alter or change key details in the screenplay.
And that
No one
leads
knows
to death.
exactly how many drafts Carroll's original script underwent, but it is well known that both Kinison and O'Donoghue attempted to make changes to the final work, and in the case of Kinison, he even had the entire script rewritten to better suit his role. Another argument in favour of a supernatural explanation is the fact that most of the victims died rather young. None of the
I
actors
guess.
lived past the age of 60,
Yeah.
and if this was the work of the curse, it suggests their deaths were somewhat
Fuck it. Well, I mean,
preordained.
yeah, it's young.
Some
It's
were
like
even
you still have
unnatural,
40 more years
with
of your
Belushi
life.
and Farley dying from similar accidental overdoses.
Well, I mean, if you live to 100, like, I
Kinison
mean,
was
like,
killed in a
talking
car
about like the people that
accident,
lived at 40.
and Hartman was murdered by
Yeah.
his wife following a heated argument which turned violent. Finally, the common thread that linked them all together was the fact that they all had at one point or other worked on the television show Saturday Night Live, appearing as
Oh.
guest stars or hosts.
Well, that's not a coincidence.
John Belushi and Michael O'Donoghue
tends
had
to
even
happen,
worked
no?
as original sketch writers for the series, whilst
Oh.
Farley died 1 month after his final appearance on the show in October 1997.
Okay, yeah, that is tragic.
Parallels have been drawn between the Atuk script and the infamous Hungarian song Gloomy Sunday, which purportedly caused anyone who listened to it to commit suicide for almost no apparent reason.
Okay, that one's just
But
purely
some
urban
researchers
legend.
theorize the song works on human senses.
You know, he's about to get into that. There's a urban rumor or something that if you I don't want to switch it up actually, no. There's this certain tone that you can listen to and it'll cause you to defecate on the spot. And that's fake as fuck, right? Then there's tones that like like Lavender Town Syndrome, right? Like a creepypasta. It literally goes that children listening to the original song in Pokemon Blue and Red or whatever, whatever other versions, Yellow, right? Well, Yellow would have been like you know what I mean, right? If they listen to the music, it like affects children's brains, and then they start going crazy, and then they kill themselves, right? And there's so many urban legends like
vibrations within the brain.
That's like
Can a
bullshit.
screenplay be capable of such a thing as well?
Not at all.
If the Curse of a Tuk did have something to do with these deaths, does that mean the script is dangerous?
I did want to
Todd
put Lavender Town,
the screenwriter, denies such allegations to this day and states that no one has died from reading his screenplay. Several known film executives are also in agreement. But if that is truly the case, why is the original script locked away? And if they truly believe there is no curse, why are none of them willing to resume the project? Perhaps in this modern world,
probably because
where
they couldn't get it to like
lost
come
its
to fruition.
creative spark and refuses to take risks, it could be that
so
a Tuk
tired.
is
How
no
long
longer
have I been
seen as a
streaming for?
lucrative venture.
6 hours at this point, right?
It was written for a different audience
Yeah,
of a different
exactly.
era, and perhaps it would seem out of place in cinemas
Exactly.
today. When all is said and done, the fact remains that in all, 7 people who were linked in one way or another to this script lost their lives, and that, in and of itself, is tragic.
Yeah, that is.
Whatever the cause of their untimely deaths, we must spare a thought for them and their loved ones.
Oh no, I have
May
been
they
streaming
each
for like 5
rest
hours.
in everlasting peace.
I was gonna stream for 40 minutes, and I had to stop the stream because something came up. Yeah. Next up is evil books that are too cursed to read. Mein Kampf better not fucking appear here. It's a horrible book. Y'all should not read it.
How you doing?
Only
I'm Callan, and
Nazis
this is
fucking read that book, and that's
Slap
horrible.
The following are 10 of the most cursed books that have ever been written. But just quickly, before we get into it, as always, remember to hit that red subscribe button for more interesting, creepy content.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to go to the
just
dentist.
like this.
It's like I hear it
The
doesn't hurt.
Necronomicon is a cursed and nightmarish book that's
Oh,
said
the
to contain the
Necronomicon.
power to resurrect the dead.
I can't say that word.
Roughly
Necronomicon.
translated, its title means an image of the law of the dead, and is described as being bound in human skin.
This is the book I was talking
the
about earlier.
Necronomicon was entirely fictional and existed only in the works of horror writer H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
But as its notoriety grew, real-life publishers took interest and decided to produce physical copies, which have now taken various forms, including an extravagantly creepy pop-up book. This physical version of the Necronomicon contains many
Actually, no.
allusions to Lovecraft.
There's a
and
different one.
prominently
There's
features
one
his
with like
mythical
made from like
creature,
nun skin
Cthulhu.
or something. It's weird as fuck.
It's developed a reputation as one of the most haunted and unnerving printed works in the world. It's even made a mark on pop culture and has appeared everywhere, from the Evil Dead and Friday the 13th franchises to the Afterlife with Archie comics.
Oh my god.
If you're brave enough, you can visit
Necronomicon.
Massachusetts Miskatonic University to check out the unabridged copy of the Necronomicon. The Orphan's Story is an epic novel about a Spaniard who heads to the Spanish Empire in
this
South
one we heard
America
about earlier.
seeking fortune. It was written between 1608 and 1615 by Martin de Leon y Cardenas, a monk who broke his sacred vow. What's remarkable about this novel is that it wasn't actually published until 2018. It was almost published on several different occasions, but the publication fell through every time because those involved kept dying under mysterious circumstances. A Peruvian academic by the name of Belinda Palacios rediscovered the manuscript hidden deep in the archives of the Hispanic Society of America in 1965.
That's cool.
When she began working on the book, colleagues warned her of the curse that was said to linger in the pages of the ancient manuscript. While she tried to laugh it off, she couldn't help but be deterred by the unusual
but so
deaths
far
that
nothing's happened
surrounded
to
the
her,
book.
so that's good.
The deaths were caused by horrific car accidents and sudden and unexplainable illnesses. This, of course, informed the rumours that the book was indeed cursed, and it's taken over 400 years for someone brave enough to see the project through to completion.
Much.
The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage is a 3-part 15th century book of mystic arts written by Abraham for his son Lamech. It was translated to English in the year 1900 and quickly developed a reputation for being cursed. Abraham believed that every person had their own unique personal demon. Through this book, readers could learn rituals and bring their own personal demons under control. They could
This sounds like the plot of an anime.
book readers could learn rituals and bring their own
And they're pretty sure there already is an anime out there. Or something.
They could then learn to perform supernatural feats using sigils of magic words on a grid. But this book has a huge downside. It's believed anyone with a copy in their possession will be haunted by spirits from another realm. They'll also experience terrible luck that will ultimately bring about their demise. In 2013, an online bookseller sold 2 mysterious handwritten and spiral-bound spell books for a whopping $13,865 US. As the sale was being finalized, the seller warned that any non-believers who mess around with these books will bring a deadly curse upon themselves. It's believed that a grimoire or witch's spellbook must be burned after the death of the witch who wrote it. These grimoires were written by a high priestess of Wicca named Persephone Adrastea
the
Irene
Wiccan.
sometime
We
in
can
the
get
early
into that.
1960s.
You
It's
know,
thought
I
that
keep on
Irene ran
forgetting
her own
their
coven and
thing.
was known in her local area as someone who was to be avoided. The 2 books are reworkings of her mother's grimoire and contain vast collections of incantations, curses, spells, and enchantments. There's information on how to summon spirits, demons, and other worldly entities, as well
Whenever I
as
see
how to
something like that,
perform
it's like I always think the
exorcisms
devil.
should the spells go awry. It's unknown if she's currently alive or dead, but the first pages of her books explicitly warn readers. To those not of the craft, the reading of this book is forbidden. Proceed no further or justice will exact a swift and terrible retribution, and you will surely suffer at the hand of the craft. The buyer and location of the books is currently unknown.
Then why are they selling it unless they like fucking rob the book?
Believed to have been written
this one.
sometime in the early
This
15th
is not cursed.
century,
This is
the
just
Voynich
interesting.
manuscript is known as the world's most mysterious book and the Everest of historical code breaking.
Not
This
evil.
cryptic 240-page book
See,
is
this is
written entirely in an
clickbait.
indecipherable
It's
language.
just a weird bug.
It's also full of elaborate illustrations, but these shed no light on the mystery. And
People
are likened
came to the
something from an
conclusion,
opium
or
dream.
rather,
The first
because
known
they're
owner of the
unable
book
to
was an
transcribe
alchemist
it, they
named
came to the
George
conclusion
Baresh.
that this book was
Baresh
just
had no
made by
idea
somebody
what the book
that
was or how
just
it
wanted
came to
troll
occupy
people.
space in his library. It was
Because
later
there was a
owned
time
by
where like
string
people
of
would
emperors
like to
and other
transcribe the
important
text like
members
some
of
sort of like
society.
um
There are, of
almost
course, a range of theories surrounding the Voynich
sense.
manuscript,
I
with
know,
many believing
basically,
the text was brought to
you know, like
Earth
how
by
nowadays in
aliens, and
cryptography
that
we have like
deciphering
1
it will
zeros,
unleash a
or maybe in
curse that will
cryptography
kill
we
whoever
study like
reads it.
blocks and how they work and how to like open stuff like that. There was like
The
a little
Lexicon of
like
Solomon,
jump
also
in
known
those
as
types of
Clavicula
books where they
Solomonis
transcribe the text
Regis,
behind like a
is a
weird
cursed grimoire of
system like
demonology.
that, and you have to
Its
transcribe the
original
book to know
authors
what
are
the author
unknown,
tried to tell
and
you.
it's said to be comprised of texts compiled sometime in the 17th century. The book contains passages on how to conjure spirits of the dead and demons, and how to control these entities to do your bidding. Curses and invocations also play a large role in the ancient text. Esoteric topics like how to become invisible and how to locate missing or stolen items are covered. Recipes for love potions and liquors of persuasion are also scattered throughout the book.
Liquors of persuasion.
This definitely isn't a book you want to own. It's reportedly so cursed that it'll doom anyone who keeps a copy on their bookshelf. Those who have owned it have reported strange occurrences, like pages turning on their own and books flying violently across the room. Strange whispers and shadow creatures have also been reported by owners of the manual.
Okay.
Owning the Lesser Key of Solomon is also believed to bring about catastrophic bad luck. It's said that the only way to break the book's curse is to burn the pages and properly dispose of the ashes.
I'm surprised nothing like this has come up like nowadays.
The Codex Gigas,
I guess like
aka
with like
the Devil's
owning like
Bible,
an
is a
online
weighty
book,
tome
like
that
a
dates all
PDF
the way
of a
back
book,
to the 12th
right?
century.
Besides
This
there
book
just
weighs
being like
a whopping
hidden
165
code in the
pounds
PDF
and harbours so much
activates
negative
a virus
energy that it would make
for rather
Stephen King
download something
blush.
in the background.
The
That's a
Codex
worm
Gigas
that way.
is said to be written by a monk who had broken his spiritual vows. For his crime, the monk was sentenced to die entombed behind a brick wall. The night before his death, the monk began writing everything he knew about the human experience in a book. Realizing he wouldn't have the time to finish it, he summoned Lucifer and asked him to complete the project in exchange for his soul.
Okay.
The book was then allegedly completed by the devil himself. It's overflowing with dark rituals and imagery, and even includes 19-inch drawings of the devil and other demonic entities.
Oh yeah, they say if you read it, you die, and
The Book of
obviously
Soiga
they
is a
just
Latin
started off.
essay about demonology that dates all the way back to the early 16th century. Only 2 known copies of the Book of Soiga exist. One was owned by the scholar John Dee, who devoted his entire life to decoding it. Dee determined that the book was full of dark rituals and incantations. However, he struggled to decipher the final 36 pages. Obsessed and frustrated, Dee summoned the archangel Uriel to help with the translation.
Yeah, we could just
Speaking
do
through
this,
Dee's
right?
medium, Uriel
Oh my god, I
explained that
swear,
the book
this
came
almost
into
feels like I'm
existence
living
when
in an
Adam
alternate
ended
reality.
paradise,
where
and that it could only be interpreted by Archangel Michael.
This just
But if
happens,
you're
right?
thinking of cracking the
Even
case
though that's not the
yourself,
case at all.
beware. According to the legend, anyone who successfully deciphers the final 36 pages is fated to die within 2.5 years. Tomino's Hell is a notoriously cursed poem written by the Japanese writer Yamada Inahiko. It was first published in 1919 in a book called The Heart is Like a Rolling Stone. The poem is about a boy named Tomino who is stricken with guilt and grief following the deaths of his sisters and father. The poem is imbued with a lot of the author's own pain and suffering, and it's believed these qualities have manifested in the form of a curse. According to the legend, anyone who reads Tomino's Hell out loud will suffer a tragic fate, most likely death. Their soul will be eternally damned, and they will descend into the deepest recesses of hell. Exercise extreme
Anybody want to read it
caution.
out loud?
Before we get to that #1 spot and take a look at a book that is said to be written by the devil himself, remember to
Oh, I
hit
thought that was the
subscribe
other
button
one,
and
the one with
turn
the
on channel
beast.
notifications.
What the fuck?
That way you'll be
Like a
completely up to
duplicate?
date with all
How
our
many
latest
books has the
content.
devil written, anyways? How many? I actually think that would be a fun thing to learn. How many books out there in the world exist where the devil is the author, apparently?
The Grand Grimoire is one of the most potent and deadly occult books in existence.
Okay.
It was written sometime in the 16th century by a man who was supposedly possessed by the devil. Therefore, it's often referred to as the Gospel of Satan.
Okay.
This book is full of dark incantations and can teach readers how to summon powerful demons and even raise the dead. Of course, wielding these powers comes with a price. It's said that anyone who reads the Grand Grimoire is offering their soul to the devil. For this reason, the original text is considered highly dangerous and has been locked away somewhere in the Vatican's secret archives.
Yeah, I find that funny and kind of hypocritical. It's like one half, or you have like the Vatican trying to like save people from this book, right? But on the other half, you have like the most unholy thing, like situated in the most holiest place. Like that's just kind of like ironic. By hypocritical, I meant ironic, by the way. Oh my god. Like what the fuck? So yeah, there's some cool stuff, right? These bugs are made by witches and stuff like that. I feel like to some extent they warn readers, or they just want people that are like them to maybe read up on it to see like whatever, to see if it helps them along their journey of for whatever sort of forbidden knowledge there is, right? But in other cases, for people that are
If you
not
enjoyed
that
this
type of
video,
person,
then you'll probably
I
enjoy
feel
our
like it's
Ghost
just
Photo series.
there's messages and stuff like that, and little stories and urban rumors and legends spread out around, so that people don't really poke their nose where it shouldn't belong. You know what I mean? Like in the case of like the book that was unfinished, right? And because the authors kept that one's just like interesting, just because like it's more traditional curse, akin to that of like what happened in the last video we watched with Atuk, right? Where like they tried to like make the movie, but somebody dies, right? Whereas somebody tries to write the book, somebody dies, right? Very similar stories, right? Despite coming from basically two different cultures, right? One coming from I guess it started in like Spain or somewhere around there. Then it went to like South America. That's where the book one went. But the one about tech was like in North. Yeah, pretty
There's an
interesting.
embedded.
Yeah. Next up, we have the game that kills uh, Hawaii Shashin and other cursed, which is depicted visually. Thank you.
Stories of cursed or haunted media have been around since long before.
Yeah,
the
now we're going
digital
to
era.
media, right?
Stories of mysterious development with danger.
And to kind of like mention, snuff films are not cursed media. They're just completely different sort of film. They're horrible films.
Dangerous
They shouldn't
consequences for the
search them
people
up
who
because
worked on it, or tales
they're
of
films
audience
of people
members
that
being
like
cursed by
or
experiencing
actors
it.
that
In no
die in
country
the
are urban legends
movie,
more
and
common or
that's the point
terrifying
of the
as
movie.
Japan.
So you watch
Ghostly
people
specters who
die,
wander
and
the
that's
night,
fucked.
often dismembering people unfortunate enough to cross them.
However,
Common
like
stories
media,
spread around message
this
boards
video
and
is gonna
through
get
word
more
of
in
mouth.
like cursed
Japanese
videos, right?
ghost stories have a particular flair to them that I always love. They're almost like riddles, with your only choices being either to trick the apparition or to run fast enough to get away.
Yeah.
So it's no surprise that a game based on Japanese spirits would also have one of the most interesting and long-lasting urban legends of its time. In this video, we'll be discussing Kouai Shashin, a supposedly cursed game whose development disrespected the dead and led to tragedy, dismemberment, depression, and eventually suicide.
I guess this is more like kind of near the realm of
released on the
creepypasta.
25th of July 2002.
But he
was a
does talk
fairly
about other
basic
cursed media
game.
stuff.
You play as a spiritual exorcist who receives spirit photographs and are tasked with removing the ghosts from the photos. It's essentially a point-and-click game where you identify the spirit and then complete a QTE to pass them on. While the imagery of the game can be quite creepy and unnerving,
Oh my god,
the
what
real
the
story
fuck?
begins before the game was even conceived. The story goes that the director of the project, a man referred to
Oh, the
as
hand?
Keikawa, was in a meeting where he
Dude,
suggested
the fucking picture of kids with mysterious I'm gonna say mysterious ghost hand. Where is it? Oh, it used to just come up. The point is, there's like this picture of these kids, and their friends are like all hugging each other, right? And it's just like a picture of like a paranormal event happening, right? And it's kind of like that. Imagine like all the friends are like hugging each other, and they're all like, I mean, these are kids, right? Like they're like, I guess like I don't even know, by a forest. I don't remember what exactly they're nearby.
spirit photography.
But yeah,
known
there's
as
just like a
Shinrai
hand,
Shashi
just like
in Japan.
behind
The
one of them.
concept
It's like,
is
whose hand
exactly
is
as
that?
it sounds. Photographs that contain ghostly images or faces within them. While this practice has been largely discredited, there are historical examples dating back to the late 19th century. However, these were very clearly used to deceive, and often these photographers received heavy criticism for their work.
Yeah, because of lens
Photography
flares
has
and stuff like
mostly
that.
gone out of vogue in the West, replaced with images of orbs and other paranormal anomalies. But this was not the case in Japan. Keikawa was reportedly very interested in spirit photography, and it's said that he wanted this game to be as authentic as possible. How does one accomplish this? By using real photographs from magazines and other sources. However, they couldn't just use any photo. they had to fit 3 specifications. They had to be real, they could not have been cleansed or exorcised previously, and they needed permission to use them. Keikawa refused to let anyone replace or fake the actual ghosts themselves, so instead the team had to remove things like unnecessary orbs, and in some cases increase the size of or enhance the ghosts so they were more visible to the player. Some staff claim they even moved some ghosts from one photograph to another if one didn't have enough in them. Many staff members felt that the act of tampering with these photos in any way was disrespectful and blasphemous, with some even leaving the team due to mental health issues. From here, things only got worse. When testing began on the alpha build, one staff member claims a loud high-pitched noise began coming from the walls, which got louder and louder until the member was unsure if it had completely stopped or if it just became inaudible to their ears. Another staff member was found screaming in the testing room, convulsing on the floor and grinding their teeth so hard that the person who found them could hear them chattering. When they reached the hospital, they were found to be in fine physical shape, with no explanation for the apparent seizure. Finally, in one of the more shocking incidents, a staff member cut off their own thumb, claiming that they remember doing it but have no idea why
whatever the
or
fuck
what
that is.
possessed
It's
them
so
to do so.
disturbing.
From here, development slowed down to a crawl, with staff dwindling every day until there were very few people left to test the game. During these events, Keikawa had apparently stopped coming into work and began taking medication and seeking a therapist.
Yeah,
After a few weeks of no contact, Keikawa called the office claiming that he would be in later that day and was feeling better. However, he would never arrive. Instead, a meeting was called between the company president and the remaining staff, explaining that Keikawa had been found dead in the restroom of a train station.
Oh my
The
God.
very same train station where one of the spirit photographs had been taken. The game released very quietly to little fanfare, and Media Entertainment filed for bankruptcy a year later. If you try to search for Kowai Shashin, you will find some variation of this story. Some have more details than others, but the fact that the game used real cursed photographs and that the director was found in a train station restroom are the most consistent details. You probably figured it out as I was relaying the information, but this story is almost certainly completely fake. As far as I can tell, the first time this story appeared was in 2005, 3 years after the game's release, and was originally posted on 2chan. From here, it was spread around Japanese message boards
This
like
is getting
Game
into the real
Telephone,
flap.
with details being added or removed depending on the teller. Sadly, the original post almost certainly doesn't exist anymore.
This is why I want to
so
say,
there's no
well,
way
there's
to tell just
misinformation.
how
There's
much
just
the
been
story has
punching
been
down.
altered
Maybe
over
I
the
no.
years. The story of Kowai
Details there.
Shashin
Maybe
is
I
a
need to
lot
search
like a
something more, right?
creepypasta, which basically serves the purpose of internet urban legends. When The Exorcist was released in 1973, it was an unprecedented success, becoming Warner's highest-selling movie of all time, setting box office records in theaters, and having people queuing up in freezing temperatures to see it again and again. Of course, with a movie so steeped in the supernatural and blaspheme, it would not escape rumors and speculation. This has led to what is known as the Exorcist curse, and really, it's not without foundation. Filming suffered huge delays and budget increases due to the set catching fire, and it's often cited that the only room that escaped the blaze was the bedroom where the fictional exorcisms occurred. The production was also plagued with injuries, with Ellen Burstyn and Linda Blair both sustaining back injuries, with their actual screams included in the movie. Actors Jack McGowan and Vasiliki Malioris died soon after the movie's release, and multiple actors lost family members during production. Adding to the validity of the curse,
And then
are
not
the
only that,
insane
there's
stories
multiple
of
Exorcist
audience
movies
reactions
too,
to the
right?
movie,
There's
with
there's
claims
multiple
of
events that happen
puking,
across the
fainting,
movies.
and one woman even claiming to have miscarried during the movie.
I think it's disgusting.
Why?
I don't know, it doesn't, it doesn't make me want to get sick like everybody says. My legs are just going, meh, and I want to go in the lobby and not watch it, and I have to cover my ears.
What was it that made that happen?
Just when she started talking like devil coming out of her.
There was a mania surrounding The Exorcist,
Yeah.
and now, almost 50 years later, it is still cited as a cursed movie. While this is a fun story and may seem odd at first, a lot of the details are either unverified or completely coincidental.
Yeah.
Sure, 2 of the cast members died soon after filming, but that's not an uncommon occurrence. And yes, while there were many injuries on set,
As you all heard,
this was
do you
not
remember
by
the
devil's
fucking movie
hand,
I took?
but
The
rather
other
the
cases
director
like
William
that?
Friedkin
It just-
insisting that the actors be
Almost-
yanked
I hate to say this, but it almost seems like
Something
actors just
Father
die. Like,
O'Malley to get a realistic reaction,
but that's
and
not.
firing
That's me just
blanks without
reducing
warning
their
on
lives
set to shock
to
the
like, oh,
audience.
just the
While it's
movie
easy to
time
debunk
frame,
the
right?
curse
Which
of The
sucks.
Exorcist, It's still a
Nobody
fun
should
story
do it as
nonetheless,
that,
because,
really.
of course, a movie about demonic possession would be cursed. Like the Kowai Shashin story, I'm sure people heard about the audience reactions in the cinema and were convinced to see it for themselves.
You know, like life and death, they're
When I booted
very
up the
common.
game, I already knew what to expect from reading the
You're either
story
alive
and
or
the few
you're
pictures I'd seen. It is an exceptionally simple game.
Or you
You're
see
given a
like
photo,
death
you
around you.
figure out where the ghost is, you press
Weird.
X to begin exercising it, and then you follow the
Good point that I
QTEs.
want to bring up.
If, like me, your Japanese understanding begins and ends with hiragana and a handful of kanji, then there isn't really a lot in this game for you. Some of the story segments are voice acted by Junko Noda. However, no voice acting websites seem to include this credit. Since your mileage may vary with the story, let's talk about the meat of the game, the ghost hunting. Each level will have at least 3 ghosts, and as you get further in, they begin adding more. In the beginning, the ghosts are extremely telegraphed. They're big screaming faces or hands appearing from nowhere. While some of the pictures are creepy, I think it's pretty obvious straight away that they aren't real spirit photography. Most of them look like something Chills would cover, and when you manage to beat a ghost,
I'm telling you, I'm not the only one that brings that up.
Around them, like the protagonist is making a video of their own.
Some of my
There are some pictures I red circle around them, like the protagonist is making a video.
No, what was I gonna say? I sometimes I bring up like jokes like, "Oh my god, what is this, a Chills video?" Right? Whenever I cover like, because like usually I cover more paranormal topics, just like ghosts and stuff like that. I'm just there sitting down, being like, "This is fake," right? To the point where I almost sound like a robot, but like I don't believe in ghosts, but like that doesn't mean I don't respect the dead.
Video of their own. There are some pictures I do like. For example, the one of 3 girls standing outside the school with a single white hand resting on one of the girl's shoulders.
It's just scary.
That's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
But then you look to the left and see an entire ghost girl and all subtlety goes out the window. Or this one, where the photo is taken at a weird angle so it looks like the street is lopsided. But once again, the giant face in the corner ruins it. Then you've got the train station photo. Probably the main inspiration for the entire Keikawa story. Again, creepy, until you look closer. When it comes to the actual spirits, there are only a few variations. The fetus and ring-style girl are both pretty creepy, along with this long-armed guy who looks like a baby closer, but they get repetitive pretty fast. Speaking of repetitive, the gameplay loop pretty much never changes. In the early game, the ghosts move pretty slow and get captured in 1 or 2 hits. Then you've got the actual ritual. This is a 9-step QTE. And while that sounds daunting at first, after a level or 2, you'll quickly realize something's off. First of all, every QTE is exactly the same. They're never random, they never even switch them up. They are identical. Secondly, you only need to hit 5 of them to actually pass. So in the first few chapters, it's actually significantly quicker to just do the first 5 and purposefully fail the 6th to get through it as quickly.
Speedrunner tactic there, right?
Things speed up a lot. The speed at which this game expects you to react to these enemies is insane, and there's no discernible pattern that I could tell. Once you get through those, as long as you don't choke, the rest of the QTEs never change. The annoying part, and why I only played half of this game, is that your life is this candle. It goes down when you hold X to investigate, it slowly depletes as time goes by, and when enemies attack you. This is where the last 4 steps of that 9-step QTE come in, because from what I can tell, the more you fill that up, the more health you get back at the end of the encounter, so at least they do serve a purpose. This is when the game becomes frustrating, and the flaws really begin to show. One thing that's common from the beginning is how you actually trigger the fights. You can't just mouse over the giant face and click on it. You have to find the exact point that the game wants you to click
so
on,
pixel
even
hunting,
if that
fuck
point isn't
that.
even on the ghost anymore. The exact moment that I realized I wasn't going to beat this game was in the sideways street level. I found the first 2 faces very easily, but couldn't find the third. So when I lost, I spent 1 round just going around holding X and wasting time so I could get a hint. Eventually, I discovered through sheer brute force, the ghost I was looking for was this. This giant arc of light was meant to be a spirit.
Oh my god.
Sometimes the game uses orbs as spirits, but at least they stand out and look odd. But the worst part about this was that the location the game wanted me to click on was all the way
there?
over here. So even when I thought, oh, that looks a little odd earlier, I wasn't clicking in the right spot.
God.
All in all, I'm not surprised that when people talk about this game, they tend to ignore the actual gameplay almost entirely. There are many other examples of cursed films. The Omen, which had a similar string of deaths and odd coincidences around filming, or the Superman curse, where actors who played the spandex-clad hero were said to live tragic lives. But what about the medium we're mainly discussing? Video games. There are a ton of video game urban legends and stories. Most of the long-lasting ones like Kill Switch or Polybius are based on completely fictional events, with absolutely zero evidence that they ever actually existed. Going back to what I said earlier, the story of Kowai Shashin feels a lot more like a modern-day creepypasta than just any old urban legend. See, back before creepypastas gained the reputation they have now as
What's today's Slim Fast?
Sonic.exe ruined creepypastas.
Mediocre horror stories filled with hyper-realistic blood, they were mainly spread around for their believability.
There is hyper-realistic blood coming from the ceiling right now. This is my last transmission, everybody. Goodbye. Yeah, where's my face cam? Okay, I guess I'm not dying. Oh, fuck this. I'm just kidding. No, my god. Yeah, it's basically like hyper-realistic blood.
Seeming like less of a constructed story, and more like one
every creepypasta has to have hyper-realistic blood.
They were designed to be reposted,
hyper-realistic wings. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Add hyper-realistic in front of everything? What does that mean? The very hyper-realistic angle fire pickle controller from Lavender Town. I don't know.
The song that played in Lavender Town contained a frequency that could only be heard by young adults and children, leading to 200 children committing suicide, and others complaining of headaches. The reason for this story's ubiquity and fame is twofold, I think. Firstly, Lavender Town is creepy. It's essentially a graveyard, and the song is intentionally unnerving and grating compared to the rest of the game's chipper soundtrack. Secondly, Pokemon has had its share of child-injuring controversies in the past, with the anime episode Electric Soldier Porygon.
Yeah, that one caused seizures to people.
Into ambulances, and many more
horrible
experiencing headaches.
Horrible video, horrible thing. That's why Porygon hasn't been in a video or in a episode. I think it's like literally the last season. What would that be? The one with Go?
A long time to spread out of the Japanese internet. The earliest Google results that I can find in the English side of the web begin around 2019, outside of a single long play in 2016, which doesn't seem to mention the story anywhere. Obviously, when written in a foreign language, there's a level of mystique that wouldn't be there if it was written in English and posted on, say, X. But generally speaking, I think the reason
in my opinion, I feel like we need more bilingual fucking streamers. Or rather, people to just get, like, popular. Just because, like, you know, stuff like this just kind of gets lost to us, right? I mean, imagine learning about a game from, like, somebody that can speak, like, Japanese and, like, is kind of, like, translating this to English so that their English audience knows about this game and maybe gets interested, right? That sounds interesting in my opinion. Which is why, in my case, I covered, like, La Pascualita and other, like, things that I know, and I'm gonna color. I come from Mexico, so, like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what this one is, but it's probably gonna be in Espanol, and they're probably gonna talk like this. Like, hola mis amigos, ¿cómo están?
Las leyendas urbanas son así. La mayoría de las veces piensas.
How off was I? I'm just kidding.
And spread stories like
I just make fun of the accents. It's like the English accent, right? To like the USA people, like Americans like me, right? I find that funny, right? UK accents, they're pretty posh.
It's about taking a work
like,
that
you know,
already exists.
somebody that's first language was Spanish.
In the case of The Exorcist,
here's people from Spain. They sound different.
It adds a level of believability to fictional events. Imagine you're 15 and about to watch The Exorcist for the first time, and before he hits play, your friend turns to you and says, "Did you know this movie is cursed and tons of people died on set?"
That guy got it put on
something
for
to
a
it
split
that
moment.
wasn't there
He's gonna
before.
fucking talk fast, so I'll
The
be like ready. I'll be like, huh?
The difference,
right, I'll be going back.
Shashin is extremely unique, is that with these other examples,
I'm used to like talking to like people like talk like this, maybe.
Whereas Kowai Shashin only lasts
right?
this long because of this story. If you
not like this, rather than talk like
most
this,
of them mention the
like
development story
slower?
in some way.
That's my mom and dad.
Posting the entire post. On release, the game only cost 3,300 yen, but now you'll be lucky to find it for less than 30,000 yen. Without this
Yeah,
story,
that's a
the game
shitload.
would have been released and completely forgotten about. Maybe remembered fondly by a few people that played
Yeah.
it back in 2002, but like many games, it may never have found a way into the cultural consciousness. The story of the cursed development is extremely flawed.
Fucking hand.
There is no proof of any of it occurring. There is no Keikawa, and depending on your belief system, photographs can't be haunted. The story of Kowai
Yeah.
Shashin is like any classic ghost story. It falls apart if you think about it too much, but it's almost so unbelievable that you can't fully buy into it. It lives in a gray area where it's almost entirely too easy to debunk, but it's much more fun to think, maybe it is true. At the end of the day, I'm sitting here talking about it. I heard about a game where supposedly real haunted photographs were used, and I sought it out, played it, and read as much as I could about it. Because while the Exorcist set probably wasn't burned by the flames of hell, nor were Japanese children mind-controlled by Lavender Town, these stories are extremely fascinating to me. And isn't that what horror is all about? Suspending your disbelief and thinking maybe, just maybe,
Subscribe and just do
ghosts,
that.
curses, and
This guy
foolish
is
apparitions
awesome.
could be real.
I hate how my room smells like pizza.
Thank you for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please don't forget to do all that stuff
It's like
that YouTubers
there's
always
something.
ask.
Okay, like I hate to sound like weird, but there's something about Little Caesars pizza that just stinks up the room. It's like even if you remove all the grease, it's almost like the cheese. Like I buy Domino's, just no smell. I buy like Papa John's, no smell. Little Caesars, it's just like rank. It's like weird, but it tastes so good. And yeah, now we're on to Hellhounds. After this, I'll tell a story.
By a rabid dog blocking her escape.
So this is Monstrum, right?
First impression of the now class.
Huh? Oh wait. Okay.
First impression of the now class.
So yeah. Now we're gonna move away, probably from, I guess, media for a moment, and then we'll come back to the games. Dude, am I even gonna have enough time? Like, no, I'm hard capping this maybe like 12. I don't want to go to 1 a.m. I'll be honest. I want to have a beauty sleep. I want to wake up at like 12 a.m. tomorrow, or no, 12 p.m. tomorrow. Excuse me. But like, shit, this is a 2-hour long video. We're going to like 11 a.m. So we're gonna probably like speed this video up by like 1.25. You still have quite a long bit to go.
A mother's fight to save her son's life while being terrorized by a rabid dog blocking her escape.
Yeah.
Second impression.
This should be on
Cujo is a modern-day
topic,
hellhound, guarding the threshold between the dead inside the house
Yeah.
and the mom clinging to her son's life outside. Hellhounds are mostly black-furred and snarling, with
Yeah.
red glowing eyes employed by a leader of the afterlife. Take the terror dogs from Ghostbusters. Servants of Gozer, the all-powerful entity from another dimension who ruled over a dark underground realm of souls. Vince Clortho, the Keymaster, and Zool, the Gatekeeper, take the form of horned, red-eyed hellhounds on Earth. Tasked with guarding the entrance to a literal hellgate to Gozer's realm, they are an iconic anomaly in modern popular culture for their unusual ability to possess humans. Even hardcore dog lovers would be hard-pressed to call these canines cuties. The hounds of hell may not try to sink their fangs into your flesh or tear you limb from limb every time, but your eternal life is entirely up for grabs.
So that's the curse.
Are dogs man's best
factor
friend
there.
or underworld enforcers?
Yeah.
I'm Dr. Emily Zarka, and this
I
is
wonder if they're
Monstrum.
gonna bring up Cerberus. or
I'm
something
using
like that.
hellhound here as an overarching term to refer to preternatural canine creatures who are
Preternatural,
associated with the
holy shit.
afterlife or underworld.
Yeah.
Many dogs in early
there's a lot,
folklore and
yeah.
mythology are connected to these places, but that isn't to say that they were all inherently evil.
Yeah, they're just an
In
aspect
some
of
ways,
life and
early
nature.
death dogs were guides and protectors. Take Anubis, the jackal or jackal-headed Egyptian god of the dead and mummification, who protected the resting place of the physical body and guided the soul to the afterlife. Similarly, Shayama and Sabala were Hindu hounds who guarded the gods of death's gates, each with 2 sets of eyes, the better to protect you. Cerberus, the 3-headed
Yeah.
hound who guards Hades, keeps the souls sequestered there and keeps the heroes out. He can be a good boy, though. I mean, he adorably falls into a slumber if you play him a little music, which you might want to do since otherwise he could just eat you. In Mesoamerican spiritual beliefs and some Latin American traditions, dogs guide the souls of the dead to the next world. And if you mistreated a dog in life, in death your soul was at risk to wander for eternity. In various Middle Eastern and Indian traditions, dogs were the escorts into the afterlife, brought into the room of a dying person to shepherd their passing. But these hounds aren't inherently evil or scary. Why is it all hound and no hell? Funny you should ask. In Nordic sagas, there's Garm, a blood-stained hellhound. His mistress was the death goddess Hel, who presided over the underworld, and his howl is said to signal the beginning of Ragnarok. We also start to see the line between Guardian and Menace blur as BCE turns to CE. Influential Roman poet Horace wrote of a dark companion, a black dog who symbolizes misfortune and despair. Greek philosopher and historian Plutarch went so far as to call dogs impure because of their association with the goddess
here's
Hecate,
like a,
who
I guess this
sacrificed
video is
dogs to
kind of
serve as
adjacent to like
guides for
curses,
souls in the
Just like
afterlife.
the meaning of
The goddess herself was even
dogs in these
referred
stories.
to as a black female dog.
And I guess like in culture too, right?
Mosaics in ancient Greece show ferocious black dogs guarding the entrance to homes, the earliest precursors to beware of dog signs. In the 1st and 2nd century CE,
That is kinda
dogs
funny.
were incorporated into folklore as harbingers of misfortune, which, given their close relationship with humans and the potential to be aggressive, made them easy targets. With the rise of the medieval period, as we begin to separate the animal from Homo sapiens, dogs continued to be demonized, but also commonly prized as loyal companions and working animals. In medieval Middle Eastern culture, dogs were considered dirty, disease-ridden creatures. And all roots for the word dog have negative connotations, like rabid or crazed. Nevertheless, like the earlier social and spiritual roles of canines across the world, they could also be guard dogs or domestic helpers. The
There's a reason for that too.
As
It's to help those in your same culture to stay away from animals that can easily get diseased or sick, right? And so as to protect your I guess I'm gonna use clan here, but like you know what I mean, right? Those in your culture, right? But yeah.
Inside, outside, helper, harmer in equal measure parallels the boundary between life and death. Much like life and death, we both
And
fear
thus
and
these stories
revere
come out, right?
canines. So a supernatural version of an everyday animal spanning that threshold kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Darkness is associated with obscurity, representing more negative connotations than positive ones, and why many of these hellhounds were described and depicted with black fur. In medieval Europe, black canines appear in medical texts, associated with melancholia and other illnesses. In one 1800 CE French text, it is written that one could determine if a person was terminally ill by taking a tick from a black dog and holding it in the left hand. If when presented to a gravely ill person, they turn toward it, they're a goner. Black dogs continue to be associated with illness centuries later. Even in the late 18th century, the black dog is linked to depression. This terminology lingered into the 19th and 20th centuries, where bad moods were attributed to having a black dog on one's back or worrying you at home. Winston Churchill would reportedly refer to his own struggles with depression as his black dog. Here on Monstrum, we know that Christianity loved to adopt and distort older spiritual beliefs and folkloric traditions, especially to support its agenda.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's not all that surprising the devil entered the equation, taking the hellhounds of folkloric traditions and pre-Abrahamic spiritual practices into the devil and witchcraft game. Animals often serve to normalize the supernatural by marrying it to something non-human but still in the realm of tangible familiarity. Connecting demonic possession with an animal represented the beastly or primal desire of the human animal. And as we know, primal desires are a no-no for the church.
So
In the
church
1574
makes it
demonic
out to be
possession
a
case of
devil or
English lawyer
something.
Robert Briggs, a demonic dog plays a central figure. Described as horrifically ugly with a shaggy blackish red coat, the dog would reportedly follow Briggs around London. Briggs himself was terrified of the monster, and at one point even jumped into the Thames to shake the creature. The dog was said to be an earthly manifestation of the devil himself. Other possession accounts from the 16th century include symptoms such as sounding like a hellhound, acting like a wild dog,
my
or
God.
communicating with dogs. In a case at the turn of the century,
What
the
the
devil
fuck?
communed with his victim William Summers in the form of a talking black dog. Hellhounds seem to be primarily associated with transient spaces, whether those are spaces of physical travel and movement, like roadways and gates, or places of metaphysical transformation, graveyards or execution sites, for instance. English folk culture is perhaps where this trend is most obvious, but it's by no means exclusive. Great Britain, Ireland, France, Scandinavia, Germany, all of these places tell tales of the black dog, a spectral variation of the hellhound trope distinguished by its massive red eyes and long, thick black coat, whose presence always foretells death and disaster for those who see it.
Especially if
Wandering
you see it 3
spirits
times
and
and
lost
you know
souls
3
are
is
often said to take the
Holy
form of
Trinity.
spectral
Blah, blah, blah,
dogs.
right? You can get into all
In
that.
German lore, they appear as shaggy dogs with black fur and unnaturally glowing eyes. Although in a unique quirk, if any specific breed is noted in the description of these German creatures, it's often the poodle.
Yeah.
Seems a bit odd, unless you
is.
know that the poodle traces its heritage back to Germany, where they were bred as duck hunters. Ghost dogs with black coats and red eyes are reported all across England, sometimes under the name Black Shuck, a regional variation of the black dog motif specific to the eastern countryside of England. The monster is said to be a demonic being, either a hound from hell, a demon familiar, or both. It may be accompanied by a foul smell. Shuck comes from shucky, a local term for hairy or shaggy.
I'm like thinking
Or
like
the
Shaggy
Old
from
English
Scooby-Doo
word for
now.
demon. Some scholars connect the black shuck and other demonic dogs in England to the legend of the Wild Hunt, a spectral hunting party that seeks the souls of the living, the first written account of which appears in 1127. The first written recording of the black shuck, however, appears in 1577. According to this early legend, during Mass at an Anglican church in Blythburgh, a clap of thunder rang out before the doors to the church slammed open, revealing a giant black dog who tore through the building, killing 2 people before causing the steeple to collapse. That same day, another
Oh my
church in
God.
Bungay experienced a black shuck visit as well. The same dog stormed into the building accompanied by lightning, clamping onto the necks of 2 congregants, killing them. The floors of both churches
they
bore
had, like,
scorch marks where
scorch
the
marks.
dog's paws had touched,
Like, you know,
ones
double.
that some swear can still be seen today. Unsurprisingly, the dog was associated with the devil. The prevalence of black dogs in British folklore, literature, and oral tradition from the 17th century onward is responsible for dominating popular culture's understanding of spectral hounds. Take the 18th century case of the Old Woman and the Chimney Sweep from Hertfordshire, England. As the story goes, an old woman was drowned for her suspected use of witchcraft, a murderous deed carried out by a chimney sweeper who himself was publicly hanged near the spot. After the second death, a black dog appeared in the area. As big as a Newfoundland but malnourished, the shaggy black-haired creature's long teeth protruded from his
Weird.
grinning mouth,
Weird looking.
his eyes glowing like balls
Almost
of
looks like
fire.
a
Despite his frightening appearance, the
like
creature never did more
like those
than
monsters,
suddenly
not
appear,
monsters, those
giving
big
unsuspecting
cat sightings
travelers
in-
a fright. In Lincolnshire, a taller and thinner version of the black dog appears near a deep pond surrounded by trees. Water has long been associated with liminality. Ponds, rivers, wells, and even puddles could be portals to the otherworld, and the dangerous nature of all bodies of water links them to death. Some rationalize sightings
That's
of
why
these
whenever it
monsters as
rains, it
culturally
usually
based
signifies
fear
death of
responses to stressful
one's older
events,
self and
eerie nighttime
renewal of
encounters,
one's
death, or destructive thunderstorms. Others say the sightings can be attributed to
big cats.
panthers or large cats that escaped from private residences and zoos. Some insist the sulfur smell that may accompany the black dog is not the sign of a hellish origin, but the result of hydrogen sulfide gas produced by the rotting vegetation of the wetlands where many of the sightings took place. The boom of published folklore collections in the 19th century also meant hellhounds began to pop up again in fictional literature. Famous Victorian texts like Jane Eyre, The Hound of Baskervilles, and Dracula solidified the presence of monster dogs in 19th century Gothic literature. In more modern literature and film, the idea of hellhounds and spectral dogs of all sorts has become more varied. They've played tribute to ancient Greek mythology and continue to serve as metaphors of ill omen. But they've also appeared as happy ghost hounds and lovable spirit guides. These varied and various representations display our changing view of canines and arguably our renewed appreciation for older traditions. So, despite modern society's infatuation with puppers, doggos, and booping the snoot of floofers, we can't seem to fully remove the dog from the hellhound. Meh. Look it up. Hertfordshire, England. Yeah, because I don't think there's any reason to add the D. I'm just doing it. It's probably Briggs. Briggs. Hertfordshire. Perfect.
That is totally me, I swear. England has like the weirdest fucking